many of these cars we've seen out already this weekend, either the Fiestas or the Mazdas, or the BMWs, with a couple of examples being seen there. Well, just absolutely top time for the pace again. Fantastic position for Superkart. And these cars have now recorded times. Even that 22 car was pushed away, it did manage to get the time. So the cars come in for 5 and 12 and we can work out the Welsh Sports and Superkart Championship competitors and guests here at Donington Park, BRSCC. Race number 15, first of the Welsh Sports and Superkart Championship races, which will be a 15-minute race. The grid reads as follows. Front row is going to be 55 and 169, 55 and 169. Second row 44 and 49, 44 and 49. Third row is 5 and 42, 5 and 42. Fourth row 17 and 57, 17, 51, 17 and 51, 17 and 51, that's the fourth row. Fifth row is 19 and 78, 19 and 78, sixth row 62 and 180, 62 and 180. Seventh row is number 7 and number 88, 7 and 88. The eighth row 13 and 35, 31, 3 and 35, ninth row 52 and 86. 52 and 86, number 10 row is 8 number.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Donington Park for the final part of our BRSCC live race weekend here on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. We've got an afternoon of action ahead of us that is going to include, I'm sure, more really good racing. 7 races in total coming your way, and this is how the afternoon's programme looks. It's the Welsh Drivers Association Sports and Saloon Car Championship that's up next at 2:25. That is our first race of the afternoon, followed by the Zeo Prototype Cup, some really spectacular machinery on show at 2:55. The Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 Championship is up at 3:30 for their third and final race of the weekend, and then the Motorsport UK British Superkart Grand Prix, the final for that event at 4:05. Then we've got the second race for the cars that are heading out onto the grid now for the Welsh Sports and Saloons, with the Zeo Prototype Club up at 5 o'clock, easy for me to say, and the Club Sport Trophy at 5:35 will round out the day's action. So a busy weekend will come to a close then here with the final set of races, and it's been a truly memorable weekend of racing already. Very much looking forward to seeing what the final set of races has in store for us, and this one in particular should be really, really exciting. It is the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. An awful lot of variety on this grid. And it's a nice change, actually. A lot of sort of one-make racing so far this weekend, and the the mixed sort of class format that we have in the Welsh Sports and Saloons is something that will definitely give us a little bit of a different spectacle, that is for sure. So the cars then lying up on the grid, it's the Ford Sierra Cosworth of Jason Davis that's got the pole position. Alongside him, we've got Chris Everall in the Ginetta G55, although someone was telling me yesterday that does not have the usual V6 engine, but a V8 instead, so that's going to be producing an awful lot of power. Then we have got on the second row of the grid, Damien Longatano, who is in the Westfield. He's got a Ginetta G40 alongside of Gareth John. The third row is shared by Derry Davis in the Darien and Tom D in his Honda Integra. And then on the fourth row of the grid, Richard Jessop's Mini and David Jones in the Ford Focus. Already great variety there just across the top 8 on the grid. Then it's a Renault Clio of Colin Dunn ahead of another Westfield, this one of Lynn Morgan. Then we get into some of the sort of hot hatches. You've got Todd Garner and Mark Williams, Renault Clio and Peugeot 205 respectively. They're sharing the 6th row of the grid. Rodney Teague's Renault Clio is on row 7. And then Andrew Williams in an MG ZR, which actually runs in the same class as the Renault Clio. We'll get into those classes in a moment or two. Then on the 8th row, Alan Smith in the Ford Ka and the MGB GT V8. 2 more different cars you couldn't hope to find, sharing the 8th row of the grid. Then the BMW 330 Club Sport of Mike Cook is on row number 9, alongside Andrew Barron in another one of the Ford KAs, and Neil Thomas in another MGB. So a 19-car grid then, and 15 minutes of racing ahead of us. Now, in the championship, championships even, it is Derry Davis who leads overall. Now, the cars are split into different classes. They score points within their classes, but then they're all amalgamated to create the overall championship standings. So, for example, Derry Davis in the Darien, which is a Class D car, you can see it there, the green number 5 machine coming towards us. That is the championship leader, but joint championship leader with a Class BS car, Gareth John in the Ginetta G40, that actually starts 1 position ahead of Derry on the grid. So those two are joint first, basically, in the championship, but running within different classes. So depending on how well they get on within their class today, that will sort of decide which of them has the championship lead going into the second race a little bit later on. But obviously this is a 15-minute race that will see a lot of overtaking, a lot of changes of position, I'm sure. And multi-class racing always is particularly interesting because you've got the cars that make their lap times in very different ways that might actually over the course of a lap be quite evenly matched, but some of them will have more straight line speed, some will be better through the corners, some might have a bit more downforce, some might have better torque out of the turns, a mix of front, rear and four-wheel drive as well, and cars that span about 4 decades as well. So when I say variety, I really do mean that. We've got everything from the classic minis and the MGBs up to that Ginetta G55, which is probably only 5 years old or so. So, yeah, it really is a fantastic sight that they make as they wind their way around the circuit. There's the Mini, number 17 of Richard Jessop. Richard Jessop is running mid-grid. He will be starting in this one. I think it might be Jessop's first appearance of the season, in a season that started back at Mallory Park in June. Considering this is the Welsh Sports and Saloon Cars Championship, it's a little bit interesting actually that 3 of their 5 events take place outside of Wales. They have 2 visits to Pembrey. They went there in September. They're back there again for the final round on the 10th of October, but they started off at Mallory Park, then they went down south to Thruxton, which I guess is not a million miles away from Wales. Pembrey, as I said, in September. They're here at Donington now with BRSCC. Their only appearance with the BRSCC this year, and Pembrey then plays host to the final rounds, as I said, in October. So, field making its way around. They're being led by the safety car, which means I think this will be a rolling start. Normally, if the safety car leads the field around on the green flag lap, it means that they won't be stopping on the line, and that's to be expected, really. We often see that in sports saloon championships because, as I said, there are cars that will... There are very different ages. Some of them will be maybe rear-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. They'll get better starts than those around. So you don't want a wildly different acceleration rate coming off the line from a standing start. So the rolling start just sort of regulates it a little bit. It is the Ford then of Jason Davis there on the outside. A phenomenal machine that is. which I think will be one of the four-wheel drive Sierras, I would imagine. So that car is going to be tough to beat, and certainly in qualifying he was the man to beat, but only by 9/100ths over the Ginetta of Everall. So this should be a fascinating battle then. 2x2 out of the final corner. Some of them are a bit more on their toes than others, but the race is going to get underway then. Down towards Redgate they go, and it is the Ginetta of Chris Everall that will actually sweep across from the outside of row 1, second on the grid, to take the lead into the first corner. The Westfield of Damien Longatano slots into third. And there in the midfield, everyone definitely just trying to avoid any big risks through the first corner. The Clio there and the Peugeot together, two hot hatches of very different eras. And a Ford Focus up against a Westfield. I love sports saloon racing. You always get these really unique battles between cars that were never designed to race against each other, but that can produce brilliant excitement nonetheless. Down the hill into the old hairpin then, the leader's already up the other side, and there is your championship leader, the Darien, the green Darien of Derry Davis, chasing down Gareth John. Those two tied for the championship lead then, but it's all about, like I said, where they finish within their class, and actually that is where Gareth John is at a slight advantage, because Gareth was on pole position within his class in the Ginetta G40, running class BS, whereas Derry Davis second in Class D, because Class D has been bolstered this weekend by the arrival of that car that leads the race. The Ginetta G55 also runs in Class D, so therefore will potentially take points away from Derry Davis. So right now Derry is running second in class, whereas Gareth John is leading the class, so Gareth would take the points lead, but we're only on the first lap of the race, and you can see just how close it is at the front of the field. That Sierra, so much power, but it's quite difficult to get it down on the ground out of the Melbourne hairpin. Into Goddard's now then. The gap between the top two as close as we expected. These two, though, were 4 seconds faster than anybody else in qualifying, so it was always anticipated that these top two, the Ginetta and the Sierra, would sort of stretch their legs from the rest of the pack, but the question is, which of them will come out on top at the end of 15 minutes? The Ginetta, a much more modern car, has a bit more aerodynamic capability perhaps, but the raw power of the Sierra will keep will keep Jason Davis well and truly in contention out the back of the circuit. Once they get out of the old hairpin and they start heading up towards McLean's, Coppice and down the back straight, that's where I expect the Sierra to really start closing in. Up the hill they go then, still Damien Longatano then in third. Waiting still for the last couple of cars to come across the start-finish line, actually, which sort of leads me into another potential talking point of this race, traffic. There may only be 19 cars on track, but with a speed differential in qualifying of about 35 seconds between the fastest and slowest cars, not including the struggling MGB of Neil Thomas, who was some 30 seconds further off the pace. We do expect them to get into traffic before the end of the race, but right now we have a battle on our hands at the head of the field. Chris Everall going defensive here into the chicane, trying to keep Jason Davis behind him, but Davis with a much better run out of the chicane, looks to the inside, down into the Melbourne loop. I don't think that Everall got across in time to defend. No, he didn't. The Sierra is later on the brakes as well, and so goes into the race lead, going into the Melbourne hairpin. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. That was impressive. And now that smoke and flame belching Sierra is in the lead. It might be difficult to overtake. It's always harder to overtake a car that has more straight line speed than you, because most of the overtaking opportunities will come at the end of the straights, and if you're being outpowered by the car ahead, you're not going to be able to get close enough to attack. So the leaders go through then. The Sierra ahead of the Ginetta. The Westfield of Longatano is in third. Now what's going on between the championship leaders? The Darien is ahead now of the Ginetta, so Derry Davis is ahead of Gareth John. And it makes no difference for the points because they run in different classes, but that will still be a nice feeling for Derry. Even if he's running second in his class, he can still at least say that he's ahead of Gareth in that Ginetta G40. Nice to see more and more of these Ginetta G40s appearing outside of one-make Ginetta competition as well. As popular as those Ginetta Championships are, the cars, when they're sort of retired from use, can still have a racing life elsewhere, and that G40 is pretty competitive, even against some significantly more powerful machinery. So they head through the old hairpin then. 6th place, incidentally, is the second of the Westfields now, so that's Lynn Morgan from 10th on the grid. Lynn Morgan getting another place that time at the expense of number 42, Tom D, in the Honda Integra. The noisy Darien powers its way up through McLean's and towards the right-hander at Coppice Corner. You can see the way the Ginetta closes in through the corners, but then the Darien very much has the edge down the straight. So as frustrating as this is for Gareth John. He mustn't remember, he doesn't need to be racing against Derry as far as the championship's concerned, but, you know, drivers out there will all want to try and have a race, and they'll want to try and finish as high up the overall order as they possibly can. They disappear down the straight, the leaders come out of the hairpin, and the Ford Sierra starting to get away now. You can see of Jason Davis, but that car is, I would imagine, maybe going to be a little bit harder on its tyres, so are we maybe going to see the Ginetta come back at him through the second part of the race? We're 9 minutes and 40 seconds away from the end of the race, and the Ginetta still staying within touching distance just about of the Sierra at the front of the field. There is the MGB of Neil Thomas. Now that is, as far as I can tell, a pretty much standard MGB. It is a long way off the pace of those around, but Neil's still enjoying himself out there. Donington Park Circuit is one of the best circuits in the country for a driver, and so I'm sure he is still having fun. The Mini in the background there of the Mini is Richard Jessup, isn't it? On 2 wheels practically as he came out of the hairpin, certainly 3 wheels at the most, really pushing that Mini hard. He's chasing down the 2 cars ahead of him, which we're seeing here. The number 62 is the Renault Clio of Todd Garner, and he's got the Ford Focus ahead of David Jones. Now David Jones running in the Invitational class this weekend, which is not one of the championship regular classes, if you see what I mean. The Renault Clio, though, behind is running in Class BS, so it's in the same class as Gareth John's Ginetta G40, and is running second to the Ginetta in its class, but there's quite a gulf between them, although the Clio does at least get past the Ford Focus pretty quickly there, so the Clio goes ahead on the run up the hill. Focus then losing out that Clio. It's a proper Renault Clio Cup car, that, which would have been racing at the top level of UK motorsport only a couple of years ago on the British Touring Car package, and a very, very quick bit of kit, a Renault Clio, proper mini touring car, and it really does handle exceptionally well, and you can see through the corners he's gapped the Focus already, so can he now close in on the Honda Integra up the road, the 42 Tom D. They were all quite close, this group, in qualifying actually. Tom D in the Honda was 6th, Richard Jessup in the Mini was 7th, but only a couple of tenths slower. He then had 85 1,000ths of a second in hand over David Jones in the Focus. Then it was Colin Dunn in the Clio, half a second back. So that group, they're in a very different order now than they were at the start of the race, but their lap times in qualifying were pretty equal. So always the potential for there to be some good racing in amongst this lot. The leaders have gone across the line again. A new fastest lap for the race leader Jason Davis, a 1:39.040. 4.5 seconds is the distance between the top two. Then another 14 seconds back to Longatano in third, Davis in fourth, John in fifth in the Ginetta. 3 seconds now separating the 2 championship rivals. You've got Morgan in the Westfield, D in the Honda Integra, and everybody else just filing through now. There is the Peugeot coming through in the background. That runs in 11th place now then, car 180, Mark Williams. Going to assume that is not the Welsh snooker ace Mark Williams, but I'd imagine a fairly common name over in that part of the world, but he's running well in the little Peugeot 205, I should say. And then there, the race leader, so traffic is now going to start to become a bit of a factor. In fact, it already has looked, because they've lapped the MGZR, number 88 of Andrew Williams, who's a little bit further back than he qualified, actually. He qualified in 14th place, but Williams, actually no, sorry, he still is running in 14th. He still is in 14th place then in the MG, about 8.8 seconds ahead of the BMW, number 52 of Mike Cook, the 330 Club Sport. So Jason Davis then in the Sierra makes his way through the old hairpin. 6 minutes of the race still to go, and despite the really close times in qualifying, it does now start to look more and more likely that the Sierra is going to win, because the Ginetta just can't keep up. There is Chris Everall, who, as I said, was less than 1/10 of a second adrift of Davis' best qualifying time. But it was a truncated qualifying session, actually. They only got 4 laps in. The red flag came out a little bit early in the session, about 8 or 9 minutes in, so the a lot of the drivers didn't get a proper chance to really put some quick lap times in. I think one of them must have been the Clio of Colin Dunn, because he's flying now, isn't he? He's cleared the Honda now, so he's up ahead of Tom D. That puts the Clio into 7th place. But the next car ahead is going to be the Westfield of number 78, Lynn Morgan. And Lynn, on the previous lap, was 6/10 faster than the Clio, albeit the Clio will have been getting held up in traffic, but actually it didn't really get held up that much. Its previous lap was within half a tenth of its fastest lap, so I think that is probably as good as it will get now for Garner, but 7th place ain't bad from 11th on the grid. Up towards the right-hander at Coppice Corner. Gaps just starting to grow now between that group, as they are at the front of the field. 8.7 seconds now between the top two. The Ford KA there gets out of the way of Garner, who ducks out from behind. Still not really getting away from that Integra, is he, actually? Nice to see the Honda Integra out there. There was a time about 20 plus years ago when the Honda Integra was a very, very popular saloon car in things like the British Saloon Car Championship, or the Production Saloon Car Championship, which ran for a period as a class within the British Touring Cars, and those Honda Integras were very, very successful cars before they were sort of subsequently replaced by the Honda Accord and then the Honda Civic, which of course remains a very popular tin top these days, with several one-make series catering towards Honda Civics as well. But the Integra, always thought it was a good-looking car, that, and it marries quite a sort of sleek shape with quite a good chassis as well. It's got a nice platform that handles well through the high-speed corners, but always was a very racy car. Ford Focus there behind, struggling to keep up with them at the moment. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, 1 minute 50.3 for Garner, which is a new personal best lap, and was actually a second and a half quicker than Morgan in the Westfield up the road. Then a 51.1 for D and a 51.6 for Jones. So lap times definitely favouring the Clio now. Has Garner got time, though, to gain another place? I doubt it. 3 minutes to go. The leader has just gone through. Leader doing 1 minute 40s now. So they might get 3 more laps in, but I suspect they've possibly just started the final lap of the race. The race leader, Davis. Sorry, penultimate lap of the race. Beg your pardon. Getting ahead of myself. 2 laps to go then in this Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship race, and still a couple of battles then to be played out here in the midfield, as now we are definitely starting to see David Jones sort of getting back into the swing of things here. He started 8th. He gained a couple of places at the start, lost a couple in the middle, and now he's going to try and get back into that 8th place by the end of the race. He's closing in here, I think, slightly on Tom D's Honda Integra. Through the hairpin, there goes the Clio, and they could see the Westfield up the road. So I think actually there might be a bit of a problem developing here for the number 78 car of Lynn Morgan, because that gap ain't 7.4 seconds anymore. Leader drops down into the hairpin, but I'll be watching the lap times for the 6th place car this time. They may even go a lap down to this car before the end of the race, which will be a lap away now. They're going to come out of the final corner with just less than 1 minute and 40 to go. So final lap about to begin then for Jason Davis, who didn't lead every lap from pole position, but once he did get the lead, has never looked back. That Sierra Cosworth Turbo has been in dominant form. Got to negotiate a couple of back markers. That's another lap that he's putting on the Ford KA of Alan Smith, and then he's got the Mini just up the road of Richard Jessup. The lap time for the Westfield, by the way, was terrible. A 1 minute 56.0. I think Morgan is going to lose 6th place on the last lap. There is obviously a problem for the number 78 car. There's always a problem there for the race leader, as he caught Richard Jessup, just as Jessup caught Neil Thomas's MGB, right through the middle of the crane of curves, where you don't want to be having to deviate from your racing line. A few people have deviated there. Oh, that's the Integra. That was the Integra. That was Tom D off. So Tom D has gone off from 8th position. He was also set to benefit from the ailing Lynn Morgan Westfield, but D has gone off at the old hairpin. I wondered what all that dirt was on the road, and that is why. So another slightly scary moment then for Jason Davis to negotiate, as he comes now up out of the right-hander at Coppice Corner, less than half a lap to go. Are we going to see any more changes behind, though. I'm fairly certain that we're going to have Garner getting ahead of Morgan. I reckon Jones was probably close enough to do so as well. Let's hope he wasn't involved in whatever happened there to Tom D, because they were battling for position at the start of the lap as well. But none of this really is of much relevance to Jason Davis, because he comes down through the Melbourne hairpin then, set to complete this 15-minute race to start off the afternoon's action here after a good early battle with Chris Everill. He's never looked back, really, and the race victory is going to be his. Jason Davis, a bit of a lock-up maybe there as he comes into the final hairpin at Goddard's, makes his way across the start-finish line then and sees the checkered flag. The Ford Sierra is victorious here in the first of our Welsh Sports and Saloon races at Donington Park. Second place will go to Chris Everill. Chris Everill 6th in the championship as well coming into this weekend and within touching distance of third, so a couple more class wins like that would go down very well indeed. Everill wins in Class D. Longatano eventually will come home in third place, but he's going to be a long, long way back in that third position. So there is the KA. Here comes the Westfield in third. It's the other Westfield that I'm interested to see, though. Did it hang on to that position? Well, Garner had already gone past Morgan actually at the start of the lap. Interestingly, the previous lap for Jones was quite a slow one, so I suspect he was delayed in the Tom D incident down at the old hairpin. So Damien Longatano then finishes in third. Fourth there is Derry Davis in the Darien, and that will be second in class though, so that's not going to be a particularly good result as far as the points are concerned, because there Gareth John comes home in fifth and does win in Class BS. So John will now take solo ownership of the championship lead, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case in race 2 later on. You'd imagine it probably will. The Ginetta G55 of Chris Everill is going to be tough to beat for Derry Davis into that second race. Now there is Garner, number 62. So a bit of an up and down race there, but Garner does end up, Todd Garner from 11th on the grid, finishing in 6th. Then it's Morgan, so Morgan fends off Jones, in fact comfortably fends off Jones, because the focus only now comes through, so the focus really slowed at the end. Jones' final couple of laps were a couple of 2 to 3 seconds actually off his previous pace. So everybody now has seen the checkered flag then. It is going to be Jason Davis that wins the race overall in the Ford Sierra Cosworth Turbo. Chris Everill second in the Ginetta G55. Third place Damien Longatano. And fourth position number 5 Derry Davis. Fifth position for Gareth John in the Ginetta G40. Sixth was Todd Garner's Renault Clio. Seventh was number 78. That was Lynn Morgan's Westfield. Eighth position for number 51 David Jones in the Ford Focus. Then it was the Mini of Richard Jessup and the Peugeot 205 of Mark Williams to round out the top 10. Pretty much everyone gets a class win as well, it seems. You've got Class CS, which is won by Davis, Class D by Everill, Class BS by John, the Invitational class by Jones in the Focus, and then you've got Class BT, which is won by Williams in the Peugeot 205, and then in Class AT, which was the sort of Ford KA class, that private little battle went the way, in the end, by 18.3 seconds, of the number 13 of Alan Smith. So that's our first Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship race. They'll have another 15-minute race later on today, just the one-day format for this championship then, not racing with us yesterday. The same is true of the cars that are heading out onto the circuit next. They will be competing in the Zeo Prototype Cup, and this will be a very different sort of race to that, I suspect. The lap times quite a bit quicker, and the cars will certainly look rather different, and there are some very interesting names on the grid, because some really good work has been done to put together a good mix of drivers here. We've got some interesting cars out there as well, with the very popular Pragas making an appearance on the grid, and one of them qualifying particularly well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how they get on. The Welsh Sports and Saloons, though, are making their way through the entrance to Parc Fermé, and hopefully very shortly we'll be able to hear from our podium finishers. Not too much recovery to be done after that race though, so we should be able to move into the prototype race before too much longer. So they're pulling in third place man Damien Longatano for KA comes in as well.
Ginetta.
And yeah, pretty entertaining stuff there from the midfield battle, certainly. But at the head of the field, really, Jason Davis never headed. Once he got the lead away from Everall, that was a fairly straightforward battle. Right then, Scott Woodwiss, once he's got his hair in place, he's going to be there to have a chat with our podium finishers then. So let's see what they made of our first Welsh Sports Saloon race of the day.
Sunny afternoon, and a great way to start today's this afternoon's action here on Sunday at Donington on this BRSCC live race weekend. Great race from the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. We've got the top three already down here in Park Ferme, so we'll see if we can have a chat with them down in just a second. Just see a couple of the team for Jason Davis' Ford Sierra having a check under the bonnet to make sure all is well. And I think Jason Davis is just having a chat as well with Chris Everall, who is in second place. So we'll see if we can have a word with each of them. First of all, I think we can quickly move across. We'll have a chat, I think, with winner Jason Davis. Jason, it's a pretty rapid Sierra. Did the job, didn't it?
It doesn't go too bad for an old girl, does it? Yeah, no, to be fair to Chris as well, he was absolutely flying at the start. Had to work really hard for that one. But once we'd broken him and we got a bit of a gap, we could yeah, just pull it back a bit then and look after the car and what have you. But funnily enough, I turned into the first corner, had a massive handful of opposite lock and lost my power steering. So it's chucked the power steering belt out there somewhere on the track. But yeah, it made it bloody hard work.
Yeah, so it was hotter work than you anticipated.
Very much so, yeah. And I can't open the windows either, which is bloody annoying.
Just tell us quickly about the car, because obviously it's not obviously a standard Sierra Sapphire, so just what sort of things have you done to it? Obviously you've got an aero kit on it. Talk about some of the fundamentals of what you've done to it.
Yeah, we've worked hard. We built the car back in 2013 and we've just developed it bit by bit over the years, you know. But yeah, as you alluded to then, the aero on it, it transformed the car. Before we were quick, don't get me wrong, but after lap 6 or 7, our tyres would just had it, you know, they would just melt and we just die, and everyone just reel us in and come by. As soon as we put the aero on, it just lengthened the life of our tyres and we could hold the best lap at the start and the finish, you know. So yeah, no, it's yeah, a lot of work to get where we are, but yeah, days like this makes all the hard work worth it.
It's not finished yet, you've got to do it again later.
Yeah, I know, and I hope it cools down a bit because I'm sweating buckets.
I think that makes all of us, but well done anyway. Congratulations, great drive. We'll see you later on.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Great stuff. I think we're running a shorter time, so congratulations to Chris Everall and Ginetta and Damien Longatano in the, I think it's the Westfield that we've got there. We're going to quickly move on to our next race, one race that I'm certainly looking forward to. It is the final meeting of the year for the brand new Zeo Prototype Cup, the biggest grid of the season with 19 cars, and we've got some very familiar faces on the front row of the grid. I don't know about you, Andy, but I'm very much looking forward to this one. Over to you.
Yeah, definitely. The Zeo Prototype Cup then, which, as Scott said, is a bit of a new kid on the block, really, but has certainly become a very popular series. There are those of you that have been following the BRSCC championships for a number of years that will remember the old OSS championship, and this has sort of, in a roundabout sort of way, been born of that, but it's being run really well, and yeah, they've managed to gather together a lot of very quick drivers and a lot of very spectacular cars, some of the fastest cars that you'll see racing in the UK on this grid, and they usually produce some reasonably entertaining racing as well. So here is how they line up then on the grid for the first of two races that they'll have today for the Zeo Prototype Cup, and the pole position goes the way of, again, a very familiar name in British motorsport, especially with these sorts of cars, really. Mike Genvy at the wheel of the number 35 machine. That is the Genvy Gun TS6 that he built himself. Charles Hall alongside him then in the Chiron CN2, number 77. That is a really spectacular car. And then on row 2, number 29, Chris Westmail in one of the Pragas then. Chris, or Chippy Westmail as he's known, who came up through some of the 750 Motor Club competitions, then raced in British GT last year in the British GT4 Championship, and had some good success here at Donington actually midway through last year. Andy Chittenden, number 48, has his MCR alongside, and then on row number 3 it's Matt Manderson in a Radical SR8, the first of a handful of Radicals on the grid, and Graham Charman, number 5, in the Juno. Row 4 then for Jason Rishover, number 28, who was a bit of a late entry into the weekend. And then Richard Chamberlain in the number 15 CTR that he shares with Matthew. I think they're doing one race each. I'm intrigued to know if that's the same Richard Chamberlain. In fact, it says it's Matthew maybe that's starting this first race. Intrigued to know if that's the same Richard Chamberlain that races the 1980s Porsche in GT Cup. I'd imagine it may well be. Row number 5 then, at the back of the top 10, number 11 Duncan Williams. That is the Norma, the LMP3 car, followed by Tony Freeman, car number 7, in another Radical, that time an SR10 Radical. Then row number 6, Doug Carter, another Radical stalwart, he's in his PR6, and then Andy Fido alongside, number 12, in a Radical SR3 RS. Alistair Smart is up next then, he lines up on the 7th row of the grid. Alistair Smart in a Radical PR6, the same kind of car as Doug Carter directly in front of him. And then you've got the Richard Hardy, number 88 car, the Radical SR3, also alongside him on row 7. Row 8 is Martin Heath and Lee Collar. Martin Heath, number 66, and Lee Collar, number 33, in an ADR3. And then Norman Lackford, who has been racing for probably a lot longer than he'd care to remember in the RJ Motorsport prepared Radical PR6, has got Dominic Langdon down, number 23, for company on the penultimate row in another of those SR3 RSs. And right at the back, Ed Worthington in the UK NPO1 Evo, which is a catchy name, but Ed is sharing that car with Jay Shepherd, who was out in the Mazda MX-5 Club Sport race yesterday. He and Ed have known each other for a while, and they were teammates in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for a number of years, actually, and they had some good success with a number of podiums, and I seem to recall a race win in that championship, and they are together there sharing that car. They're both quicker than that, though, I think, so they should move forward after, I'm guessing, some issues in qualifying. So the cars then come out of the final corner. It is a 2x2 rolling start. On the left is Mike Genvy. On the right is Charles Hall. And when the red lights go out, we will be away and racing. Charles Hall gets a good start, comes across to try and block Mike Genvy, and there's contact. Genvy onto the grass. That was a bit uncalled for. A very robust start there for Charles Hall. He gets the lead, and Mike Genvy now has it all to do. Look, he drops down level with Graham Charman in the number 5 car, but I don't think he's going to be particularly pleased with that. So anyway, Genvy, that gives us a race, I suppose, with Genvy trying to work his way back through the order. But as they drop down into the old hairpin, he did manage to keep ahead of the number 5 Juno of Graham Charman. There goes the 51, that's Doug Carter's Radical. And there, look, from the back, that is one of the most distinctive cars on the grid, the number 1 of Ed Worthington, the black and yellow Wasp liveried car. We're definitely going to see that one moving forward, and I'd like to get a shot at it if we can, because it's a car like no other that I've ever seen, the UK NPO1. And there it is with the yellow sort of top to it. It's a closed cockpit prototype, so along the same sort of lines of an LMP3 car. But yeah, really great addition to the grid. Side by side here, down towards the chicane. Number 48 is Andy Chittenden on the inside, the black machine, and he's going to go through there. And that was at the expense, I think, of... no, that wasn't Chris Westmail. That was Jason Rishover, I think, because there is Chris Westmail in the Praga coming out of the Melbourne hairpin, ahead of Mike Genvy. Then it's number 16 next, Matt Manderson, and there's a spin, and that's Jason Rishover, who just lost that position at the chicane. He's gone around at the Melbourne hairpin. So Rishover selects first gear, gets going again, but he's lost an awful lot of ground, and Rishover, having started 7th, was running in and around that position before he had that spin, and I would imagine he was helped into it as well. The Melbourne hairpin, a very popular place to try and overtake, but that also makes it quite a common place for contact to happen. So across the line we go then. Genvy is being shown as the race leader, which I struggle to believe, with all due respect. I think there may be a couple of slightly dodgy transponders again, because Charles Hall apparently has not come through at the end of the first lap, nor has Chris Westmail, but we know they were both there. So we'll wait for the timing screen to update before we give you the proper running order, but I think it should be Hall from Westmail from Genvy, the top 3, I would imagine. Down into the old hairpin. There is the number 1 car then, Ed Worthington. I mean, look at it. It's just, it looks like something out of a Batman movie or something, doesn't it? That is just a remarkable machine, and it's going reasonably well now, actually. It's been a 14th place, 5 places gained from the back of the grid. Wide run there for the number 66 car coming out through McLean's corner, and that will be a loss of position as a result for Martin Heath. Doug Carter picks his pocket going up into Coppice corner. Ed Worthington's got Jason Rishover behind him, so 2 quick drivers there together. As down towards the chicane comes the number 7 here of Tony Freeman. And Tony Freeman crossing the line in 6th place at the end of the first lap. So this fight here is for 8th place. Carter now ahead of Heath, with Alistair Smart closing in behind. Carter and Smart have been racing against each other in radicals for quite some time. Change there for 2nd place. That was Mike Genvie ahead of Chippy Westmail. And there you can see the gap now that Genvie has to try and catch Charles Hall. The two of them in qualifying were not particularly close together, about 0.6 of a second in Genvie's favour, which is probably why Charles was so feisty going into the first corner. He knew that he had to get ahead, really, at the first possible opportunity. Number 17 there running wide over the grass, coming out of the final turn. Not number 17, number 12, which is Andy Fido. Andy Fido gets back onto the track then. Having not lost a place, I don't think, but failed to get past Tony Freeman, more likely. So there it is, down through the crane of curves. The number 12 machine, the Andy Fido Radical SR3 RS. Pretty much every kind of Radical represented out there. The most popular is the PR6, with 3 of them all run by RJ Motorsport: Norman Lackford, Doug Carter and Alistair Smart. It is Carter there, the blue and orange car, that's the highest placed of those 3. Fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly, goes to Mike Genvie, a 1:27.291. It's a 20-minute race, this, incidentally, so he has got bags of time here to chase after Charles Hall, as there's an attempt to get through by Alistair Smart as he tries to get up the inside of not Tony Freeman, as he tries to get up the inside through Coppice Corner, anyway, of number 66. There we go, got there in the end. Martin Heath. What caught me out is that Martin's gained a little bit of ground, actually, from where he started. He's running further up the order than perhaps anticipated he would. Down into the Melbourne hairpin. All to Genvie is now 1.9 seconds, another new fastest lap for Genvie, 1:27.257. He's got nearly a second a lap in hand over Charles Hall at the moment. Charles is probably going to put a bit of a fight, isn't he, when Genvie gets there, based on what we saw into turn 1. There goes number 73, that is Alistair Smart, still not quite getting ahead of the 66, and they've got the recovering Jason Rishover behind, the blue car with the yellow highlights, coming through after that spin down at the Melbourne hairpin. So Rishover, heading into that first corner, is really showing now the pace that he's got. It's a shame that he had the spin. He got past number 88, Richard Hardy, on the previous lap. Richard Hardy in the Radical SR3. And Rishover heading up through the top end of the circuit in the SR3 RSX, so a similar car. He's pedalling it just that little bit quicker. Doug Carter here, stuck behind the number 12 of Fido, and then here, the battle behind Rishover's gone through already, so Rishover already getting himself ahead of Alistair Smart, and now he's got the 66 ahead, and that will be Martin Heath, who's running in 11th position at the moment, having started 15th, and of course he'd been running inside the top 10 early on, hadn't he? That's why I said he had a good start, but I don't think there's much he can do here about Rishover, although Rishover's not going to get him into the chicane. Quite get close enough early enough down the straight to finish that job, so instead he focuses on a good exit from the chicane to try and challenge down into the Melbourne hairpin. There goes Rishover through the slowest corner on the track down at the bottom of the hill. Good place to go and watch, actually, down there, and the drivers that are queuing up in the assembly area ahead of the next race will have a good view of the action at one of the best overtaking points on the track. The race leaders, by the way, on lap that, Charles Hall has found a bit more pace now and matched, in fact, was fractionally quicker than Genvie. It was a personal best lap for Hall, 1:27.3, which almost matches the fastest lap of the race set by Genvie a lap earlier, so maybe Charles Hall does have an answer for Genvie after all. Keep monitoring that gap. For now, though, the closer battling is going on in the midfield here as Jason Rishover tries to get up the inside of Heath for 11th place this. They head down through the crane of curves. Spectacular part of the circuit in any car, let alone a car with so much downforce as most of these cars have. Here comes Genvie then. Gap that was 1.9 seconds at the start of the lap. Possibly even bigger now. Charles Hall, look, in the Chiron, I'd say is a bit further clear now. Through the Goddard's hairpin. Spectacular looking car, this. Very long-nosed car. In fact, both of them are really. So the driver sits a long way back for better weight distribution. It means that spotting your apexes can sometimes be a little bit tricky. Car really twitching around there as well as it heads up towards Redgate Corner, and for the first time the gap goes out to 2.2 seconds now, with Hall setting a new fastest lap at 1:27.0. So it just took Charles a bit longer to get up to speed, but he's now going Is he going quicker than qualifying? No, he's not. He's half a second off his qualifying pace, but Genvi is lapping over a second off his qualifying pace, which is why Mike's not closing in. Of course, they did have that bang going into the first corner. I wonder if that maybe did any damage, not too sure. Oh, very sideways for the leader. Charles Hall through McLean's, full commitment, and now traffic starting to become a little bit of an issue maybe, because Mike Genvi is almost on the tail of the field. These battles still going on. The blue car look of Rishover has finally made that move now on Martin Heath, so Rishover crosses the line in 11th place. Doug Carter there then, in the blue and orange car, will be his next target, and Rishover should have the pace to catch him, because Jason started 7th on the grid, qualified 7th this morning, so he ought to be able to gain on these cars. Carter there out of the old hairpin then heads up the hill in the slipstream here of the number 12 of Andy Fido. He's been following for a number of laps, hasn't he really? He can't get past Andy. The SR3 RS of Andy Fido, the PR6 of Doug Carter, and Fido just dips a couple of wheels into the dirt there, going out of McLean's. Now Fido is going to be especially... Carter's going to be especially annoyed at this, because he's been stuck behind Fido for most of the race, and now he can see Rishover catching him, so you can see Carter now starting to look with a bit more intent at ways to get past. There's a car stationary there on the apex of the chicane, through the right-hand element of the chicane. Who was that? Sat at 90 degrees to the direction of travel. Rishover going up the inside of Carter, but we've lost someone, have we then? Oh no, well, we definitely have now, because around goes Andy Fido. That's typical, thinks Doug Carter, because just as Doug was losing a position, finally the car that had been holding him up spins. So Carter does fall behind Rishover. Rishover gains 2 places in 1 and goes into 9th position from 11th at the start of the lap, but I'm intrigued as to who spun there. It was number 7, I think. I think the car that had spun was Tony Freeman. Doug Carter coming back at Rishover into Redgate, but he's not going to get him there. Right-hander, the centrally seated PR6 you could see from that head-on view, whereas it's a right-hand drive SR3 that he's trying to get past. The bigger SR3 is perhaps just struggling a little bit through some of the more technical sections, but does seem to have the legs through the more high-speed corners. He's now starting to pull the gap. Guessing that Tony Freeman got going again. Yes, he did. He crossed the line down in 10th place, having lost about 9 seconds or so on that lap. So Freeman, thankfully, not bringing out the safety car. The lead gap, by the way, is, well, let's see, what is it? It was a 127.4 that time for Charles Hall. Mike Genvi's transponder still isn't working. He's in the pit lane. Mike Genvi's in the pit, so his transponder was working. He just hadn't come through. So Mike Genvi is, for some reason, in the pit lane in the car that started on pole position. I had speculated that maybe all wasn't quite right with that car, whether it be because of the contact at the start or some other problem, but his pace hadn't been all that impressive, and now he's in the pits. So Mike Genvi, I'm afraid, will be a non-finisher. So Genvi out, that promotes the Praga of Chippy Westmail into second, 11.3 seconds behind the leader. That's the number 15 car, that's Richard Chamberlain, and I am now convinced that it is the same Richard Chamberlain that drives the Porsche in GT Cup, because that is a lurid orange as well, very similar shade of orange to that. So Richard Chamberlain, didn't know he was out racing a prototype as well, but a lovely car this, the CTR01, sharing with Matthew, his son, I think, who I'm guessing will be doing the second race a bit later on today, but up through McLean's he goes then. It's there, the race leader Charles Hall, with 8 minutes left on the clock, is now unopposed at the front of the field really. The Chiron CN2 not going to come under any pressure from Chippy Westmail, as quick as the Praga is and as quick as Chippy is. It's too big an ask, I think, to keep up with the pace of this Chiron up the road. A little bit more powerful, a little bit more downforce, a little bit lighter as well, of course, because it doesn't run with a closed cockpit. The car ahead of it does, though. That's Ed Worthington in that rather unique-looking UK NP01. And that will be the next car to go a lap down. There is the Praga heading through. Chris Westmail enjoying himself. He's been one of many drivers driving those Pragas in things like Britcar this year, and Praga announcing their own one-make series now for the R1Ts next year. Very much looking forward to that one. But Charles Hall, having been out-qualified fairly comfortably by Mike Genvy, goes to show qualifying only tells part of the story. Heads through the hairpin at Melbourne then. He's still got a third of the race or so to go, so not going to hand this one to him just yet. He's got to negotiate the traffic. Got to hope he doesn't run into any mechanical problems. But as he heads out onto the pit straight, the team, I'm sure, will be telling him that that Genvy is gone. He doesn't need to worry about Mike now as far as the race victory is concerned. There is Ed Worthington coming through. Haven't gone that lap down. Out of the first turn then. Worthington 14th now, of course, with Mike Genvy being in the pits. Genvy is still in the pits, by the way, so no chance of him getting back out anytime soon. And if he does, he'll be a number of laps down. Number 88 here then, in shot, makes its way through. Richard Hardy, Worthington coming through behind. So, Worthington, his next target is actually only 2.5 seconds up the road. That is hardest. That would be for position, those two, 88 and 1. Looking down the order for where the closest battles are, there's a good scrap going on between number 66, Martin Heath, and number 12, the recovering Andy Fido after his spin at Melbourne. Those two were just half a second apart at the start of the lap then, numbers 66 and 12. In that 11th and 12th positions. Out of the final corner, though, comes the... oh, there is the 66. There we go. That was well spotted. So this is that battle. They've separated a bit since the last lap, but it's now doubled to a second. Smart still ahead of Heath, though. Now, here we go. Track limits penalties starting to come in, and would you believe one of them is for the race leader. 5-second track limits penalty for Charles Hall. He's 15 seconds up the road from Chippy Westmail, though, so that doesn't really matter. Number 12 is also being given a penalty. That is Andy Fido in the car just behind the black number 66. And he's been lapped, in fact, by the race leader. And the other one is Chippy Westmail. So, that was close. Either side of the back markers there. There were cars on 3 different laps there. The leader was lapping Martin Heath, who was also lapping. Is that Alistair Smart? I think it might be. Oh no, because Smart was on the same lap as Heath. So is that Smart slowing with a problem? I think it might be. So Heath and Fido both gaining ground there at the expense of Andy Smart. But yes, the top 2 cars then both have 5-second track limits penalties. It doesn't affect their positions at the moment because Hall is 15 seconds ahead of Westmail, who is 13 seconds ahead of Matt Manderson in 3rd position. But it could affect their positions if they get any more track limits penalties. There are still 4 minutes to go. So if they were to get another penalty, then that would go up to 10 seconds. Then it's 15, and then they start getting given either drive-through penalties or, at this late stage of the race, more likely exclusions. So need to be careful with these track limits. There are only really a couple of places that they're being properly monitored. Down at the old hairpin, running too wide on the exit. Redgate there as well, I suppose. Another place where people might be pushing the track limits a bit, but mainly it's down at the bottom of the hill here at the old hairpin. You'll see as Charles Hall comes through here. Well, he would have done, but we've cut back to a car coming into the pit lane. Now, who was that? That might be Andy Smart, I think, is it? Yeah, Smart is in. So Andy Smart in. You can see the white bodywork on the ground, by the way, to the right. That's off Mike Genvy's car, so they've still got that car in the garage, trying to figure out what the issue is. And in now also to the garage next door goes Andrew Smart. But it's a shame for Andy, who was running inside the top 10. Heath, therefore, inherits 10th place. Off wide goes the leader. This is what I mean, you see, with all this traffic around, it's not a done deal until you actually see the checkered flag. And Charles Hall has got more back markers to negotiate. Tony Freeman, that is now, after his spin at the chicane in the Radical SR10. That's the only SR10 on the grid, isn't it? Yeah, it is. He is running in 9th place overall. And there, number 50, just ahead, on a completely different lap, is Norman Lackford, running in 16th position. So the leader about to go on to the penultimate lap of the race then. 2.5 minutes to go, but they're lapping in the 1 minute 28s. These are, I think, the fastest lap times of any cars here this weekend. Yes, they're even lapping faster than the Superkarts are fractionally, so these are the fastest things out on track at Donington Park here this weekend. Certainly this car is setting a very, very strong pace, 29.930. Still no sign of that penalty increasing, so it's still just 5 seconds for now for Charles Hall. It's 16.3 seconds nearly ahead of Westmail anyway. In third place, Matt Manderson hasn't even got to the start-finish line yet in his Radical SR8. Richard Chamberlain, by the way, has been caught by Jason Rishover over the last lap or so. They're just half a second apart now, numbers 15 and 28 for 6th position. And Charles Hall has been given another penalty now, so it is up to 10 seconds. So he's kept on exceeding track limits. Trouble is, every time he gets a penalty, he's taken another 5 seconds or so out of Westmail in seconds, so he's now 16 seconds clear. When you take 10 seconds off that, he's still got a 6.2 second advantage, so he should be okay. I think it might be the chicane where they're pinging him, because I've noticed he is taking a lot of the curve through the right-hand element of that chicane, which is brave to do, really, in a low-slung sports prototype. Very easy to damage the car or lose control if you hit the bump too hard. So across the line goes Charles Hall, then final lap begins, and 50 seconds left on the clock. The main question now is not so much whether he's going to get to the line first, but whether or not he's going to exceed track limits again. Because if he does, then all of a sudden his victory might be in question. Down through the crane of curves, there is Hall, 19 seconds now the cushion over Westmail. So even if he did exceed track limits again, he'd probably get away with it. Nice and neat and tidy there out of the old hairpin. Now look at this traffic though. This is that's Rishover up the inside of Chamberlain. That's for position. So that's Rishover into the top 6 again now, just as the leader arrived on the scene. So Jason Rishover is now actually running higher than he ever qualified, having qualified 7th on the grid. Nice recovery that after his early spin. But he's got to now make way for the leader, Charles Hall. He pulls right, Hall goes left, and now down into the chicane at Fogarty's for the final time. Charles Hall, as long as he doesn't mess this up over the final couple of corners, is going to take a bit of an unexpected race victory. The issues for Mike Genvy aside, it was still a good drive for Hall, having got the lead at the first corner with that very robust bit of driving, shall we call it, on the run towards the right-hander. But it is going to be Hall that comes through the final turn. He will take the checkered flag then to win the first race of the weekend for the Zeo Prototype Cup, and it is going to be a dominant one in the end for Charles Hall. Despite a 10-second penalty for track limits, he's still going to take the win. Of course, Chris Westmail in second place also has a 5-second time penalty anyway, so Westmail is never really that likely to look into it. Here comes the Praga though. Nice to see the Praga out on track, and it crosses the line now to take second place here at Donington Park, and then third will be a long way back. That's Matt Manderson, but Matt's going to be... is he in this group? I don't think he is. Oh, here he comes now in the background, I reckon. So these are some lapped cars, and then is that Manderson number 16 for third? Yes, it was. So he was 10.7 seconds back from Westmail. So actually, he closed in a bit there towards the end. With Westmail's 5-second penalty, he might have had a chance of stealing second, but it's not quite going to happen. Fourth place then should go to the Juno, and the 5 of Graham Charman, and then the MCR of Andy Chittenden. Those two trading places in the middle part of that race. So entertaining stuff then. The rest of them all coming through there. Heath behind Freeman. Jason Rishover, of course, one of the stories of that one after his spin, recovering to a really strong 6th position ahead of Richard Chamberlain on the very last lap of the race. Ed Worthington as well from the back of the grid gets 12th. Only 2 non-finishers then. They were Alistair Smart, excuse me, and Mike Genvy, 17th and 18th positions. So, good stuff from the Zeo Prototype Cup. They, as I said, will have another race later on this afternoon, and that one will be another 20-minute race. Wait and see whether Charles Hall can do the double, or if Mike Genvy is going to have the time and the pace to move back through from the back of the grid, I guess, is where he'll be starting now, depending on how they make the grid for that second race. And yeah, hopefully they will get the Genvy gun back out there. It's a fantastic car, and it would be a shame if it wasn't able to take part in the race. So Charles Hall pulls up in front of his garage. Of course, the Zeo prototypes are using the garages, so he should still have gone to Parc Fermé, though, I think, and I would hope he's going to get waved down. No, he's getting out of the car, so Charles Hall, the race winner, might not make it as far as Parc Fermé. Is everybody else going to go to Parc Fermé, or are they all just pulling up in the pit lane? I think they are all stopping in the pits and being reversed straight into their garages. So unfortunately, that means we might not be able to hear from the podium finishers after that race. That's a bit of a shame. Would have been nice to get Charles's perspective on the run to the first corner, especially, and find out how worried he was about Mike Genvy closing in on him in that middle part of the race, but we may never know. So into the garages they go then. That's the last we'll see of the prototypes for now, but as I said, they'll be out again a little bit later on. So, whilst we wait then for our next race to get underway, that will be for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, their final race of the weekend. Let's take a look back at some of the best moments from our first Zeo Prototype Club race of the day. So the Zeo Prototype Cup done for now. They'll be back out again later on today. But now we turn our attention to the Mazda MX-5 Championship, then the third and final race of the weekend for what has been a brilliantly entertaining championship this weekend. Jack Brewer and Ollie Allwood came into the weekend separated by not a huge amount in the championship, but certainly Brewer had a decent advantage and would have been looking to simply consolidate that points lead here this weekend. It's not quite gone to plan though, has it? Because Jack and Ollie tangled yesterday and Allwood ended up finishing third, whilst Jack ended up all the way down in 10th position. And then earlier on today, it was another race that saw Allwood pip Jack Brewer on the very last corner, finishing in third position, with Brewer fourth. But Allwood set the fastest lap, so he took another few points out of him. It means that they are separated now by just 2 points coming into this race, the final race of the weekend. Here is the grid then. It is the result from the second race as well, so if you missed it, this is how they finished. Seb Fisher got his second victory of the weekend from Callum Greatrex, and they will start on row 1. Then it's the championship contenders. Allwood third, Brewer fourth, and within reason, whichever way around they finish in this race could well be the order that they are in the championship going to the finale at Brands Hatch. Zach Oates and Steve Foden share row 3 ahead of Luke Pullen and Stuart Simmons, so quite a lot of AB Motorsport teammates up there to help Ollie Allwood, possibly, but we'll wait and see if that's actually how it's going to work. Brian Trott and Michael Green make up the fifth row of the grid ahead of Owen Mills and Jack Moody. Stephen Bartlett and Fraser Fennick, who came through nicely from the back of the grid in race 2. Jake Jensen and Tim Dorr sharing the 8th row. Row 9 is where we will have Kevin Dengate and Michael Nibbs. Brad Jones and Christopher Ginn are on the 10th row. Then Bo Parry and Scott Leach. Tom Mallett and Cian Donaldson are on row 12. And then on the 13th row, we've got Oak Richardson and Bryn Griffiths. And, Ivan Leary, excuse me, ahead of Bryn Griffith, ahead of Oak Richardson, then Bryn Griffiths, then Bill Taylor, Graham Rumsey and Christian Dan to round out the top 30. Rob Mugglestone and Richard Harwood are next, ahead of Richard Bartlett and Oliver Graham. Oliver Graham should move forward from the back of the grid there. Have been quick in the earlier races. Adam Craig had a lot of damage in the previous race. Hopefully we'll get out there for this one. He's on row 18 with Michael Pearce, with Richard Wotton and Matt Allen at the back of the grid. So, yeah, championship-wise then, if Allwood is 1 position ahead of Jack Brewer in this race and has the fastest lap, which is worth a bonus point, then Allwood will take the championship lead by a single point, by my reckoning, going to Brands Hatch next time out. If, however, he is ahead of him without the fastest lap, if he's 1 position ahead of him without the fastest lap, they'll be tied on points. And, of course, if Brewer beats Allwood, then he will hold on to the championship lead going into those final 3 races on the 30th and 31st of October. As we've already documented a few times this weekend with all of our MX5 and Fiesta championships, their final rounds are not allowed to be dropped scores. So this is the final race of the year that could be dropped. So if either Brewer or Allwood were to have an absolute nightmare and get their first DNF of the season, this is the race to do it. Don't wait until Brands Hatch next time, because that really could be disastrous for the championship. To the pit lane is going to go Bo Parry, I think, with a very odd line over the grass. He's determined that he's going to get into the pits. Does that mean he's dropping fluid? If he thinks he's dropping fluid, he might have been driving down the grass to sort of ensure that he didn't get any of it on the track. I think that was... No, it might not have been Bo Parry, actually. I think I can see Bo still there. Is he the number 73? Someone just ahead of him. Maybe it was 52, Jake Jensen. I'm struggling to see from here where the gap is in the grid, but there is someone that's going to be missing there from somewhere around 15th place or so. But anyway, everybody else is there. Yes, in amongst this championship battle, it's been a great weekend for Seb Fisher and Callum Greatrex, because Greatrex has a 4th and a 2nd, and of course Seb Fisher, his first 2 victories of the season. Can, though, he get the hat-trick? Only 2 drivers have done that so far this year. They are Jack Brewer and Ollie Allwood. Brewer did it at Croft. Allwood did it last time at Cadwell Park. Can Seb Fisher do it here at Donington? The red lights go out on then. 20 minutes of racing gets underway. Now away they go, and everyone away pretty cleanly at the front of the field. Allwood immediately moving to the inside of the road there to try and cover off from the cars behind. It is Fisher that gets the advantage, though, down to the first corner. Bit of a push there from Jack Brewer into the back of Callum Greatrex, but he eventually goes to the inside of Greatrex and tries to follow Ollie Allwood past him. Now, hold your breath, everyone. Let's hope they all get cleanly around Redgate. Looks like they have done. And then down through Hollywood. 1 car on the grass there, off in the distance, down the right-hand side of the road. That's not where you want to be, but they managed to survive that in one piece. So, Fisher leads. Allwood 2nd. Brewer 3rd. Oh, contact Steve Foden there with the 145 car of Zach Oates going through the old hairpin. Zach Oates getting a bit robust as he moved ahead of, or stayed ahead of, Steve Foden. Up towards Schwantz they go. Fisher, Allwood and Brewer, though. They are the leading trio. They've been the fastest 3 drivers, really, this weekend, but with Brewer and Allwood getting into each other in yesterday's race in particular, and delaying each other in race 2 today, they've sort of opened the door for others to get onto the podium. Zach Oates is not letting Steve Foden through, is he? He put Foden on the grass again then, going up into the right-hander at Coppice. Could have ended in tears. They're 3 wide now, look, with Brian Trott in the background. So you've got Foden, the black and gold car, on the inside, Oates on the outside, and Brian Trott says, I'm bored of this, I'm just going to try and pass both of you. At the head of the field, meanwhile, Allwood's got the lead ahead of Fisher. Brewer goes with him, though, into second place significantly. A couple of them going through the gravel, through the chicane. They all, I think, have got away with that just about. And then they head into the braking zone at Melbourne. So Allwood the leader, Brewer second, Fisher down to third, fourth place Luke Pullen. Fifth position then is where it's all really kicking off. Callum Greatrex falling backwards, and I think that's Fraser Fennick that just got past Callum Greatrex, actually. The purple 263 car. Let's have a look. Is Fennick into the top half dozen now? I think he is, yes. He goes up the inside of one of his teammates now as well. So Fraser Fennick, having started 13th on the grid, is going to be a contender for the race win here. Comes across the line at the end of lap 1, running in 5th position. So the 5th placed car absolutely flying through. Fraser Fennick then, behind him there side by side. That is actually going to be Stuart Simmons, isn't it? Number 88 up the inside of Callum Greatrex. And there is Luke Pullen. So Pullen's had a slightly worse start than some of his teammates around him. And he ends up on the dirt coming out of Redgate. Steve Foden then up alongside. There's a bit of Mazda lying at the side of the road on the top of the Craner curve. Stuart Simmons exits stage left. Did he stay on the track? Yes, but he loses out to Greatrex. And then screeching of tyres. Oh, someone's off. Who's that? Did they save it? Where have they gone? There's a big cloud of dust, but there's no sign of a spinning Mazda. I think that might have been possibly Greatrex that ran a little bit wide and he's going to lose a place there, isn't he? Yeah, Greatrex getting shuffled out. He gets sideways again. Now he's going to lose it, is he? No, brilliant car control from Greatrex, but he is now going to lose out to Steve Foden. Foden goes through on the inside at Coppice, and there's a whole queue of cars behind waiting to follow him through. So, unfortunately, the race unravelling a bit here from the man that finished second in the previous race, Callum Greatrex. The red car there on the outside through Coppice Corner. Now he will have the inside for the chicane. Foden is going to go past him. Can he prevent the next car of Luke Pullen going through? No, he can't. But he does get back in the front of Stephen Bartlett. So only the 2 places lost in the end there, but he's lost a number of others before that. Not been a good first couple of laps this for Callum Greatrex, but a good first lap though for Ollie Allwood. He's got the lead, he's got the fastest lap at the moment, but of course we haven't had a full flying lap yet, so it's this lap that will likely be quicker. And for the time being, Jack Brewer looks happy to work with Allwood almost. They're getting away from Fisher in third. So as long as they don't battle, he says, as they go side by side, they should be able to pull a gap on the rest of the field. Forget everything I just said then. Jack Brewer is absolutely going to attack Ollie Allwood. They're side by side. They lean on each other coming out of Goddard's, and they come across the start-finish line 3/1000ths of a second apart, with Brewer on the right, Allwood on the left. Championship leaders fighting for the race lead, and Fraser Fennick is closing in as well. He goes up the inside for third place. Fraser Fennick from 13th on the grid. He may be missing a rear bumper, but he's into the top 3 positions now, having slid up the inside of Zach Oates there and relieved him of third position through Redgate Corner. So Allwood hangs on to the lead then from Brewer, but it's Fraser Fennick, the man on the move. We haven't seen a lot of Fraser at the front of the field this weekend because he went off pretty early in yesterday's race after contact with Michael Nibbs up at Coppice. So we didn't really get to see how he was going to race these 2 championship contenders, but here he is. He's going to get stuck well and truly in. Jack Brewer goes to the inside of Allwood, and Fennick's going to try and go with him. So Brewer to the lead of the race. Allwood needs to try and squeeze in line. Can he do it? Can he do it? Yes, he just about manages it. And he immediately, in fact, switches from defence to attack to try and maybe have another go at Jack Brewer on the run through Coppice Corner. So Fraser Fennick then is clearly quite happy to get stuck in. He is another AB Motorsport driver though, so he's teammates to Ollie Allwood, and he is now helping Ollie. Look, because he pushes Ollie back ahead of Brewer down the back straight. So I was going to say, I'm a bit surprised he was attacking Allwood just now, but now he is giving him the bumper, pushing him down the back straight, and that is important because not only is Allwood the leader now, but it puts a car between himself and Jack Brewer, and it puts a friendly car between himself and Jack Brewer because that is a teammate behind Allwood. So different liveries on those cars and different from the other AB Motorsport cars, but they are both prepared by Ali Bray's team, and they may now be able to conspire against Jack Brewer a little bit. And if they do, and things were to finish like this, Allwood would steal the championship lead for the first time all year. just as we go into the final round of the championship. Brewer can see what's going to happen, can't he, here? He can see he's getting delayed by Fenwick. Look at the way Allwood is going. Fraser Fenwick, whether this is intentional or not, I don't know, but he is providing a brilliant rear gunner action here for Ollie Allwood, his teammate, out in front. He's defending from Brewer. He's holding him up. Jack goes to the outside through Redgate. Can't make it work there. And Jack has got another AB Motorsport car at the inside now. That's Zach Oates. All of a sudden, Jack Brewer is starting to feel very, very outnumbered here. It's an AB Motorsport 1-2. Is it about to become a 1-2-3? Not if Jack Brewer can help it. He sends it through the middle part of the Craner curves, slides across the nose of Zach Oates, and he will hold on to that third place. But how much of a hindrance is Fraser Fenwick going to be? Of course, they're all out there to get the best results for themselves. They're all paying to be here. You know, they're all paying their own entry fees and paying to run their cars. So I don't think Fraser Fenwick is going to settle for second as such, but he's certainly not going to make life easy for Jack Brewer. More AB cars on the way, look, because Seb Fisher is now in a lot of, that's Bo Parry in a lot of trouble down at the old hairpin, but Seb Fisher there was losing out to Stuart Simmons and to Zach Oates, I think, through McLean's corner. As again, Brewer moves alongside Fraser Fenwick for second place. This has got trouble written all over it, hasn't it? Look how many cars are in this battle. It's working out beautifully for Allwood out in front. Brewer to the outside, Fenwick on the inside. Brewer can't stand his ground on the outside. He's going to be slow off the corner. That was a mistake from Jack Brewer, and here comes Zach Oates. Zach Oates up the inside of him, coming out of the chicane. He's going to take third place away from Brewer, who could lose more because Seb Fisher goes up the inside. That is Stuart Simmons going up the inside of him as well. The yellow car of Jack Brewer is plummeting down the order here. He loses one, almost 2 places. He fights back against Stuart Simmons coming off the corner, and in fact, not only does he keep Stuart behind, but he draws back level with Seb Fisher for 4th position. He's on the outside though, into the Goddard's hairpin. That's not usually the place to be, especially one on the inside. You've got a whole queue of cars trying to come past you. Fisher does manage to fend him off, so that's down to 5th position for Jack Brewer. Needs to try and get back into at least a podium place here, limit the damage being done by leader Ollie Allwood. Through Redgate then, Fisher and Oates battling. That's going to delay them a bit and maybe give Brewer an opportunity to get alongside Fisher. Out of Redgate through Hollywood, around the right-hander now. This will give Brewer the inside for the Craner curves. This is exactly what he did a lap ago, and he's made it work again. He's back into P4 then. What's Jack Brewer's 3 dropped scores? So he's had a couple of bad races, hasn't he? Yeah, so this won't even become a drop. He has to drop down to... he's have to drop down to 10th place for this to become a new drop. So he can't even rely on the drop score situation to save him here, because he had a really bad race weekend at Silverstone where he didn't trouble the podium all weekend long, Jack Brewer. And so if he finishes 4th, this will definitely count towards his championship total. Fastest lap at the moment does at least belong to Fraser Fenwick, so he has taken that away from Ollie Allwood. That's good news for Brewer. So Brewer in 4th then would score 94 points. 100 points would go the way of his rival, meaning they'd be 4 points apart going to Brands Hatch, but that's already old news because through goes Brewer ahead of Zach Oates there, who ends up going through the gravel as well, so can't retaliate coming down the hill. That's an extra 2 championship points that move was worth, and it means that as things stand, Brewer would be just 2 points adrift of Allwood going to Brands Hatch. Down into the hairpin then. What's going on behind? What's going on behind? They're 4 wide. This is not going to work. 4 wide up the hill into the Goddard's hairpin. Callum Greatrex is back in this, and Brian Trott. They go either side of Luke Pullin. Haven't seen Brian all weekend, really. He's been really struggling outside the top 10 for much of the weekend, and now he's up here fighting for a position inside the top 4 or 5. Greatrex, I think, will hold him off, but behind, an absolute swarm of MX-5s. Down to Redgate they go. The top 3 getting away. Allwood from Fenwick from Brewer, who has got the fastest lap. Jack Brewer gets the fastest lap of the race. Another point goes his way. They'd be just 1 point apart now as it stands, and he could still get second place away from Fraser Fenwick. Out of Redgate goes this melee. This is just absolutely phenomenal racing, and it's been really clean so far, touch wood. I hope I haven't just put the mockers on that, because it's been terrific racing, really enjoyable stuff up to this point. Callum Greatrex then moves through into 4th, then it is Luke Pullen 5th. The inside for 6th there goes Steve Foden. So Brian Trott, who was 5th at the start of the lap, is now 7th at best as they go up the hill towards McLean's, although he's fighting back again now. Greatrex and Brewer Now, what's happened to Brewer? Jack Brewer's had a problem. The yellow machine of Jack Brewer, who was right on the tail of Stuart Simmons last time I saw him, in third, has just dropped a couple of places, and there's someone in the weeds there. That's Brian Trott. But we need to see if there's a problem here for Jack Brewer, because Greatrex goes through. So too does Luke Pullen. So there, look, Fennick on his own now in second, then Greatrex into third. I don't think there's a problem for Brewer. I think he's made a mistake and been off the road, maybe down at the old hairpin, and that has cost him a number of places. So he may have the fastest lap, but unfortunately he's got a lot of overtaking to do again now with 8 3/4 minutes to go. Brewer, can he fend off Pullen? Just about millimetres between front and rear bumper there as they went through the chicane and dropped down the hill. So we'll see exactly what position he falls into at the end of the lap. I think it's going to be 4th or 5th, isn't it? 4th, possibly. There goes Allwood first. 2nd, Fennick. 3rd and wide is Greatrex. So, yeah, back down to 4th position again now for Brewer. So 95 points would be his score. He'd be 3 behind. Brian Trott and Seb Fisher there coming to blows almost on the run up the hill. Fisher on the inside line there trying to work his way back through the order, and around goes Zach Oates. No, sorry, that is not Zach Oates. That is the 88 of Stuart Simmons, one of Zach's teammates that spun, and he's now facing the oncoming traffic. It's a slightly blind corner that at Goddard's as well, because you go over quite a crest, so there's always a worry that the chasing pack won't see you, that you're sat there. Thankfully he gets it going again, but heads straight into the pit lane, so damage or a problem, or maybe a lack of interest in continuing in the race after that for Stuart Simmons. Right, Brewer is back ahead of Greatrex now. You can't keep up with this, can you? So he's back into 3rd again. But, of course, a long way behind the Fraser Fennick car in 2nd. He's about 3 seconds behind Fraser now. Unlikely, really, to challenge him. Fraser, in turn, is 3.2 behind Allwood. So Allwood is on course, I think, for an easy race victory now. It's all about where Brewer ends up. If he loses more positions, that will help Allwood and give him a bigger championship lead going into the final meeting at Brands Hatch. There go Brian Trott and Seb Fisher then. This is for 6th place, Trott having passed Fisher at the start of the lap. Running down the back straight then, and Trott's going to run a little bit wide here, isn't he? With Fisher alongside him, but the inside coming out of Coppers is the outside of the chicane. Doesn't matter, he had so much more momentum. He's passed him long before they get to the braking zone. So Fisher back into that 6th place that he held at the start of the lap now. It's a shame this for Seb, though. After winning the first 2 races, he just never quite... he got shuffled out early on by Allwood and Brewer, and then when it all kicked off, he sort of found himself on the wrong side of the road more often than not, and slipping backwards rather than going forwards. We'll see how much further up the order he can get. Same is true of Brewer, who will be hoping against hope now that Greatrex is going to work with him. I'm not sure he will. Fisher on the tail of Luke Pullen now, so that's one more place that Fisher could get. That will put him back in the top 5. Wouldn't be a bad weekend's work if he could get that. He's only 6 points behind Steve Foden coming into today's racing, and of course he beat Steve in the previous race. That would be for 4th in the points. And they're not a million miles behind Brian Trott, who's had a bit of a weekend to forget. So it's important for Fisher to maximise on the pace that he's obviously got this weekend. There goes the 222. That's Michael Green on the outside. Stephen Bartlett slipping through on the inside of him. And Zach Oates, the car ahead of them, number 145, that they're dicing with. That is for 10th position. There they go. Here comes that group. Got Tim Dorr, the green and yellow car, making this a 4-way fight. They head through the old hairpin. Head back towards the right-hander at McLean's. Oh dear, that's close. Michael Green on Stephen Bartlett. Wasn't expecting that. I didn't think he had an overlap, but he didn't really, but he sort of forced one. And Michael Green's got the inside now for Coppers as well. Tim Dorr thinks, hang on a minute, I can make it 3 wide, and he tries to. Takes a very tight line, does Tim, and ends up losing exit speed as a result of that. Here comes Greatrex then, who is still in 4th place. Brewer getting away from him now, I think. Jack's just set another new fastest lap. He already had the fastest lap, but he's improved upon that now. 56.220. 2.5 though behind Brewer. Sorry, behind Fennick, who was quicker than the leader by actually over a second. It was a really slow lap that from Allwood. On the previous one, a 58.1 for Allwood, a 56.9 for Fennick. So over a second faster for Fraser. It must have been a mistake for Allwood because his fastest is a 56.9. He was over a second off that pace. 5-second track limits penalties for Callum Greatrex. That's significant. Number 73 as well getting one, which is someone a bit further back in the pack. 73, scan down my entry list, is... Oh, Bo Parry, who was off the road before anyway, so he's been given a 5-second penalty, but significantly, Callum Greatrex has one, so that sort of takes him out of this fight now, and will mean that a few others behind him are going to gain a position, and of course there's always the chance that further penalties might be added to that as well. So the car running fourth on the road has a 5-second track limits penalty. Not sure what Luke Pullen was waving out there as he came down the hill, but maybe waving at Seb Fisher to say that he's not going to attack him. There are the leaders. The gap is coming down and down. Surely Fraser Fenwick's not going to steal this victory away from Ollie Allwood, is he? I mean, Fraser has a win to his name this year. He took one back at Silverstone. He'd love another, and he's clearly faster than Allwood at this stage of the race. But if he takes the lead away from Ollie Allwood, Allwood will lose the championship lead to Jack Brewer. So is Fenwick going to play the team game? Remember, these two are teammates. Or is he going to go for glory? He's got another 2 laps, I think, after this as well. So Allwood's going to struggle to hang on. Fenwick did not try and overtake him there into the chicane. And it's that maybe a sign that he's not going to try and overtake him at all. Of course, if Allwood has a problem here, which I suspect he might do actually, could Jack Brewer even catch them before the end of the race? And what might that mean for the championship? Wide there for Allwood. Nothing obviously wrong with the car. It could just be a setup thing. It's a lot warmer now than it was this morning when the cars were last on track. So I wonder if they've gone for a setup that's not working that well for Allwood. Whatever it is, his pace has significantly dropped away by nearly a second a lap compared to what he was doing earlier on in the race. And critically, he's a full second a lap slower than Jack Brewer. You can see Brewer in the background. The yellow car is closing in. So Allwood does... there we go, never mind, a personal best of 56.9, but it was a 56.2 for Fenwick and a 56.3 for Brewer. So Brewer was still over half a second faster there than the race leader. He's got 2 more laps to go, but he's lost the fastest lap significantly. The fastest lap has just gone to Seb Fisher. The double winner so far this weekend sets the new fastest lap of the race. That takes that point back away from Brewer. And it means that he would now once again be 2 points behind Allwood, who is sideways at the old hairpin. Fraser Fenwick might have no choice here but to have a go at going for the race lead, because Allwood is clearly all over the place and not as quick as the cars behind him. And for AB Motorsport, yes, they would love Allwood to win the race from a championship perspective, but if Allwood can't win it, they'd rather Fenwick did than they both end up holding each other up and allow Brewer to come and steal it from them. So really difficult situation this for the AB Motorsport team. Out of the right-hander at Coppers now. Is Fenwick going to have a go? He's close enough to do it if he wanted to, but no, he's pushing Allwood down the straight. He's bump drafting there with his teammate. He's not overtaking him. Is he just biding his time, waiting for the last lap, or is he pledging his allegiance here to Ollie Allwood and saying, no, I'm going to push you home and make sure that you have that championship lead going to the last round? Allwood, is he defending? He might be. If he starts defending, of course, that will delay them even further and allow Brewer to catch them. Out of the Melbourne hairpin, there's Brewer lurking in the background. He was 2.6 seconds behind Fenwick at the start of the lap. Is he going to be a little bit closer this time? I suspect he might be. The final lap is about to begin, but is there more drama around the corner in this intriguing championship battle that has been toing and froing all season long between Allwood and Brewer? Brewer has had the championship lead for most of the season. He's got a couple more race wins. He's had 7 victories so far this year to Allwood's 4. This would be a 5th if he can hang on. But Jack Brewer has got the fastest lap back, critically, and it was a 156.1, 1.2 seconds faster than the leader. He's 1.8 seconds off the lead going on to the final lap. So if you can get a whiff of a slipstream down that back straight on this lap, Jack Brewer might just have a go, at the very least, at taking second place away from Fraser Fenwick. If Allwood wins the race and Brewer is second, then Brewer will hang on to the championship lead. Only by a point, but every point is going to matter in this championship, isn't it? And I think he is going to get a bit of a slipstream from them here. Fenwick has clearly decided that he's not going to attack Allwood, so at least Allwood knows he doesn't really have to defend, or you'd hope he knows he doesn't have to defend. And yeah, I think he does know, because he's not defended into coppice, despite the fact Fenwick was quicker out of the preceding corner. But Allwood is going to get a bit of a toe down the back straight. He might be a bit quicker through the chicane. Is he going to get there in time to steal second place? Remember, he lost a position at the last corner to Ollie Allwood in the previous race. He lost third place to Allwood in race number 2 at the very last turn, so he knows that these races are never over until they're over. Through the chicane, Allwood a little bit scrappy through there maybe. Fenwick closing in, but it's really how close the third place car is that matters. Where is Jack Brewer? There go the top 2 into the Melbourne hairpin for the final time. 2 corners from home then from a crucial 5th victory of the season for Ollie Allwood. I don't think Brewer is quite going to have time. If this race had been 1 lap longer, Jack Brewer absolutely could have had a chance to take second from Fraser Fenwick, but it is not quite going to happen. It's been a brilliant, dutiful drive this from Fraser in second position from the gravel trap in race 1 to the podium in race 3, but it's Ollie Allwood for the first time possibly all season, who is going to take the points lead, and he does it going into the final round of the season. Ollie Allwood wins, Fraser Fenwick second, and Jack Brewer in third sets another fastest lap there, 8/10 quicker than the leader as he pursued them, and that, off the road, is the number 6 car. That's one of the Mike Comber racing cars of Richard Harwood. That looks like it's on the exit of McLean's, and the number 6 car then is sat there, beached in the gravel trap, hand out of the cockpit just to let everyone know that he's there, although you'd like to think that they could see the car stuck in the gravel trap anyway. So, Allwood with the win, Fenwick second, Brewer third, Seb Fisher fourth, Luke Pullen fifth, Steve Foden was sixth, Brian Trott was seventh, Callum Greatrex finished 8th after his 5-second penalty, 9th was Zach Oates, and 10th place for Michael Green. So, yeah, the Brian Trott then will mathematically keep himself in championship contention, I think with that 7th place, but he's a long way back now. And going to Brands Hatch though, that's a good circuit for Brian. He's won races there in the past, so again, because they can't drop any of those finishes at Brands Hatch, means the pressure is really, really on going into the final rounds. So, what a turn up for the books then. Ollie Allwood, who, when we came into the weekend here at Donington Park, was quite some way in, well, not a long way, but certainly compared to how close it is now, he was quite some way adrift of Jack Brewer. He was 13 points back coming into the weekend on dropped scores, but Jack Brewer having another weekend that hasn't quite gone to plan. I mean, he's got a podium in that race, but the first race where he finished 10th position, admittedly with the fastest lap, that was definitely not a high point of the year for Brewer. And Ollie Allwood seizing the opportunity to go really well here and move into that points lead by the slenderest of margins. 1 solitary championship point between them as we go to the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival. So that is it for our Mazda MX-5s, unfortunately. They've kept us thoroughly entertained all weekend long. We haven't really had a dull race from either the Mark 1 Championship, the Clubman Championship, or the Super Cup. And they will all be back out at that Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival on the 30th and 31st of October. Another chance to remind you of the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival live on October the 30th and 31st, with the Mazda MX-5 Championships providing a worthy support to the main event, which has 90 cars already entered for the Formula Ford Festival, and they're looking for more to be added to that entry list very, very shortly. So 30th and 31st of October, keep an eye on the BRSCC's social media pages for all of the information on that. Right, whilst we wait for the MX-5 drivers to make their way into Parc Fermé, let's check out the highlights of our final MX-5 race of the weekend.
that looked like one of the more fun races of the weekend.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's not been a very good weekend in terms of results, but I think the less said about the first race better. But yeah, that's how we.
Another Mazda MX-5 Championship race and another swing in the title battle. It's making it awfully close between Jack Brewer and Oliver Allwood. And this will go all the way, I'm sure, to the final race of the weekend at the finale at the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch. Top three just in the background having a bit of conversation between each other. I think I will first of all just try and doorstep Ollie Allwood if you come with me. There was a tiny bit of conversation going on between Fraser Fennick and Jack Brewer for the bits and pieces that was going on. But I'm going to quickly doorstep and have a chat with our race winner. You've been up and down the podium this weekend, but finally on the top step for this one.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It was a tough race actually. I got the break, got into the lead nicely, and then Fraz obviously was having a battle with Jack, and I broke away. But I did a few track limits early on, and I knew the gap I had was massive, so I just thought, right, I'm going to roll out of it now, because the chicane was full of stones. There's cameras on a couple of corners and that, so I had to really sort of slow my pace, and they caught me up a lot quicker than I thought they would. I thought I had more of a gap, to be honest. But Fraz, I have to doff my cap to him, because he's my teammate and he's done an amazing job today. I can't thank him enough. I wouldn't be sitting on this without Fraser. And I can say that as well. So hopefully the championship and I'll pay him more, yeah. Next year's he's definitely going to be winning races and right at the front. He's already proved that. So yeah, Fraser and the team AB have done an amazing job. A really successful weekend for the team. The boys have worked incredibly hard, but as you can see, there's AB Motorsport cars.
So this now produces a showdown. It's essentially you versus Jack now. Either, I think, considering that you did get some penalty points in your licence for yesterday, it's either you're 1 point ahead, 8 points behind him, and we know that you can't drop any scores from the last 3 races. So this is going to mean, quite literally, every single point's going to count at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, 8 points behind. I don't know if he got fastest lap. Thereabouts. It's literally it's going to be a proper head-to-head battle at Brands Hatch. So we're looking forward to it. Should be good. Good to be there at the end.
Hopefully happier memories than last year.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I ended up with a car, so it doesn't end up.
Apart from that. Second place, let's have a chat with, where's he got to? Fraser Fennick just over here. Have a quick chat with Steve Andrew here. Quickly just doorstep for a second and head to Fraser. You got the job done. You managed to help Ollie out get the points he needed, and even sans a rear bumper.
Yeah, I didn't actually notice it'd gone until we'd finished. And then I was driving past it all the time, and I was like, "Is that mine? Is that?" I drove past it early, and or anything, but no, definitely a hard race, hard battle all the way from the back, 33rd in the second race, all the way to 40th, fighting 4th to second. I love racing. I really enjoy it, and I'm starting to get used to the car and the team and everything. Really happy for Ollie, and really happy for Jack as well, for all 3 of us on the podium.
So, but one second for third place. There. Hand over to essentially our main event of this weekend. Final a British Superkart Grand Prix. It puts Liam Harpen and Liam Morley, the 2 heat winners, on the front row together. Someone's going to walk away, hopefully, with a brand new number plate. It's going to be the letters GP. Who's it going to be? Andy?
Well, we'll find out in 12 minutes' time or so. Well, 15 minutes probably, but it's a 12-minute race for the final of the British Superkart Grand Prix. So if you've been watching along so far this weekend, which I hope you have, you'll have seen the 2 heat races that we've had here at Donington Park. And the results of those 2 heat races have given us the grid for the final. So basically you score points based on where you finish. The higher up the order you start, you finish the heat, obviously the better your point score is, and whoever has the best average score over those 2 will start at the front of the grid, and that is Lee Harpen, because Harpen won the first heat and had a 2nd place in heat 2. That heat was won by Liam Morley, but Liam was only 4th in yesterday's first heat, so Liam has to start 2nd place on the grid for this one then, but they're pretty evenly matched, those 2 actually. I don't think that Liam Morley actually out-qualified Lee Harpen in the original qualifying session session yesterday morning, so he might well feel that he can still take the fight to him. The start, for sure, is going to be interesting between those two. Carl Hume, then, who has had a second and a fourth place, starts third on the grid, with Andy Gulliford alongside. Gulliford had a third and a sixth, so his average finish has been pretty strong as well. Within the different classes, though, there are lots of them. There are 4 different classes: Division 1, Formula 250 Open, Formula 450 Open, and then the 125s, 250 and 450 National, and then 125 Open. There are going to be battles aplenty for the victory in all 4 of those classes. So here they come then. Lee Harpham will be the first out. There he goes. In fact, he's not the first out. Lee Harpham is the darker of those two. The white and green is Liam Morley alongside, and then there are a couple of others that we need to keep an eye out for coming from deeper on the grid, in particular the likes of Sam Moss. Now Sam Moss is going to start 23rd on the grid, but Sam didn't finish the first heat. He went off on lap number 1, stormed through from 49th on the grid in Heat 2 to nab himself a 3rd place finish. So Sam Moss, we know, has podium potential, just hasn't unfortunately had the results. And the other one, starting directly ahead of him on the grid, is Ross Allen. Ross Allen also non-finished race 1, having qualified very well, finished classified 46th officially, and then recovered nicely to 5th in Heat 2. We'll rattle through the grid then, because it's a rolling start for these karts then. So it is going to be Lee Harpham and Liam Morley on row 1, Carl Hume and Andy Gulliford row 2, Andrew Waite and Paul Platt, the reigning GP champion, on row number 3, ahead of Dean Ford and Lee Plain. Then it's Tom Rushforth and Tom Hatfield, then Luke Plain and Louis Wall on the 6th row, Kevin Ridley and Sean Lombardo on row 7, with Scott Allen and Peter Tilson-Hawke on the 8th row. Ben Ardern and Paul Glenister are on row 9, Samantha Hempshall and Richard Connick on row 10, and then Mark Newton on row 11 with Ross Allen for company. Ross Allen is the 2021 Division 1 champion as well, so definitely should move forward from 22nd, but whether he's going to have time to get up there and fight for the victory, well, who knows, we'll find out shortly, I guess. He's got Sam Moss right behind him, another quick driver, with Michael Parr as well. Steve Soki and John Busby are on the next row. Row 14 is Paul Von Gerard and Nicholas Kirk. Then Matt Robinson and Amy Yerger round out the top 30 on the grid, ahead of Andrew Powell and Martin Marks, John Faulkner and Mark Bramall. Then Alan Flewitt and Robert Austin on the next row, ahead of Terence Dudley and Tom Riley, who has had a non-finish this weekend as well. Gary Ward and Ian Luto on the 20th row of the grid. Then Kevin Dudley and Gary Popkins, Michael Goff and Charles Johnson, Carl Kinsey and Jordan Bailey ahead of Martin Gower, Curtis Seymour, Kirk Catamol, Mark Pask and William Lawrence. 51 starters, we hope. We'll wait to see whether they do all manage to get out there for the start of a 12-minute final then for the British Superkart Grand Prix here on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Lee Harpham versus Liam Morley is going to be fascinating, but watch for some of those coming from further back. The blue and orange, number 31, is Sam Moss. He'll have Ross Allen, number 1, at 1 place ahead of him. And there is Moss, in fact, just going past the camera on the way towards Goddard's. We'll see where they are at the end of the opening lap. For now, though, let's focus at the front. In fact, we're going to get a second green flag lap. We had this in the earlier heat as well, so 2 green flag laps then for the Superkarts, giving them plenty of time to get some warmth into those tyres. Brilliant sight they make as they come through. So here coming towards us, look, number 1, the pale blue and orange, and 31 of Sam Moss. They're these two that I keep going on about. The reason I mention them is because they made such brilliant progress from the very back of the grid in Heat 2. I really don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility that they could get up there into the fight for the victory here, because they're starting some 20 places further forward on the grid this time, and they still managed to get to the top 5. Both of them, indeed, Sam Moss got a podium in the second heat, which was important because that gave them, they'd improved their average, they'd improved their score to give them a better starting spot for the final. Across the other classes, we've had double wins, I think I'm right in saying, in all 3 of the other classes. So the 250 Nationals, Paul Platt, the reigning GP winner, has the victories in both classes. He starts 6th overall on the grid. In the 450 Nationals, it's Kevin Ridley, the man to beat. The number 11 kart starts 13th on the grid, having won both of the heats for 450s, and in the 125 Opens, Mark Bramall managed to get a victory in the first heat yesterday, and I think he actually went on to win again earlier on today. So Mark Bramall will come from 34th on the grid, the E1 plated kart, and he is odds-on favourite for sure. All of those three, in fact, odds-on favourites to win their class. It is Division 1, the top class, that's been the most openly contested, and that really was the case in the 2021 Championship, really, with 4 different race winners across what was a fairly short sort of 9-race schedule, 12-race schedule, and it all culminates in the GP event here at Donington. So there they come out of Melbourne then. The black kart, mainly black kart of Lee Harpham, a winner already this weekend, but he was only second in the earlier heat behind Liam Morley. So what can Liam do then? The white, green and red kart number 24, which will have the outside line for Redgate Corner. This is it then, the British Superkart Grand Prix at Donington Park. 12 minutes to decide the new winner of this prestigious event. They're bunching up again here at the start of the race, watching the starting gantry. The red lights go out, we're away and racing, and who's going to get into Redgate Corner first? It's pretty much neck and neck between the top two. Sam Moss is bumping his way through, looking the blue and orange kart in the midfield, and Carl Hume goes through the middle of both of the front row starters. Carl Hume from 3rd on the grid is going to get the lead into Redgate Corner, and I think he managed to hold it on the exit as well. Brilliant driving that from Carl Hume. He wasn't fancied to be one of the favourites in this one, but the yellow number 3 kart is in the lead of the race. It's Morley second, Harpham in 3rd place, so that has not gone well for the pole sitter. Lee Harpham down to 3rd place already, and actually losing touch slightly with the top 2 as they make their way through Schwantz Curve for the first time. Liam Morley in the slipstream of the number 2 kart of Carl Hume, trying to get that lead away through McLean's. Difficult through here on coldish tyres, but they get through in one piece, the race leaders, up towards Coppice, and then a chance to jump in the slipstream, down the exhibition straight then, and towards the chicane. Are we going to get a challenge for the lead here from Liam Morley? He's in the tow, he'll want to try and get through quickly before Lee Harpham has a chance to close back in, but they're not going to be close enough there into the chicane. You don't do a lot of braking into the chicane in a supercart, so it's not really a great overtaking opportunity, not on the way in, but on the way out it is, and it looked as though Liam Morley had a better exit. He's up the inside of Hume, down towards the hairpin, and here comes Lee Harpham, storming up the inside of both of them. Surely not. Lee Harpham, he couldn't get it stopped. He did have the lead briefly. 3 wide for the race lead out of the Melbourne hairpin. Terrific racing, and somehow Harpham has got it back. Lee Harpham back into the lead of the race from 1st to 3rd to 1st again, all in the length of the first lap of the race, but he's a bit scrappy out of the Goddard's hairpin. That means that Liam Morley is right back in his wheel tracks, goes to the inside line, down towards Redgate Corner. Morley on the inside, Harpham on the outside, tries to squeeze him, can't quite do it, and Liam Morley gets back into the lead of the Grand Prix as they come out of Redgate for the second time. What a sensational opening lap of racing. Number 90, I'm afraid, is out of the race. That's Robert Austin. He's pulled over on the run up through Schwantz Curve, but a terrific lead scrap here. Now, keep an eye on the kart in 4th, because guess who it is? It's Sam Moss, having picked up 19 places from where he started. There he is. He's almost with these leading 3 as well. So the order as they go through Redgate Corner, it is Morley back in front then from Harpham 2nd, Hume in 3rd position, and then Sam Moss closing in. Now, what about Ross Allen? Ross Allen only picked up, no, in fact, he only picked up 9 places. He's only 13th in the number 1 kart. So it is definitely the 31 of Sam Moss that is the biggest mover here. 19 places gained for him. Actually, 22 places gained for the number 84 kart of Matt Robinson, who started all the way down in 29th on the grid. He is into 7th spot now. I'm not sure if he's going to have quite the time to get up to this leading group, though. Out of the hairpin, another lead change. Lee Harpham's back ahead now, but Morley's going to come backing him up the hill towards the final corner. Moss is into 3rd, look, so Carl Hume, after his early pace, is fading a bit now. So Sam Moss into P3. We've now got the 3 fastest drivers here this weekend in the top 3 positions. Across the line they go. 3 minutes gone in this 12-minute race, and the top 3 are covered by 1.3 seconds. It's Moss with the fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute 28.538 is the lap time that he's set. Out of Redgate, down through the Craners again. Sam Moss has a bit of clear air to use now. Needs to try and bridge the gap to the top 2, and he needs to get there before either one of them breaks clear. I'm not sure that's going to happen, though. Lee Harpham is going to keep on pushing Liam Morley as hard as he can here for the entire race. we often see in these sort of events where there are heats that build up to a final that you don't always see the very best of people in the heats, especially when they're trying to look after their equipment. These superkarts, we've seen they can be a little bit prone to mechanical failures, so I'm sure that the likes of Morley, Harpham, they've been trying to nurse their karts through a bit, maybe not really pushing them too hard, and they're going to try now to utilise any extra performance they can get in this final event of the weekend. Within the classes then, as we check back in on some of the battling further back, the 250 class, unsurprisingly, is being led by Paul Platt. The 450s are still being led by the number 11 of Kevin Ridley, although he's fallen down to 19th place overall, still leading the class though, and it is still the E1 of Mark Bramall that leads in the 125s. Ooh, bit of a moment there. That was the 97 going through, wasn't it, of Tom Riley getting a bit of a hand gesture from the driver that he was clearing. As they make their way down towards the chicane, we've had another lead change, I can tell you. Lee Harpham is back ahead of Liam Morley now, and the top three are just 0.8 of a second apart. Ooh, 55 there, a bit squirrely through the chicane. The leaders though going down through the crane of curves, closer and closer together now as we move into the middle part of the race. Down through the Melbourne hairpin come some of these midfield battles. Of course, some of them have relevance for their classes, although there aren't any class leaders in this particular bunch. The hill then towards the final turn. 55 making some moves there and trying to move forward. That's Gary Ward, who started 39th on the grid. So across the line they go then. But it is all about, in this place, the race winners, really. Doesn't particularly matter where you finished beyond that. If you didn't win, you're going to be forgotten about, unfortunately. Oh, that's a tight battle. Number 49 on the inside there. And that's Michael Parr. Started 24th on the grid, as a bit further up the order. Back to some of the quicker karts here. Not the very front of the field, but that's number 25. Making its way through McLean's corner. This is in 16th place, actually. That's Lee Plain. No, Luke Plain, sorry, the other Plain. Lee Plain is the 101, running a bit further up the field. Right, back to the leaders, out of the hairpin. And Lee Harpham just starting to make a break now. So Sam Moss, I think, in second place is going to be looking to get past Liam Morley as quick as he can here to stop Harpham getting away. Although, actually, Moss is a bit slow out of the final hairpin. Carl Hume there still sitting in fourth. He'd be pretty happy with the fourth place, actually, I think, and having led the final in the early stages. The lead gap, half a second then. Sam Moss was really slow out of the last corner. He went into Goddard's right under the rear wing of Liam Morley. Has Sam Moss got a problem? He's faded right back again. Oh, that's definitely a problem. Now, that is an odd place to end up. That's the number 17 of Gary Potkins. How has he got there? Oh, and that's number 55, who we were following earlier on. Of Gary Ward. So Gary Ward is off. Then we've got this kart off at turn one. I've never seen anyone end up in the gravel trap on the left-hand side of the road going into Redgate. That there is quite a common place to end up off for Gary Ward. May require a safety car, of course, if that can't be moved. Which I suspect might be the case, and that will unfortunately rob Liam Morley of a little bit of time to challenge Lee Harpham, because we've got 5 minutes to go in this final. Gap half a second as they came through at the end of that fourth lap of the race. Here they are, look, it's probably a little bit less than that now as they head towards Goddard's. Morley definitely shaken off Sam Moss for now. Now, no sign of the safety car yet. That's good news. Looks like they've been able to deal with the incident at the chicane, and Liam Morley's had a really good exit from the hairpin there. He's in the slipstream now of Lee Harpham. He's surely going to try and have a go. Oh, but then he raises his hand in frustration because there's a yellow flag out, I think, at Redgate, is there? Oh, back marker, though. Back marker getting in the way, and this is Liam Morley's chance. That was the number 77 kart that just couldn't get out of the way quick enough, Terence Dudley. And yes, Morley is alongside through Hollywood, down into the crane of curves, wheel to wheel for the lead of the race. Morley's going to be on the outside line, though, for the old hairpin. And Harpham goes back through. Terrific racing. They go either side of a back marker. Fantastic. And Morley's got the lead. Liam Morley has got the lead away. Red flag. What a shame. The red flag is out, though. The race is being stopped with 4 minutes left on the clock. So we're almost exactly 2/3 through. What does that mean? Do we get a restart? Oh, I really hope we get a restart, because that was turning into an absolutely sensational battle between Lee Harpham and Liam Morley. Morley had got the lead, but was it too little too late? It was a red flag and then a no restart. Then yes, it was too late. He's not going to get the victory. Wow, that move, though, either side of, I think it was Alan Flewitt in the number 40, just at the second that the red flag came out. I think the red flag is out because of this 55 of Gary Ward that is just stuck on the inside of the chicane. I don't think they had got it moved. But we'll wait now for news on whether we're going to get a race restart here. It won't take long to move the kart. It's not badly damaged that I can see. I think it's just stalled. So we should have time to get the race back underway. Liam Morley wants it to restart. Of course, Lee Harpham would be quite happy if it didn't. We're not quite at 2/3 distance now. Everyone's coming into the pit lane. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to get a restart. Of course, if this was a traditional car race, they would pull everyone up on the grid. But these things, as we've seen, once they stop the engines, which they would have to do, they can't refire them without help from the teams, which makes the restart procedure a little bit harder. They have to come into the pit lane. They have to then go back out onto the track again and go through the whole rigmarole from the very start, rather than just regridding them and setting them off. So drivers are getting out of the karts for the most part, some of them staying in though. Well, further news as and when we get it then. The timing screen is still saying 4 minutes. So they've not wiped it, they've not shown a checkered flag yet. There is the 17 that was off at Redgate, so that was Gary Potkins. I'm intrigued to know how he got there. Gary is absolutely okay. Look, trudges away through the gravel trap. The marshals remove his 125cc Superkart. And they will push it, I suspect, up into the... There is an access road there that the live snatch vehicle uses that heads straight into the paddock, so I suspect they'll push it through that way. Gary went to get his helmet, and how he'll wander off after the marshals. Now we have a checkered flag showing on the timing screen, but this sometimes happens of late with the TSL system. They show a checkered flag even if they actually have every intention of restarting the race. So we'll see if the timing screen updates to a restarted race time. There is the 55. So the kart is out of the way now, you see. It was a very quick fix. It was just in an awkward position. They couldn't really move it under, well, certainly couldn't move it under yellow flags, and scrambling a safety car would have wasted most of the rest of the race anyway. So wait for an update then. The good news is that the drivers and karts are not sort of dispersing. They're all staying in the pit lane, which tells me that they are planning on going back on track. You would think they would. Most championships have a 2/3 or a 3/4 rule, where if you don't complete that distance, then you, as long as time allows, we'll get a race restart. It's 4:15 now. Bags of time today. We are probably running actually a little bit ahead of time. So yeah, we've definitely got time to get the restart. It's just with these being karts, as I said, the whole process just becomes a little bit more complex, having to get them back to the pit crews so they can fire them back up again. So, bit of a committee meeting going on now down in the pit lane as we wait to see what happens. But my word, that was shaping up to be an absolutely incredible race battle. Let's remind ourselves, shall we, of some of the action that we had over the first 8 minutes of that race. It was a really brilliant scrap between Lee Harpham, Liam Morley and Sam Moss. I'm intrigued to know what happened to Sam, whether he had a problem of some sort. So we'll hopefully, if we do restart, Sam might be able to become a proper part of that battle himself. But let's take a look back, shall we, at some of the things that have happened already in this British Superkart Grand Prix final.
third in 250 national, and it's got them down as a lap behind. But I think that's just the timing because of the ones coming into the pits and some didn't. So he's not a lap down. But yes, Tom Hatfield and then Luke Plain, Louis Wall. It was fifth in class on the Honda.
Just to, sorry, try it again, just hearing confirmation again, it will restart, it will be a 4-minute race, and furthermore, no issues anywhere around the circuit, so all parties safe. So it was a safety issue to make sure.
So there is the scene down in the pit lane then. I'm getting more and more confident that we will get a restart here. I think if we weren't going to, they'd have sent the drivers on their way. So there you can see the carts of the race leaders all together. One man this really would favour if we get a restart is Ross Allen. Ross Allen, you can see him there with the yellow helmet and the sort of turquoisey leathers. He is was running 6th at the time of the red flag. Remember, he started the race back with Sam Moss in 22nd place, Sam Moss 23rd. Now, whereas Moss came straight through and was immediately inside the top 5, Ross Allen was making slightly slower progress, a bit like we saw in the previous heat. But Ross, who, as I've said, is the 2021 champion, starting from 6th, perhaps, for a restart, might be able to get properly into the fight. So we'll hope that we do get this restart and that maybe it might allow a couple of other drivers to join in the battle for the overall win. Don't think we've got any changes in the other class leaders. 250s were still being led by Paul Platt. 450s... no, we have had a change in 450 leadership. That is interesting then, because by 0.3 of a second at the time of the red flag, the 233 of Nicholas Kirk was actually ahead of the number 11 of Kevin Ridley. Remember, Ridley's won both races so far in the 450 Nationals, F450 Nationals, and actually at the time of the red flag, he dropped behind Kirk, and he was all the way down in 19th. I said earlier on, didn't I, that Ridley had dropped down from his original grid position, but was still leading the class, but he just lost that lead a lap or so before the Reds came out, so that's interesting. He will definitely be hoping for a restart to try and do something about that. And then in the 125 opens, it is 125's being led by, oh yes, the E1 kart still of Mark Bramall. So the safety car's just been out to do a exploratory lap of the circuit, just to check track conditions. I think there might have been maybe a bit of concern about fluid, perhaps. If the drivers have come back in and said, you know, I think you need to go and have a look because there's something on the track that shouldn't be, then race control will just send the safety car out for a lap just to double check the situation, which they've done. Don't seem to be particularly concerned about what they've found, so that is promising. Hopefully we'll get the message through very shortly as to what this restart procedure is going to be. As far as I can tell, they've moved all of the cars that they need to, so quite what the reason for the extra delay is, I am not too sure. A reminder that we still have plenty more racing coming here at Donington Park. 3 more races due after this one. The Welsh Drivers Association have their second race of the weekend, followed by the Zeo Prototype Cup, who were out only an hour or so ago. Then the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy to round out the day at, in theory, 5:35. That's the plan. And as I said, at the moment, even with this red flag, we are still running pretty much to schedule. So the hope is that we will be done by a semi-reasonable time. We were quite late finishing yesterday, but 6:20 is when that final race should be completed here from Donington. So red flag still out then here at Donington Park in this British Superkart Grand Prix final, and drivers still sort of just milling around in the pit lane, wondering exactly what is going on.
So by doing that, they can select the same gear every time. I think they've had a few issues, you know, getting 5th and 6th and 4th and 5th and stuff, but you go right.
So still waiting not only for official clarification as to what the deal is going to be with a restart here, but also why we have there we go. So they're recovering a couple of carts that had stopped. Now that's the troublesome number 10 that stopped in the previous heat as well, didn't it? The white and fluorescent yellow machine. Scott Allen, who was 5th in the first heat, but then retired in heat 2. He's retired in this one as well. The number 90 we saw going off, pulling off on the first lap, Robert Austin. So those two being recovered. So they're using this as an opportunity to clear the track up, not just of debris, but also picking up other carts that have stopped elsewhere around the circuit. So that, I think, is why the red flag is staying out this long, and the restart's being delayed. They are just starting to move carts back into position, aren't they? So you can see down the left-hand side of the pit lane there, Lee Harpham and Liam Morley, the top two, being pulled up behind the safety car. So I think we're going to get a restart shortly. We've had no notification on the timing screen about what length it will be. There were 4 minutes left on the clock at the time of the red flag, and if they're going to restart it, you wouldn't imagine them doing it for anything less than 4 minutes. There's Carl Hume rolling his cart down. Carl, who made that stunning start to the final, didn't he? Going from 3rd on the grid to lead through Redgate Corner, and was running 4th at the time. And now we do get official confirmation. A 4-minute restart scheduled to start, scheduled to start 2 minutes ago apparently at 4:20, but we will have a 4-minute restarted race, and that's good news. Here comes Sam Moss with a smile on his face as he pushes his number 31 cart down. He should then take the restart in 3rd. And then the turquoisey cart, a couple of positions behind, if you like. That is Ross Allen, the 2021 champion, who has just struggled a bit. It's so hard when you have a bad result in race 1 or heat 1. So hard then to make up for that, as you only have these 2 heats to score points. It affects your grid position, of course, not only for the final, but for the second heat, which then further affect your chances of qualifying well for the final. But, Ross Allen didn't win the 2021 championship for nothing, and if he's got anything left in the bag, he's going to absolutely try and utilise it to become a part of this fight for the Grand Prix final. Doesn't matter where you finish unless you win. If you finish 2nd, fortunately, that matters for very, very little in an event like this. So I'm sure Ross Allen will want to try and get up there, mix it with Harpham and Morley and Hume and Moss for the end of the race. The rest of them coming in. The 101 plate there of Lee Plame. So once everyone is regridded in the pit lane, essentially, which is not how we'd normally see this, but again, because they need a team member to start the carts, they have to do this in the pits rather than on the grid. But once they have regridded, we will get a 4-minute restart behind the safety car. The restart will be behind the safety car. They won't spend the 4 minutes behind the safety car, hopefully. Whether that will be a 2x2 restart or a single file restart, I don't know. But the drivers are lining up 2x2, so I presume it will be a side-by-side rolling start as we had at the very start of the race. So there you can see the activity, helmets going back on. They're getting a little bit closer now to getting carts back out onto the track then. 4 minutes, they're only going to get probably three laps, won't it? I reckon a 3-lap restart for this Superkart Grand Prix final. So the sun shining here at Donington Park, and the temperatures soaring. It's been a really lovely day, actually. A bit overcast and chilly this morning. And now this is a problem for the number 11 cart. I think it might be Kevin Ridley. Now this is significant, actually, because Kevin has won both the heats within his class, hadn't he, coming into the final. He'd won the Formula 450 national heats, but did seem to have a problem there. He just lost the lead of his class before the red flag came out, so a bit of repair work going on there maybe. Just taking the front bodywork off. 53 there, that's Martin Marks. 35 walking forwards, that's Samantha Hempshall. Samantha's been running pretty well as well, actually. Samantha, I seem to recall having a couple of second place finishes within the, a third and a second she had within her class, the 250s. Number 11 has got its bodywork back on, so hopefully there is no lasting issue there for the front runner within the Formula 250 Nationals. Kevin will suit back up, get his helmet on, jump back out onto the circuit. What are they doing there then? Is that a little bit of loose bodywork maybe at the back? Or no, I think they're just preparing to restart the car, and cart I should say, and head back out on track. The impatience building though here. That's a very frustrated and puzzled look on Kevin's face, isn't it? I don't think he knows. There is clearly something not quite right with that kart, because his speed just wasn't there immediately before the red flag, and I'm not convinced he knows what the problem is, or at least how to fix it. So Kevin is for sure going to be giving it his everything to try and win the Formula 250 Nationals, but maybe, having just lost that lead, it's not going to be all that easy to do. So, racing drivers, as is their very nature, when they're gathered together like this with nothing better to do, they all stand and chat and talk about their races, talk about what's happened to them so far. Good to see that within the Superkart paddock, it's, again, this camaraderie that is pretty typical of club motorsport, really. Although this is very much the pinnacle of long circuit karting in the UK, so it's a high standard here. If superkarting is your thing, this is pretty much as high as you can go within this country, and still though maintains that very friendly feel in the paddock. It is of course an official Motorsport UK category as well, so definitely a high profile series this, but as you can see, a lot of them have been doing this for quite a long time and have no intention of stopping. I think it would be a young man's game this, wouldn't you really, given the physical forces that you go through, but there are drivers that have been racing superkarts for decades, and they say there's just no thrill quite like it, because you're sat so low to the ground. I mean, most of us have driven a go-kart at some point, and it's, you know, pretty intense, pretty exciting stuff, but the speed you're reaching are not even getting close to the speed limit on the road. But these Division 1 karts, they're capable of reaching speeds getting on for 150 miles an hour. 150 miles an hour when you're sat inches off the ground in something that you can pick up almost. I mean, that's a slight exaggeration maybe, but a 125 kart is not that heavy. You can pick one of them up between two of you probably and load it onto the back of a trailer or something, as people do frequently. You've got next to nothing around you in the way of protection, and it's got to be quite a thrill ride, especially on a circuit like Donington. Donington's perfect really for these supercars, because it's got a high average speed, but you make your lap time around Donington through the corners, through these long sweeping corners. You try and keep that momentum up as high as you can, and in these cars with such a low centre of gravity and such high levels of downforce, it is particularly important to keep that speed through the corners, and probably quite fun to do so, just pitching it into a corner like the old hairpin or McLean's or Coppice, and just hoping that it sticks. As we saw in the first heat yesterday, on cold tyres in particular, it doesn't always stick, but when you've got those tyres into the window, they will grip for days. And yeah, Donington Park, the perfect venue for this British Superkart Grand Prix.
We must be getting near to the restart. This is going to be, you talked about chaos earlier on. It will be controlled chaos, but as a quote I said earlier on today, a start in a supercar race is like throwing a bag of marbles down a gutter. And you can't pick anybody out until it all emerges after the first couple of corners. But no, I mean, Paul Platt, you say he's a big hitter. He's always been a big hitter. You know, not punching, he isn't all punching above his weight. He's always been a big hitter, and that's why he's always been at the front. He's won the championship 5 or 6 times in a row, British championships. So he's been there for a long time, and 125 championships as well. Yes, that's right. So he's an 8-time championship winner. So he knows his game. Gary James just alerting me to the fact that if 5 championships in 250 national and 3 in 125 isn't enough, he's won 5 Grand Prix, and then he's leading this one with 3 laps to go. Yeah. So we'll see. Getting greedy, isn't it? Very controlled. Well, yeah, very controlled. Very controlled. Yeah. But we'll see. I think the Play brothers will be keen to take that title away from him. But excuse me, Bob. Gary is an accountant, yeah, and we've set him off on the road of numbers. Yes. But fair enough, Liam Morley has won 9 Grand Prix. He's going for number 10, and that's been spread over 125s at what you might call the lower end, yes, and 250s right at the top end. Yes, that's right. His skill level has been amazing for a very long time.
So the noise I'm hearing out of the window is a very welcome one. It is the sound of Superkart engines being fired back up. So I think we are now at long last going to get ready for the restart to take place then. So this will, I remind you, be a restart over 4 minutes in length. And as the karts prepare to head back out behind the runyourfleet.com safety car, we'll have a one warm-up lap, I presume, behind the safety car, which will be this lap from the pit lane, and then we will go racing 4 minutes, probably 3 racing laps that we'll get in, and we look forward to the resumption of the battle between Lee Harpham and Liam Morley. But of course, Sam Moss and Carl Hume behind them know that their best chance really to beat them is to get ahead of them into the first corner, as Hume did on the initial start to the race. So Carl Hume is going to no doubt be looking to try and get up the middle again. Sam Moss might try and emulate that, and then Ross Allen, coming from, I believe, 5th on the restarted grid, the 2021 champion, also will be looking to move forward. So those top 5 really where most of the action will be. In the other classes, it's a little bit more static, with the exception of the Formula 250 Nationals, where we think that Scott Allen has this problem. So, sorry, Kevin Ridley has this problem, so might end up losing that class victory. But we'll see at the end of the first lap who has got the respective class leads. But the main fight, no doubt, between these 100 brake horsepower Division 1 karts, which will be at the head of the field. Safety car pulls away then. Karts will be given a shove by their team members. There they are, getting there, ready for their close-up. So the 47 on pole will be Lee Harpham, 24 will be Liam Morley, then it's 31 Sam Moss, 2 Carl Hume, and actually 84 will be next, 84 being Matt Robinson. That's interesting then. So Matt, having started initially from 29th, other than I haven't spotted, and nicely through the field, Matt Robinson compete in Division 1 in the 2021 Championship. He's here for the GP, and he's actually ahead of the 2021 champion, Ross Allen. So back out onto the track they go then. This outlap not counting towards the 4 minutes, of course. That clock will start ticking. I wonder if they'll get 1 or 2 green flag laps. They may get 2, because they've started giving them 2 today. They had 1 green flag lap yesterday, and I think maybe a couple of them complained about cold tyres. That's the whole reason, really, that Sam Moss is in this mess, coming from the back of the grid, because he spun on cold tyres from the lead on the opening lap of yesterday's race. So they may now have requested 2 green flag laps, even though the ambient temperature is quite a bit higher now. They may want that second lap just to make sure that they've got everything up to temperature, because they've been sat in that pit lane for 20 odd minutes in total, waiting for the race to restart. So there is the order on the left. That is the order we think that they'll be restarting in. So Harpham from Morley, from Moss, from Hume, from Robinson and Allen. That will be the grid order, as far as we're aware, for the race restart. Gulliford, Kinsey, Platt and Ford rounding out the top 10. So Platt there, the GP plate, he's leading the F250 Nationals. And towards the bottom of that tower, you've got Kirk and Ridley, 17th and 18th. 233 and number 11 class. They're the top two in the F450 Nationals. So the class battles further back are going to be entertaining, but that first corner, if it's half as exciting as the first corner was on the initial start, we're in for quite a treat here, aren't we? Now, are the lights still on the safety car? If they are, we're getting another lap before the race restarts. If they're not, then we will go racing this time. Can't see the safety car from that angle. There it is. Lights are off, I'd say. Yes, so we're going to go starting this time then. And will it be the 2x2 start, or are they going to go single file? Looks like it might be a single file restart, perhaps. They're not going 2x2 yet. There's Ross Allen, the champion, the number 1 kart, heading then up towards the hairpin. It is, I think, going to be a single file restart then for 4 minutes of racing in the British Superkart Grand Prix here at Donington Park then. Lee Harpham bursts out of the final corner as the race leader. We're back underway then here at Donington Park, but can he shake free of Liam Morley behind him? At the moment, the answer looks like it might be yes. There's a lot of gravel on the track there into the first corner, right on the racing line as well. Let's hope that doesn't catch anybody out. Sam Moss comes through in third, fourth for Hume, fifth for Robinson, and 6th place still for Ross Allen. So no change in the order for now. Down through the Craner curves, and 47 kart really trying to get away here from the 24 of Liam Morley. If he can break clear, then he might just be able to do it. But Morley, I think if he gets back onto his tail, is going to harry him and force him to start driving defensively. And that looks like it might happen because Liam Morley sends it into McLean's, closes right in now on the race leader, heading towards Coppice for the first time in this restarted race. And these two already gapping Sam Moss in third position. He's keeping Carl Hume at bay. Race leader runs a bit wide. Lee Harpham there just drifting a bit wide of the ideal racing line through Coppice. But again, Morley can't get alongside into the chicane, nor does he want to, really. It's more important to try and get out of this chicane well, but he gets sideways. Morley gets very sideways, bounced awkwardly off the curb as well, and that might now just allow the leader to pull clear by a couple of kart lengths. Down into the braking zone at Melbourne then. Yep, Harpham's there, but he runs out too widely. Harpham makes a mistake now from the lead of the race. They are both on the ragged edge, these two. I think they have got a pace advantage over those behind, and they know it, but they need to try and get one over on each other. We've had a change for 5th. Ross Allen is now ahead of Matt Robinson, although Robinson comes back at him there, going into the final hairpin. Across the line we go again. Lee Harpham leads the way by 86 one-thousandths of a second. Liam Morley is surely going to have a go. Yes, commits to the inside line into Redgate corner. There's a bit of a squeeze, and Lee Harpham just gets into the corner first. Sort of makes the apex as well, actually. That's delayed both of them, though. And Sam Moss, who crossed the line a further 6.5 tenths back, is sensing an opportunity, maybe, to still get into this fight. So, despite a couple of mistakes there for both of our leaders, they're still absolutely together, halfway round what should be the penultimate lap of the race. And Lee Harpham with attention now from not just Liam Morley, but also maybe Sam Moss. This is where Morley really closed in a lap ago. He does seem good, doesn't he, through the second half of the lap. McLean's, Coppice, and then down into the technical final sector. Is that where he's going to make his move, or will he fully commit to a move at Redgate maybe on the next lap? Out of Coppice, he's in the tow. Sam Moss, though, is closing in on them rapidly, isn't he? Sam Moss is right there with them now. There's Ross Allen, who is now ahead of Matt Robinson. He did make that move stick then, despite Robinson actually getting back ahead of him as they cross the start-finish line. But what's going on with the race leaders? They're heading down towards the Melbourne Loop for the penultimate time in the race, and they're side by side. Liam Morley goes up the inside of Lee Harpham to try and get the lead away into the Melbourne hairpin, and he has done it. He doesn't run wide on the exit either, so Harpham, although he'll get back in the slipstream, is not able to immediately get back alongside into the final corner, though. Harpham looking to the inside line. Morley just gets across to cover it. But so Liam Morley it is that will lead them onto the final lap of the Grand Prix. But look at who is coming. Sam Moss and Carl Hume right back with them again. 1 minute left on the clock. 1 lap of racing to go. And Liam Morley, has he timed this right? Or is Lee Harpham going to have anything left for him? These are the 2 heat winners, remember. It's Harpham, though, that had the better average finish. He was the favourite coming into this race. But Liam Morley has fought and scrapped with every ounce of his ability to get into the lead here on the final lap. And he's actually getting away, isn't he, from Lee Harpham? And I'm not convinced that Harpham has the pace to get back after him. He'll try and get a slipstream through Schwant's curve. This, though, is the part of the circuit where Morley has excelled up until this point. Harpham a little bit twitchy, a little bit sideways. He might start coming under pressure a little bit from Sam Moss. Look, Moss is closer to Harpham than Harpham is to Morley at this part of the lap. Up through Coppice then, down the back straight, and yeah, it's all about the fight to be second now. Sam Moss closing in on Lee Harpham. Liam Morley, I think, is home free, barring any mistakes. He might not realise the gap that he's got, though, actually, over Harpham in second, who absolutely hammers the curbs there through the chicane. 2 more corners to go, though. Liam Morley heading towards the Melbourne Loop for the final time. He had a 4/10 of a second advantage at the start of the lap. It's grown as Lee Harpham's had a couple of moments earlier on in the lap, but Harpham is really quick off Melbourne. Lee Harpham suddenly is right back with him into the final corner. He's going to go for it up the inside line. Lee Harpham is sideways. He slides across the nose of Liam Morley, who executes the switchback and then slows. Liam Morley slows on the final corner. Lee Harpham takes the checkered flag, wins the Grand Prix at Donington Park, and it's heartbreak for Liam Morley, whose kart has expired on the very final corner of the race. What has happened? Has it run out of fuel, maybe? The extra laps they had to do might well have drained the fuel tank a bit, and that kart just lost all power as it came off the final corner. I cannot believe what I've just seen. Lee Harpham absolutely sent it up the inside at the final turn. He skated wide. Morley was always going to get the better exit from the corner and duck back up the inside. I think my money would have been on Morley at that point, but then the kart never accelerated. Either something broke or he ran out of fuel at the flag. That is heartbreak. Also disappointment, I'm afraid, for the 142 kart here, which is not going to make it to the end. That's Peter Tilson Hawk. What about the class winners, first of all? The Division 1 we've already mentioned. At length, Paul Platt wins in the Formula 250s. The 450s do go to Ridley in the end, so Ridley manages to get back in front in the number 11 kart. Maybe they fixed that problem during the red flag. And in the 125s, it is going to be a victory for the E1 kart, and that is Mark Bramall. But all of the drama in the Division 1 class, Lee Harpham gets the victory on the very last corner of the race. You couldn't script it. Sam Moss gets second, and Carl Hume gets himself onto the podium, which he deserves, honestly, after his fighting drive there at the start of the race. Ross Allen fourth. Fifth place will go in the end to Matt Robinson, having started that final down in 29th. That's a brilliant drive. Carl Kinsey is 6th, Andy Gulliford 7th, then 8th place for Liam Morley, crossed the line in 8th, although going very slowly, of course. 9th position goes to number 18, which is number 18, Andrew Waite, and rounding out the top 10 was number 0, Tom Rushforth. Well, that was worth the wait, wasn't it? It may have been a short, sharp restart. We may have had to wait quite a while for it. But Lee Harpham, who can probably not believe his luck there, it all started coming out of the Melbourne hairpin, because as he went into the Melbourne hairpin, he was nowhere near Liam Morley. Morley had, I don't know, 3/4 of a second in hand as they went through the penultimate corner, but then Harpham got a much better exit, and I noticed immediately, I wonder if we can see those last couple of corners again, because Liam Morley, as he came out of Melbourne, he immediately looked over his shoulder, and I think he knew he had a problem then. The kart was still going all right at that point, but I think Liam knew that there was an issue that was maybe losing him time, and Harpham then got to the inside, so that we've already had the look, but that was the slide from Harpham. And here, Morley's back in front, look, he's got the better drive, and it just never picks up. But coming out of the previous corner, the corner just before that, though, I think Morley did have an inkling there that it was all starting to go south, because he hadn't looked over his shoulder once all race, and just as they went up the hill, he lost a big chunk of time, and he was very keen to see how close Harpham was. This was into Redgate, and that was Harpham defending the lead from Liam Morley. And then here, right, this was earlier in the race, out of the penultimate corner. Harpham was strong in that part of the track, though, wasn't he? Lap after lap, he was close, and that was the last lap. So that gap really came down. Morley looked over his right shoulder, saw Harpham coming, and that was, I think, the beginning of the end, really, for Liam Morley. Right, they are heading into Parc Fermé, so we should hopefully get the chance to speak to our Grand Prix winner, Lee Harpham, who can probably barely believe his luck after what was a sensational race. The whole thing was great. I mean, the battling between Harpham and Morley before the red flag was fantastic. Carl Hume's initial race start, that certainly caught my attention. But then it actually looked like being a reasonably tame restart, really. Morley getting ahead at the crucial moment, starting the final lap, pulling away from Harpham. He looked like the quicker of the two. He'd set the fastest lap, and then whatever happened at the end, I can't tell you what it was yet, but he clearly had some sort of a problem, which slowed his cart coming out of the last corner, and unfortunately the Anderson CSK that Liam was pedalling didn't seem to have any drive.
Carl Helm, however, is brandishing his camera, so there's evidence there. But Carl, third place in the GP.
So we should hopefully very shortly be able to head down to have a word not only with our winner. I hope that Scott, as well as chatting to Harpham, can find Liam Morley, because I'm desperate to know what the problem was coming through that last sequence of corners, and whether or not he knew that the problem was about to strike. Well, Scott Woodwis, I believe, is ready down there in Parc Ferme, and he's going to have a few very excitable Superkart drivers to have a chat to now, I think.
Wow, what a finish to this year's Superkart Grand Prix. Who could have predicted it would go down to the last corner and we decided, right, on the last lap of the race. But the victory does go to Lee Harpham. I think we can go and have a chat to him in a second. He's actually having a chat with Liam Morley, who very agonisingly just missed out, but I'm going to have a quick word with him. So, Lee Harpham, 2021 Motorsport UK British Superkart Grand Prix winner. How does that feel?
Brilliant. I mean, we started off the weekend pretty well, and we just progressed through the weekend, making some changes. Obviously, I had a win yesterday, which gives us a good boost, and then we knew what we had to do. When the red flag come out, I thought, oh, that's it, we've got it. And then said they're going to restart. I thought, it's going to be hard, because I knew, obviously, Sam was with us again on the restart, and I thought, what's the best way? Just need to try and get away. Yeah. But it was a hard race.
And then that final lap, and the final few corners, just talk us through it. What was going on in your mind?
I ran a bit wide in Redgate, which gave Liam a bit of a gap on me. So I thought, I knew I was a lot quicker through the last section of the circuit. So I thought, I just need to get on the back of him. So I had a good run through the old ape and everything, and I had a good run through the chicane, and he knew that I was going to be on him there, so we covered the inside. So I thought, I'll get the cut back. Went Ryan's, tried the cut back, just let the wheels about the hairpin, and then he just left me enough room into the last hairpin. I thought, right, this is it, last corner, I'm just going to have a go, and it paid off.
First a damn dare move, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was either going to go well or end in tears. It was one of them moves, but it paid off.
So now you're going to have to do with that 47 next year, because you're going to have to run with that as GP, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. Good stuff.
Well, that was an incredible finish to that one, an incredible end to your season, at least as Superkart champion. So congratulations, massive well done, and we'll see you next year with the GP plate.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Great stuff. Let's see if we can have a chat with second place with Sam Ross. Sam, you were watching all that happen in front of you. What was going on in your mind watching that?
I just wanted them two to have a really good battle, slow each other down in the last couple of corners so I can just nip through. We had a really good battle, but we were just a bit too far behind this time to capitalise.
Still, it looks like you've had a great weekend and a great season, of course, up and down, and to get second in the Grand Prix is going to be a great way to cap it off.
Yeah, definitely. It's my best result in a Grand Prix yet. We won't talk about my first race mishap. It might have been a different story, but you know, that's karting. And yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed my weekend.
So, eyes on next year then?
Yeah, be nice to get GP next year. You know, we were close to our plate as well this year, so fingers crossed it'll come my way.
There's always next year.
There is.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on running up. Well done. Great drive, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. I was going to see if we can find Carl Hume, seeing where he worked here, but I think he might have possibly run off. I can see possibly his cart's just down there at the weighbridge, so I might see possibly if I can get his attention and get him to just head down and have a chat. Very well earned third place for him, so we'll see if we can possibly have a quick word. I'm not sure if Oscar the camera ranger will stick, but we'll see if we can quickly grab Carl Hume for third place. Carl, if we just bring you forward just for a second. Video log.
Filming you guys, to me.
So we're filming him while he's filming us.
That's
So basically, we're going to have a double filming of the interview.
Double filming, yeah.
So Carl, hello to the vlog, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Third place in the Grand Prix. How does that feel?
Well, really good. You know, expectations. Everyone would like to win it. I'm racing against these guys, a lot younger than me. But I was there or thereabouts, you know. So being sort of on that pace, but not quite quick enough. And but it was great. Third place is brilliant. We've had some, and that was really good racing. You know, that was close, and yeah, it's very enjoyable.
Great way to cap off a great season, isn't it? It's been great 3 meetings, and then of course to cap it off with a brilliant Grand Prix. It's been amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, to be fair, I've done other meetings. This was the first time with you guys for the Grand Prix. But I mean, full grid, beautiful weather, fantastic.
Can't ask for more, can you?
Hey?
Can't ask for more, can you?
No, you can't. No. I wouldn't want more races because I'm tired now.
You look quite physical.
Oh, honestly, it's so demanding. It's untrue. It's hard work. It is hard work. Mind you, when you're in a race like that, because it's all happening, you don't seem to get tired. It's if you maybe not quite with those guys and a bit in front of someone else, it seems to then get to you because you've got nothing else to think about. Well, all you've got to think about when you're doing that is how you're going to catch them or keep up with them or try and pass them. So, yeah, great. Yeah.
More the same next year?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, as long as I'm still here.
No, I'm sure you will be. Well done for third place. Great job.
Thank you very
Fantastic
much.
stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
And there we go. What a fantastic Superkart Grand Prix that was. And they'll be back next year with the BRSCC package, I'm sure. Back to on-track action then, after that exhilarating Grand Prix final. Andy, back to you for the second race of the weekend for the WRDA Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. So cars, I think, have already gone on to their green flag lap, so we'll get straight into the grid for this one. It is based on the result of the previous race, so it is the Sierra of Jason Davis on pole position from Chris Everell in the Ginetta G55, the V8-powered Ginetta G55, I was being told yesterday. Damien Longatano in the Westfield is third with Derry Davis, who was joint championship leader coming into this weekend, losing out that championship lead, though, in the earlier race in the Darien T90, despite the fact that Derry actually beat Gareth John, who was the other joint championship leader, but Gareth won his class. Derry was second in Class D, so you score points within your classes, and Gareth John therefore takes the points advantage. He starts the Ginetta G40 from 5th, ahead of Todd Garner, Lynn Morgan and David Jones. Westfield and Ford Focus sharing the 4th row. Richard Jessop's Mini is on row 5 alongside Mark Williams. Rodney Teague and Allard Dark are next, ahead of Andrew Williams and Alan Smith, with Andrew Barron the last of the finishers. He has Neil Thomas, Tom D and Mike Cook behind him, the three that didn't make it to the end. So the field makes its way down the back straight towards the chicane. The RunYourFleet.com safety car, or pace car as it is now essentially, on this lap, are leading them round for another rolling start. Jason Davis didn't actually get or hold on to the lead at the start of the earlier race, which is interesting because he's got the more powerful car. On a rolling start especially, you'd expect the Sierra to hold on, but Chris Everell actually outdragged him in the Ginetta into that first corner, and despite the fact they'd set almost identical lap times in qualifying, less than a tenth of a second apart, the rest of the race really did see the Sierra pull well clear of the Ginetta. So yeah, it looks like the Sierra has the pace advantage, and if Everell's going to take a victory here, he's going to have to get ahead at the first corner and defend. So the field comes 2 by 2 up the hill towards Goddard's for the final corner. There go the KAs through. There is a bit of debris on the... Oh, well, there was a bit of debris on the track, and now it's gone. Well, it's sort of gone. The water's been taken out of it anyway. Right, to the red flag, to the red lights we go, excuse me, and it is Jason Davis and Chris Everell on the front row, and again the Ginetta is off like a rocket, and Everell's going to get the lead into the first corner. It's a much more tightly bunched start this time, though, than we had for race number 1. There, the second of the Westfields moving through. That is Lynn Morgan past the Ginetta G40 of Gareth John, gaining a position then into the first turn. All cleanly through, then down towards the Craner curves, and it is the Ginetta ahead of the Sierra, the top 2, and then a three-way fight for third there between Damien Longatano, Derry Davis, and the fast-starting Lynn Morgan from 7th on the grid, already into the top 5 then, having not only got past Gareth John, but also Todd Garner in the Renault Clio. There is the Integra that spun down at this part of the circuit in the earlier race, and unfortunately was a retirement. The Honda Integra, though, of Tom D, looking to move through from the back of the grid in this one. Up through McLean's then, and the MGB GT there, the V8 of Allard Dark coming through. Some of the tail enders, the KAs having their own, well, I was going to say the KAs having their own private battle at the back, but actually that's a Renault Clio that's in between them, isn't it? Which is, I think, the 13 of Alan's, no, Alan Smith is a KA, that will be the 7 of Rodney Teague. Towards the front, though, we've got the Darien here of Derry Davis, going all defensive now, as it tries to hang on to this position ahead of the Westfield and then the Ginetta G40 of Gareth John. Now, Gareth John, I think, is still leading his class, so Yes, he is. His nearest class rival is the Clio of Todd Garner, which again hasn't had a brilliant start. So the Ginetta can allow this Westfield through without actually losing any championship points. But I don't think that's what Gareth's going to want to do. He's going to want to try and keep it behind if at all possible. Through the hairpin, side by side there. That's the Richard Jessup Mini passing the Peugeot, isn't it? The Peugeot 205 of Mark Williams. Again, in different classes, but entertaining battle between the two. So the Ginetta still leads them. At the end of the first lap, the lead is about 5.5 tenths, but it's a very wayward Ginetta. Bits of it falling off, was it, there, through the middle part of the Craner curves. And now the Sierra starts to zone in on the back of that Ginetta G55, and it looks as though Davis is going to start shaping up for a move. The Ginetta probably has a bit more grip. Did hear Jason saying to Scott after the first race that the aero they've added to that Sierra has made a big difference, actually, to the way the car handles. It's made it an awful lot quicker as well. And he is going to try and use that now to overcome what in theory should be the grippier of the two cars, the Ginetta. But the Sierra with that little bit of extra straight line speed. Not a huge amount to choose between them there, though. Down into the chicane. Oh, and the Ginetta goes straight on. Oh, Everall throws it away in the end with a mistake going into the left-right complex. So Chris Everall then is unfortunately going to lose the lead to Jason Davis. And it was, I'm not going to call that an unforced error because he was certainly feeding the heat from the Sierra. But now I think that the Sierra will probably vanish on up the road. So Jason Davis then gets back into the lead. He won the first race, having taken the lead at this sort of point of the race, and eventually pulled away to win by nearly 9 seconds. There goes Everall in second in the Ginetta. And in the background, good battle there going into the chicane. That's the Clio and the MG changing positions. Andrew Williams in the MG ZR losing out there to the Renault Clio of Rodney Teague. Across the line comes the Westfield there of Damien Longatano, the Darien next, and then the Westfield and the Ginetta towards us. That is Lynn Morgan with Gareth John behind. The Westfield, again, quicker in a straight line, but the Ginetta probably better through the high-speed corners. Fascinating stuff. Then the Clio comes through of Todd Garner. Focus that he had a good battle with in the earlier race is David Jones. And then Jessup really pulling clear now of the Peugeot of Mark Williams. Then another one of the Clios. In fact, that is the number 7 Clio. That's Rodney Teague. So it was another Clio then, I think, was it, that saw running side by side with the ZR earlier on. Rodney Teague turns into the Redgate corner with no MG ZR in sight. There is an MGB there, though, the V8 NGB of Alan Dark. And at the Honda Integra of the recovering Tom D should be quicker than these two, because he was running well and truly inside the top 10 at the time of his off and spin in the previous race. So towards the far end of the track they go. 2.2 seconds, incidentally, is the lead now for Jason Davis. 38.862. The MG and the Integra side by side, and the Integra just goes right round the outside. That was a really nice bit of driving that from Tom D, and it puts him into 12th place now. His next class rival, though, is the Darien, actually, of Derry Davis. So strange to think that those two would be in the same class, but they are. I'm not convinced they're going to get together on track, given the fact that Darien is all the way up there in 4th position, and actually only a second behind Longatano's Westfield. So you've got one Westfield busy defending 3rd place, and now another Westfield here defending 5th, with the Ginetta G40 of Gareth John right behind him. But Gareth's going to have a tough job passing the Darien, I think, because the Darien has that edge in a straight line. It means by the time they get to Redgate Corner, Gareth just isn't close enough to make the overtake. So the Westfield will be a tough car to negotiate, I think. And through the Craners again, you can see the way the Ginetta closes in actually through these high-speed corners. But then as soon as they get to a flat-out section here, the Westfield's going to get away, I think. Although Gareth John actually does have a really good run there through Starkeys. Is he close enough to have a go at McLean's? He's trying to get a bit of a slipstream maybe. Looks to the inside line, but the Westfield has it. And now we're into that part of the circuit that is a bit more about straight line speed. And that should suit the Westfield a bit more, though Gareth's going to go up the inside at Coppice, so never mind, he gets the move done. But the Westfield with the wider line through Coppice corner. may have the exit speed. No, the Ginetta stays ahead. You feel that if Gareth can stay ahead down the straight, he might be able to then start to get his head down and pull away. He's going to have to be super late on the brakes into the chicane, though, because Lynn Morgan is looking up the inside, but now Gareth does build a bit of a margin and looks a little bit more secure in that 5th position. So Gareth John back into P5. These two running in different classes, so points-wise it makes no difference to Gareth. He's still on course for a class win. He's still on course, therefore, to actually extend the championship lead over Derry Davis. Down through the Goddard's hairpin then onto the main straight. Looks like in the background the Ford Focus was losing ground. I think that was maybe a problem developing for David Jones, as here, look, Lynn Morgan goes back up the inside of Gareth John, so takes the place back again. And Gareth John then down to 6th, just as quickly as he'd taken that 5th place. He drops back down into 6th position once more. Through the hairpin come the Peugeot and the Clio, but yeah, I think behind them... Oh, well, the Peugeot slows now. So there's a problem there for the number 180 car of Mark Williams. And so he's going to be heading for the pit lane. But behind them all, the Ford Focus of Jones has had a really, really slow lap here. And I think we're going to have a couple of cars heading for the pit lane this time. The Peugeot might not even get there. That has broken completely, hasn't it? Oh, there's a back entrance into the pit lane that it could possibly use, or maybe just park up in. So MGB versus Renault Clio now is the battle to watch. The V8 powered MGB and the not V8 powered Renault Clio running again in different classes, but the Renault Clio a lot of fun to drive, I'm sure, but he'll just be waving the MG goodbye as they go through some of the quicker parts of the track again. Bit of smoke though, maybe there, just coming from the Allard Dark car, so is that something to be concerned about? I do hope not. Novice Cross there on the back of Allard's car as well, so a relative newcomer to racing. Not a pad car to go racing in for the first time, is it? V8 powered MGB GT. So through McLean's they go. 6 minutes still remaining. The leader is still Jason Davis. He just did another fastest lap, a 1:38.008. His fastest lap in the earlier race was a 39.0, so he's found a full second compared to what he was doing in the previous race. And actually, in fairness, Chris Everill's done a 38.7 as well. Everill's best lap was a 41.2, so Everill getting a lot quicker. But of course, Donington Park, a track that a lot of these drivers will not get to that often. This is the Welsh Sports and Saloon Championship. Most of these drivers based over in Wales. Donington Park's not a million miles away, especially if you live in North Wales. You can get there in an hour or so. But they probably don't have much reason to come and race over here at Donington. So the more track time they get this weekend, the quicker and the more confident they're getting. And Jason Davis just winding his way past some of these back markers, definitely increasing in confidence. A 38.8 is a very, very reasonable time. Marshall there just having a chat to the Mark Williams there. Peugeot expired coming out of the Melbourne hairpin a lap ago. Jason Davis, 5 minutes left on the clock. You can see his pursuer in the background there, the Ginetta. 5.2 seconds back. That time actually the Ginetta was fractionally quicker, but of course that's because Davis was weaving the Sierra through the traffic. Oh, that's Tom D off. He's not getting on with the old hairpin, is he? Because Tom's been off twice at that corner now. Went off at in the first race of the old hairpin on the outside, and this time he's exploring the inside. Hadn't seen that bit of the Donington Park scenery yet, so he decided to go and have a look. Not a nice place to spin though through the craners and the old hairpin. Joins just in front of the leaders. There's the Ginetta. And Chris Everill will very shortly have that Honda Integra to overtake. The Gareth John Ginetta had, by the way, got back into 5th place ahead of Lynn Morgan, but then fell back behind again with a really slow lap that time. So I don't know if there's a problem for the number 49 Ginetta running in 6th place, but 1.8 seconds back of Morgan. So lost the place and lost a big chunk of time with it. So that would be potential drama for the championship leader if there is an issue. See if we can find them. They'll be somewhere towards the Craner curves, I'd imagine, at this point. Leader Davis, though, comes through the final corner. He's lapped Tom D's Integra now, 3.5 minutes still to go. And out across the start-finish line he goes. So leader down to Redgate corner. Everell comes through second. Longatano is still third, and having had a little bit of early pressure from Derry Davis, has now very much shaken off the Darien. There in the background, just coming out of Coppers, is that battle I wanted to see, the Westfield and the Ginetta. So the Ginetta is fine. I think Gareth John must have just had a moment on the previous lap. So Gareth John is right back on the tail of Lynn Morgan, having been 1.8 seconds back at the start of the lap. That's been one of the races of the battles of the race, hasn't it, really? There goes the Darien of Davis. Here they come in traffic then. The MGZR there just about gets out of their way. That of Andrew Williams. The Westfield, in theory, should be better through this part of the track. It's got that punch off the corners because it's lightweight. And the Ginetta isn't exactly heavy. To the final corner. And down the pit straight they will come. The Westfield then has been ahead more than the Ginetta has, but then Gareth John has never really let Lynn Morgan get away. 8/10 officially the margin this time, so it came down by another second there as Gareth recovers from whatever the moment was that he had a couple of laps ago. So they head down through the Craner curves then, and the 2 minutes to go. I think we're going to get 2 more laps out of this then. The leader is due with us any moment now to complete the 8th lap of the race. This gap again now ebbing and flowing. It's just gone out again, just as they got themselves together. So Lynn Morgan seems to pull away, but it's this part of the circuit actually where the Ginetta has been quite quick, strangely. Up towards Redgate corner comes the race leader though, Jason Davis. The beautifully prepared Ford Sierra Cosworth Turbo. Double race victory here at Donington Park, almost certainly going his way. But what is going to happen behind him? Chris Everell second, Damien Longatano third. That's never really been in question. And Everell will be frustrated, I think, at the mistake that he made at the chicane, because actually his speed has been a lot better in this race. He's been sort of matching Davis' lap times, really, over the last 5 minutes or so. And had it not been for the mistake, he might have been able to put up more of a fight, but just outbraked himself slightly into the Fogarty S's. Davis there a little bit wide, actually, through Coppice. There goes Everell. Ginetta some way behind, but clear track for both of them. No traffic to be negotiated for the time being. They may catch another couple on the final lap, of course. We've got 40 seconds to go, so they should finish this lap and have time for one more. Over the hill then. Rushing down towards Melbourne Hairpin. Into the low, sort of late afternoon, early evening sunshine now. It's 5:10 here at Donington Park. That sun's starting to set. Now, is this going to be the last lap, or are they just going to squeak through for another? It's going to be touch and go, this. There are 14 seconds left on the clock. They could show the checkered flag a lap early. Jason Davis probably wouldn't mind. No, they're going to give him one more lap, so the last lap begins now. And Jason Davis then heads towards Redgate. Does now just have one more lap for the 2.5 mile, near enough, Donington Park Grand Prix circuit then to deal with. 6.5 seconds is cushioned back to Everell in second position. Still had no change between that Westfield and Ginetta battle. Lynn Morgan still ahead of Gareth John. That really was the only other position that was particularly likely to change, actually, at this point. They were 8/10 of a second apart for the last couple of laps. We'll see what it is when they come through to start their final lap in a moment or two. A lap about to be put on Todd Garner in the Renault Clio. Running all on his own, actually, in this race. Todd Garner in 7th place overall, but 2nd place in his class. He's actually running in the same class as Gareth John in the Ginetta, so he was the only man really likely to take any points away from Gareth this weekend, and it's not going to happen. The Ginetta G40, regardless of whether it beats the Westfield of Lynn Morgan, will still take a class victory and further extend the championship lead. Jason Davis, though, down the hill towards the hairpin at Melbourne. He is going to be a double race winner here then in the Welsh Sports and Saloons Championship here at Donington Park. And they'll have their final round at Pembrey later on in the year, and we'll watch with interest to see whether or not the Gareth John Ginetta is able to come home a champion. But Jason Davis definitely comes home a race winner here. 2 wins from 2 at Donington Park for the Sierra, which coasts across the line to win for the second time here at Donington Park. Second place goes to Chris Everill, and Everill in the end 4.9 seconds back at the end of the race. And then we wait for Damien Longatano's Westfield, which still hasn't emerged from the last corner. That's the MGZR of Andrew Williams, 13th in the last race, 13th in this one. There's Longatano, that's Richard Jessup, whose car is not the fastest on track, but it's certainly the one that gets driven the hardest, I think, up on 3 wheels for most corners. There is Longatano in P3, fended off the early attentions of Derry Davis to hold on to that 3rd position. Derry should be through next in the Darien, there it is. Green Darien crosses the line now. And then Gareth John was ahead of Lynn Morgan by 69 thousandths of a second going on to the last lap. So is the Ginetta still ahead of the Westfield as they come into the last couple of corners? Let's see. We're waiting for that 5th and 6th place battle. That's the V8 MGB. Where are the Ginetta and the Westfield, though? Still not here. They're just coming out of the hairpin, I think, at Melbourne. And who's going to get to Goddard's ahead? It's going to be the Ginetta. The Ginetta will get the better then after their race-long tussle. It's going to be Gareth John that gets 5th and 6th place for Lynn Morgan. 7th place has already gone the way of Todd Garner. He was a lap down. Richard Jessup 8th. 9th for Tom D from the back of the grid. And Alan Dark in the V8 MGB GT. Rounds out the top 10. So that is it for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship here from Donington Park. 2 races still to go. The Zeo Prototype Cup are out next. They had a really entertaining race a little bit earlier on this afternoon. And we'll wait and see whether or not Charles Hall is going to be able to claim a 2nd win from 2 in the same way that Jason Davis just has in the sports saloons. And then the last race of the day, the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. You don't want to miss that one. 45 minutes of racing will fly by, believe me, as a big grid of whole mix of cars, many of whom we've seen racing already this weekend in the various one-make Mazda and Ford and BMW championships, but then a few new machines as well set to head out onto the track in that 45-minute pit stop race. So that will be up shortly, those last 2 races of the weekend here at Donington Park. We are running about 15-20 minutes behind time at the moment, I think, because of the delay during that Superkart Grand Prix. But we will hopefully be finished not too much later than was originally planned. Jason Davis comes down into the pit lane and will head towards the Parc Fermé. And whilst he heads that way to chat to Scott Woodwis, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from our 2nd Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship race.
Another brilliant race from the WRDA Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and thank you very much for them for being on this weekend, because it has been pretty incredible to see the massive variety of cars, from the Darien and the Ginetta to the race-winning Ford Sierra and everything else in between. Speaking of the race-winning Ford Sierra, we're going to have a chat with our now double race winner, before we want to get run over by a 4K8, which is Jason Davies. So Jason, 2 out of 2, you'll take that?
That's not bad going at all, is it? We've certainly blown the cobwebs off. We haven't been out with the car since 2018. We were at Mallory a couple of weeks ago, and we had like I said earlier, we had a turbo failure. So this is the real test, first test, I should say, that we've been able to give the car, and no, it's more than lived up to expectations.
So what's the plan? Is there any more track action for the rest of the year, or are you parking it for the winter and then back out next year?
Coming into this weekend, I said, just going to do this one. Hopefully we get through it, and I'll park it in the garage, give it a dust off, and then go play next year. But after having that adrenaline rush, I think I'll have to wheel it back out again before the year's out.
It's the drug that motorsport provides. Once you get in the first time, it's very hard to get back out.
I know, you're telling me.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on a great day's racing, and hopefully it's not the last time we'll see you for a while, so we'll see you back soon.
Good to see you.
Great stuff. We're going to have to cut it short there, because we are getting ready to our next grid. It's for our penultimate race of the weekend, and it is for the brilliant Zeo Prototype Cup. We saw a victory for Charles Hall earlier on. Can he make it 2 from 2? Let's see if Andy McEwen can run through the grid and find out if.
Yes, the Zeo Prototype cars heading out onto the circuit now then. And the first race earlier on today certainly kept us nicely entertained. It was a race that was won in the end by Charles Hall. We expected Mike Genvy to win, really. He qualified on pole by over half a second. They had a bit of contact into the first corner, and I don't know whether that was related, but a few laps later, Genvy pulled over into the pit lane to retire. So in the end, Hall was left pretty much unchallenged. Chris Westmail came home second, both of them picking up time penalties for exceeding track limits, but staying first and second, with Matt Manderson third, and that therefore is the way that they will line up on the grid for race number 2. Hall on pole. Hall and Genvy on the front row. So actually, sorry, this is based on the second fastest times from qualifying, I think, my mistake. So it's Hall and Genvy row 1. Westmail in the Praga has got Andy Chittenden for company on row number 2. Then it will be Simon Freeman and Matt Manderson ahead of, then we've got Graham Charman and Doug Carter, yes, on the 4th row of the grid. Then it's Andy Fido and Matt Chamberlain, Duncan Williams and Jason Rishover, Alistair Smart and Richard Hardy, with Martin Heath and Lee Collar. On the 8th row of the grid, row 9 for Jay Shepherd and Dominic Langdon down, with Norman Lackford to round out the field. So a couple of the cars being shared by 2 drivers, which is why we've got some slightly different drivers out there this time than we had in race 1 earlier on. So specifically, the number 1 car, Ed Worthington, pedalled the UK NPO1 Evo in the first race from the back of the grid. Jay Shepherd, therefore, will take it on this time. And Matthew Chamberlain takes over from Richard Chamberlain in the CTR 01 number 15. So a couple of driver changes, but this will just be a 20-minute sprint then to the flag. Can Charles Hall do it again? Mike Genvy's car is back out there then, the white number 35 car with the red trim. So he is going to be starting from the front row, wanting, of course, to try and hold on to the, or get hold of the lead. Of course, he started on pole from the previous race, but Charles Hall will start ahead of him in this one. And the runyourfleet.com safety car heads into the pit lane. The second race of the weekend for the Zeo Prototype Cup about to get underway here at Donington Park. Lights go out, away they go. Genvy away well from the outside of row 1. He's actually got most of his car ahead. In fact, it's a slow start this time from Charles Hall, because diving up the inside of him there goes one of the radicals from the 3rd row of the grid, but he fights back into 2nd place through Redgate Corner, side by side in the midfield. They all get through. Oh, bit of squeezing. Doug Carter ends up on the grass. I think that might have been Jason Rishover getting a hip and shoulder, actually, from the 66 there of Martin Heath. That was a bit dicey heading down into the first corner. Rishover's wide again there after that little rub down, and let's hope they all got out of that without too much damage. Looks like they did. At the head of the field though, it is Genvy that leads the way. Hall in 2nd place. That's Matt Manderson, I think, 3rd in his radical, ahead of 4th place Chippy Westmail. There is the 66 car of Martin Heath. Then he started deep in the field for race 1. Came forward nicely. Rishover went the other way, of course, had that spin at the start. Genvi, though, has the lead. Now, can he pull away from Hall? He was, of course, never given the opportunity to do so in race 1 because Hall got past him into the first corner. Charles Hall way quicker through the chicane, though, and he's definitely going to have a go. Down into the Melbourne hairpin then. Almost side by side for the lead. Does Hall commit to it? They disappear briefly behind the barriers, and then when they come into sight, it is still the Genvi gun in front of Mike Genvi, ahead of the Chiron, the CN2 of Charles Hall. So, in for hopefully a good race between these two then. Genvi the leader, Hall second. Looking to try and carry a bit more speed through the corners, maybe getting that slipstream down towards Redgate. The Genvi gun seems better in a straight line, doesn't it? But Hall's car, generating a bit more downforce, can brake a bit later and carry the corner speed a bit better. This will be a fascinating battle then. Look at the way he carries so much more speed through Redgate, and he does try and get up the inside now through Hollywood, but then Genvi can open the taps, carry more speed down the hill, and manages to get away. So it's going to be the case of both of these cars having different parts of the circuit that they're strong at and other places where they're weak. Charles Hall closing through the corners, and then you get to a flat out section, and so Genvi stretches his legs again. They're really gapping the third and fourth place cars, aren't they, as Hall looks to the outside of McLean's and then chops back to the inside. That was a picture perfect switchback manoeuvre, but Genvi can carry more speed up the hill. Fascinating racing then. Yes, as I was saying, Matt Manderson in third is being dropped and actually falling into the clutches of Chris Westmail, who finished ahead of him in the previous race by 10 seconds. So that should be, in theory, a pretty easy pass for Westmail. We'll see if that turns out to be the case. Through the chicane then, watch for Hall again to take the speed through here. Oh, he's even quicker this time. That's going to be an easy pass, surely. He comes off the corner already with his nose ahead of the erstwhile race leader, because Mike Genvi has indeed dropped down to second place. But of course now, that straight line speed advantage that he has will switch to from a defence to attack. And as soon as they get onto this pit straight, Genvi should be able to power through. In fact, he might not wait that long. He's up the inside. He locks up. He's going straight on, though, and Charles Hall sees the chance to get the switch pack. But watch out for Genvi. Genvi's going to be quicker down the straight. He's going to get a slipstream, maybe. Pulls to the right-hand side of the road, though, does Charles Hall to try and defend. Genvi to the outside. Wheel to wheel into Redgate corner. Last of the late breakers. Hall has the extra downforce, but he's on the tighter line. He'll be slower off the corner. And Mike Genvi down the Craner curves will look to go to the right, then jinks back to the left. Brilliant stuff there. Mike Genvi round the outside through Hollywood. That gives him the inside line for the Craner curves, and Charles Hall stands his ground. Brilliant stuff. Would not let Genvi get through. Neither of them allowing the other really to settle into a rhythm here, are they? As soon as one gets in front, the other one jumps straight onto the attack, and Charles Hall, I'm sure, is going to find Genvi coming back at him now as they head through the second part of the lap. Terrific scrap then between Hall and Genvi. And we'll hope that this carries on for the rest of the race. Third place is equally close, isn't it? Chris Westmail not that far behind Freeman, but not yet able to get back. Oh, it's Freeman, excuse me. I thought that was Matt Manderson in third. It's actually the Radical SR10, not the SR8. So the SR10 of Manderson, SR8 of Manderson is in fact running in 5th position. The SR10 of Tony Freeman, who started the race. Where did he start, Freeman? 5th on the grid. Has moved through nicely into a podium spot and is hanging on to it from Chris Westmail and then Manderson in the white Radical behind. So the top two just separate a little bit now, with Hall starting to stretch his legs through the corners. This fight for third becomes the main point of interest. The Praga of Chris Westmail in the slipstream here. How does it compare in a straight line to the Radical? Looks like the Radical's got the advantage. Does that mean the Praga's better on the brakes? Yes, it does, because Westmail goes for the inside, and he's going to get to the apex first. A really nice move, that, from Chris Westmail. And if he comes off the corner well, he should hang on. He's a bit wide. There's a chance to get back up the inside for Freeman. He is back up the inside, but the Praga can carry the speed better through the Craner curves and manages to get that third place. So third place again for Westmail. Fourth position now then for Freeman, with Manderson right behind him. Freeman finished the previous race down in 9th, so the fact he's even up here fighting for a top 5 is pretty astonishing. But will he hang on to 4th? No, he won't. In the end, Manderson goes through, but there is almost contact there as he swept across the bows of the Radical SR10. Closing in on them, by the way, Andy Chittenden in the MCR. So, again, good variety of car here. The Praga getting away from the two Radicals, with the MCR closing in on them. Race leader Charles Hall, by the way, set the fastest lap on the previous lap, 1:27.626. He was 1.4 seconds clear of Mike Genvi. So I'm not sure that Genvi now, weirdly, has the pace to go after him. Genvy's pole position lap for that first race was a 25.9. So far, the best he can offer in this race, a 28.7. Although he's going to go through now and do a 27.6. That is still, though, a full second slower than Charles Hall. So Hall, I think, is now going to get away at the head of the field. Through comes Westmail third, Manderson fourth, Freeman fifth, and Andy Chittenden chasing them down in sixth position. Out of Redgate, back through the Craner curves. Chittenden then, is he going to be able to catch Freeman? Should be able to. He was a second faster than him on the previous lap and only 1.2 seconds back at the start of this one. So by the end of the lap, the number 48 car should be there. Doug Carter, meanwhile, side by side across the line here. Two of the Radical PR6s together. And trying to see where the 51 car is. Oh, Carter's transponder's not working, which is really helpful because it says he's 2 laps down. He's not 2 laps down. We can see him there, the blue and orange car. So he's battling away with, I think this is Alistair Smart, isn't it, for 10th place. That's the 73 car. Yes, it is. So Smart holding on to 10th and Doug Carter trying to get him. Oh, mind you, where's Carter gone? He's not there anymore. Oh, he's dropped way back. So missed gear or something maybe, or just a mistake through the old hairpin. But Doug Carter, really experienced driver, making a little bit of a mistake there, possibly. As he went through the most iconic sequence of corners on the Donington Park circuit. Leader comes across the line then, Charles Hall. You can see the gap he's got now over Mike Genvy as we tick towards the halfway point of the race. 12.5 minutes to go. And after that really exhilarating battle in the first few laps, Hall now does seem to be comfortably the quicker of the two. He's doing, well, his best lap is a 26.6, which is within a tenth of what his qualifying pace was. So that's the difference here. Hall is running qualifying laps, whereas Genvy is going a lot slower than he was in qualifying. Tucks up the inside of Norman Lackford there, and almost the speed differential between the two of them causing problems. Lackford, I think, may have a problem of his own, actually. There goes Charles in the Chiron CN2, making his way through Coppice. Bit of a wide line there. Genvy has also cleared Norman Lackford now, and he's 6.8 seconds ahead of Chris Westmail. Already getting penalties coming through for track limits. Number 12 being given a 5-second penalty. Number 12 is Andy Fido in the Radical SR3 RS, running in 12th position. The number 12 car, appropriately. He's been given a 5-second track limits penalty. That could well have changed the complexion of race 1, with Charles Hall getting a 10-second track limits penalty. And if he were to do that again, of course, with Genvy still being in this race, he might well be close enough to capitalise. So it's worth keeping pushing on here for Mike, because he could still, if he stays within 5 or 10 seconds of the leader, could still end up inheriting the race win. In the background, look, that was Westmail and Manderson battling for third, as there's a big lock-up from somebody into turn 1. Hopefully they gathered that together, but here for third place, Westmail under all sorts of pressure. Matt Manderson goes to the inside in the Radical. Westmail has to give way, and so the Radical SR8 of Matt Manderson goes through. There has been a car in the gravel, I think, hasn't there, at Redgate Corner. Who was it? Whoever it is has got going again, but was it to one? Oh, the 66 is going slowly. That's Martin Heath. So I think Martin Heath possibly is the one that's just been through the gravel whilst being lapped by the leaders through Redgate Corner. Manderson, though, into third. Westmail didn't have this sort of challenge from Matt in the previous race. Westmail, even with a 5-second track limits penalty, was still... Oh, and off again goes the 66 of Heath. Has he got a problem then, rather than making mistakes? Well, he's definitely got a problem because he keeps going off the road, but is there a problem that's causing that, or is he just running out of grip? Oh, that's a problem. That is the number 16 off the road now. That's Matt Manderson from third place, and the smoke coming from that car, I think, is there? See if we can get a look at it going down into the Melbourne hairpin. Leader skating wide. Is there fluid on the track? There is something slightly weird going on. Yes, the Matt Manderson, after this really brilliant drive into third, is slowing. So Manderson, that was a mechanical issue, I think, that sent him off the track rather than driver error. And so he's going to be heading for the pits to retirement. That's a shame. I was just about to make the point that even with a 10-second penalty, a 5-second penalty in the previous race, Westmail still beat him by 10.7 seconds. So for Manderson to be ahead of him on the road in this race after a genuine battle was really impressive. But now, unfortunately, that impressive run comes to an end, and that's not ideal. You can't park there. That's the second time today we've had someone blocking the entrance to the pit lane after spinning. It's the Graham Charman car this time in the Juno. And another one coming in is, of course, this ailing number 66 of Martin Heath. It's a race no one wants to finish this, isn't it? We're getting, by the way, an extra penalty now for car number 12, which is that one that was getting the track limits penalty earlier on, which was Andy Fido. He'd already been given a 5-second track limits penalty. Now he's being given a subsequent 10-second penalty. So 15 seconds will be added on to him in total. You can see damage there to the rear wing of the number 5 of Graham Charman, so I think he has backed it into that concrete wall. Might this require a safety car? Yes, please, says Mike Genvy, because he's dropped now to 7.3 seconds back from Hall. Yellow flags and yellow lights flashing at Goddard's. Are they going to leave that car there? I mean, I suppose a couple of cars have already had to negotiate it to get into the pit lanes. That sort of proves that the pit lane entrance is not completely blocked, but it's still not a great place to leave a car. Especially given the fact we have had a couple of people end up in that particular vicinity already today. 8 minutes still to go. Charles Hall 10.6 seconds now clear of Mike Genvy. He whizzes through the old hairpin, heads back up the hill again towards McLean's in blissful isolation, but he's done it again. He's exceeded track limits, Charles Hall. He's got a 5-second penalty now. Genvy is 10.6 seconds back, though, so a bit like in the previous race, every time Hall got a penalty, he always seemed to gain enough out of it that it wasn't really doing anything. So Hall, we think it's down at the chicane that Charles keeps doing this. We'll follow him through here now. It's hard to see from this angle, admittedly, but I do think that he's using too much of the curb, not through the left, but there, through the right. Look, he's right over that green painted surface on the inside, and that will be exceeding track limits if he's getting too far over that. So if he keeps doing it, and Mike Genvy stays close enough, which he will do now, because the safety car is coming out, this changes everything then, because all of a sudden, that 10.6 second cushion for Charles Hall disappears. And he's got a 5-second penalty to add on to this, so Genvy, with the appearance of the safety car, will essentially take over the race lead. So the RunYourFleet.com safety car back on track. Second, no, it's the first time we've had them have the safety car, I think, isn't it, in the Zeo Prototype races? We didn't have one in the first race. And it comes with 6.5 minutes to go. There is Genvy, and Chris Westmail had really caught Genvy as well, hadn't he? So Westmail might even be in contention for a win here. If both of those two can stay within 5 seconds of Hall, they will leapfrog ahead of him at the checkered flag with this 5-second penalty. So that essentially could become the fight for the race win between Genvy and Westmail if they don't lose too much time to Hall. But of course Mike Genvy might even try and overtake Charles on the road anyway, because he, given the chance to close in here, might be able to use his straight line speed advantage on the restart to forge a way through. That's presuming we get a restart, of course, with any meaningful amount of the race left. We've got 5 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. So waiting to see how long this is going to take to get the track cleared up there at the exit of the final corner, which is where the number 5 of Graham Charman has ended up after spinning into that concrete wall, which we saw a Superkart hit earlier on today, which was a pretty scary incident. So Hall then leads the way, but has a 5-second track limits penalty. So when the race restarts, his objective is to pull a 5-second gap over Genvy and Westmail, who are 2nd and 3rd, before the checkered flag comes out. Then we've got Andy Chittenden in 4th. 5th place then is Tony Freeman. 6th, Jason Rishover. 7th is Matthew Chamberlain. 8th for Alistair Smart. 9th, Richard Hardy. 10th position for Andy Fido, but he also has a 15-second penalty for track limits, so it will actually be the 33 of Lee Collar, who will move up into that top 10. And there you can see the order down the left-hand side of the screen. We've got 10 cars still on the lead lap. And, of course, this safety car means that we're unlikely to get any more lappery for the end of the race, especially given the fact we're going to have at least one more safety car lap, it would seem. 4 minutes to go. So we'll see what this lap time is behind the safety car to gauge. I think they'll probably get 1 racing lap, as long as this lap isn't too slow. I can't see this lap taking 4 minutes, so we should get at least 1 racing lap, provided we go racing this time, or next time, which we should. I mean, the car that's in the way is literally blocking the entrance to the pit lane, so it shouldn't take too long to drag it down the pit lane. It's then a matter of getting the recovery vehicle back to where it needs to be. But all being well, it shouldn't take too long. Is the car still in the way coming out of that final corner? No, I think they've cleared it, actually. Well, I know, there you can see, top right corner of the screen, the green recovery vehicle. There we go. Pulling the Graham Charman car down the pit lane. And that is out of the way now, but will they choose to send the recovery vehicle, the live snatch vehicle, back into its position, or can they leave it in the pit lane until the end of the race? If they can, then we can go racing this time. If they can't, then it might end up being another lap behind the safety car, and if it is, that would be the final lap. So we'll see. Hopefully we will get a bit of racing in here before the end, though. 3 minutes left on the clock then. And they make their way down through the old hairpin. The one thing this is doing is protecting Charles Hall from getting any more track limits penalties, because he really shouldn't be exceeding them behind the safety car, and if he is, he's certainly not gaining an advantage from it. So he might just be able to avoid getting a 10-second penalty, but he's already got this 5-second penalty, which could cost him the race. Of course, actually, whereas normally in this situation, the race leader would be quite happy to see the race finish under safety car, that would be terrible for Charles Hall, because if you add the 5-second penalty on now, he drops off the podium. He drops behind Andy Chittenden. So the chances of him holding on to the victory go to 0 if the safety car stays out, but it's not. It's coming in this time. The lights are out, and we should have time. No, it's not quite going to be time for 2 laps. I think it will be a 1-lap dash here. So can Mike Genvy get past Charles Hall on the road? If he can't, can Charles Hall pull a 5-second gap in 1 lap? I mean, that seems hard to do, and in trying to do it, there's always a chance he could exceed track limits again. So, and then it all kind of becomes a little bit academic then. Let's see what happens. It is going to be a 1-lap shootout then for our second and final Zeo Prototype Club race of the day. Hall needs to back them all up here, get an early jump and try to maximise the amount of time that he's at full speed. The RunYourFleet.com safety car pulls into the pit lane, and already, look, Charles Hall has gone, so Genvy's not going to be close enough, I don't think, to attack him on track. He's just got to try and stay within 5 seconds and keep Chris Westmail behind him, because Westmail, of course, had been closing in on Genvy there before the safety car. So back under racing conditions, last lap of the race begins, and it's Charles Hall that leads the way. Mike Genvy second, and Chris Westmail third, but one of those two could be about to inherit the race lead, depending on how close they can stay to the race leader by the end of the lap. But look, the gap is already going out, isn't it? It's already up to over a second, probably, as they go down the crane of curves. If Charles Hall does this, it'll be one of the drives of the day. I know he shouldn't really put himself in this position by exceeding track limits, but if he can win by 5 seconds after a 1-lap restart, that would be quite something. Through McLean's he goes. He's got a chance, you know, especially if Genvy has to start defending from Westmail here over the final half a lap. That's going to lose them even more time. Through Coppice, that's probably about 2.5 seconds, so he's almost halfway there. And we know that shear on CN2 is particularly good through the final sector. Now, do not cut the chicane, Charles. If you cut the chicane, you're definitely going to throw the race win away. And what does he do? He cuts the chicane. So right over the curb he goes. We'll wait and see whether the marshals decide that he exceeded track limits or not. Down into the hairpin then. Interestingly, actually, the notification that he has a 5-second penalty has now disappeared from the timing screen, so I don't know whether that's now been taken away. Anyway, he's going to win it on the road, and we'll wait and see whether that is enough in the end to win it on corrected times. Out of the hairpin he comes then. Mike Genvy giving chase as best he can, and after a brilliant early exchange, it is going to be Charles Hall that sees the checkered flag first. The penalty, though, is now being applied, so it's Mike Genvy that takes the victory. Chris Westmail second, and Hall, I think, will finish in third, because there goes Andy Chittenden fourth, and yeah, even on corrected times, he's 3.5 seconds behind Hall. So it's Genvy, Westmail, Hall, Chittenden the top 4, with Freeman 5th, Rishover 6th, Chamberlain 7th, Alistair Smart comes home in 8th. There goes Hardy. No, there doesn't go Hardy, actually. There goes Hardy. No, Hardy hasn't come through. Where is Richard Hardy in the number 88? Has he gone off on the last lap? No, now he comes through in 9th, but Alistair Smart got him. Andy Fido got him, but then Fido had a 15-second track limits penalty and drops to 10th anyway. So despite losing ground on the last lap there, Richard Hardy actually doesn't lose a position in the end. So track limits penalties for the second time coming into play there in the Zeo Prototype Cup. It's Mike Genvy, though, who wins on corrected times after the 5-second penalty is applied to the on-the-road winner, Charles Hall, to win the race by 1.5 seconds over Chris Westmail on his, I think, first appearance in the championship, and third position going the way of Charles Hall. So exciting stuff there, and a shame for Charles. Had the safety car not come out, he'd have won the race, I think, but yeah, that penalty too much to overcome, given the fact he only had a 1-lap restart to play with, and that will be the end of his weekend, with, unfortunately, only the 3rd step on the podium. It's not the end of our weekend. We've got one more race to go, so don't go anywhere. That is for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, where we have a brilliant mix of things like Mazda MX-5s, Honda Civics, Ford Fiestas, BMW Compacts, and then a few of the cars that we haven't seen racing this weekend, things like Toyota MR2s, VW Golfs, Caterhams, Hondas, Renault Clios. It's a really great mix of cars in the Club Sport Trophy, and that will be the race that rounds out our weekend here at Donington. Whilst we wait then for the cars to head back to Parc Fermé, let's take a look back at that second Zeo Prototype Club race of the weekend. So our final race then of the weekend here at Donington Park is not that far away. Cars just gridding up now ahead of this 45-minute BRSCC Club Sport Trophy race, which will have a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it. Driver change for many of the cars, although not all of them. Some of them are drivers going solo. And as you can see, it is a truly, massive grid. And also a truly eclectic grid of cars as well. Let's run through that grid then, shall we? I'll just pull it up on my screen as well, because the qualifying session that took place only this afternoon, actually, will set the grid for the race then. And it is the David May and Mark Skeets shared Nissan 370Z that has the pole position. Alongside him, though, is the Sheed and Eidson shared BMW Compact. Then you've got Jamie Going, who is in sharing that with another member of the Going family in a Ford Fiesta ST180, who's got Tom Stanaway for company in the BMW on row number 2. Then it's Dominic Bush in his Ford Fiesta that was out earlier on in the Fiesta Championship alongside Ashley Parsons, Toyota Celica. They're the third row. And then we get into the fourth row of the grid, where the Mazda MX-5s start to appear. We've got the Brian Chandler Mark IV MX-5, really exciting to have that out here this weekend, and also there alongside him, Scott Ferguson in a Mark I MX-5, so the very latest iteration of the Mazda MX-5 up against the very oldest. Then on the fifth row of the grid, it's the Crook and Livesley Honda Civic Type R, and Andy Thompson in the Seat Leon. Alex Tate's Renault Clio is next alongside the Newbold and Court shared Honda Integra DC5 Type R. Carlton and Butler's Caterham 270R is on the 7th row alongside the same drivers, if you believe the grid graphic, but it should actually be James Butcher in a Honda Civic. Then it's Richard Clark and the Wright and Plowman, Martin Plowman, I believe that was going to be sharing that Mazda MX-5 Mark III, although we think they may be non-starters. So from this point on, the grid may not be exactly right, because we think we've lost a couple of cars as the day's gone on. We've got Joel Argeles in the Renault Clio 197 and David Cox ahead of Pete Seeley and George Grant in his Mark III MX-5, Stuart Kilroy and Stuart Humphrey together on the 11th row, and there on the 12th row of the grid, two drivers we're really looking forward to cheering on in this race, Greg Graham and Paul McCurlian. Greg Graham is the head of formula development for the BRSCC, Paul McCurlian the chief operating officer, both really good mates and looking forward to racing together in a Mark III Mazda MX-5. They've got Richard Daniels Ford Fiesta alongside them. It will be Greg, by the way, to start the car, we are hearing. Andrew Dyer and the Butterworths then in their Clio are next ahead of the Tate and House Clio 172 and David Thomas's Mark I Toyota MR2. Then Phil Adcock and Andy Waters, another duo that are always good for some entertainment. The BMW Compact Cup number 129 starts 29th alongside Nick Rutter's Mark III MX-5. Jay Shepherd is back out in the third different series he's raced in this weekend, back in his Mark I Mazda MX-5 now, with John Glover's Ford Puma alongside him. Then it's Chris McGinley and Charles Medwin, David Fender, and then the White & Mills Mini Cooper R53. And then another BRSCC employee, Luke Souch, the competitions coordinator for the BRSCC in the Mark I MX-5 starting 37th. He was also out along with Paul McCurlian actually in the MX-5 Clubman Championship yesterday. Warren Jacobs, Andrew Barron and Chris Fantana will be at the back of the 40 car grid. So lots to watch for here. Should be an interesting battle at the front between David May and Mark Skeets in the Nissan 370Z and Sheed and Eidson's BMW Compact. Brilliant shot there of the field making their way up through McLean's corner. I think that shot is actually from the outside of the chicane. It's a great example, actually, of the long-distance views that you get here at Donington Park. If you go to certain parts of the track, you can see the cars for quite a long time. I mean, from this vantage point here, you can see them through most of the lap. It's a brilliant place to come and spectate. Good to see a good number of spectators have been out here this weekend, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying some brilliant racing. Yesterday in particular saw some of the best club level racing that there is out there, and we're hoping the Club Sport Trophy is going to continue that brilliant display, and we'll see, I'm sure, some really close action here amongst not just the front runners but across the various classes. There are lots of different classes A, B, C, D and E, and then also an invitational class, which is what, for example, the Fiesta ST180s are running in. It's also a standing start, which is unusual for sort of mini endurance races, as this one is. Standing start for the Club Sport Trophy, and that's always exciting because we've got a bit like the Welsh sports saloons that we had out earlier on. We've got a real mix of cars. Some of them are a lot more powerful than others. Some of them are a lot lighter than others. Some are rear-wheel drive, some are front-wheel drive. We get the odd four-wheel drive car out there as well, and they're all going to accelerate off the line at very, very different speeds. So the order they line up in is very, very rarely the order they arrive at turn 1 in, and we've got 2 rear-wheel drive cars on the front row, but then you've got the little front-wheel drive Fiesta, which is going to be swamped, surely, by some of the BMWs and Toyotas and Mazdas around it, that being the Jam Sport Run going Fiesta. So, yeah, this could be a very lively run into that first corner. 2 MX-5s there, sharing the 4th row of the grid. The Brian Chandler car, in particular, the Mark IV. We don't see that many Mark IV Mazdas out racing in the UK. Very popular over in America, but in the UK it's the Mark III that is sort of the pinnacle of one-make Mazda MX-5 racing. But the Mark IVs do exist, and Brian Chandler there with his, I think that is a new car. I know Paul Sheard had a Mark IV. I don't know if Brian's bought that off him, but Brian runs his own team in Mazda MX-5, so you'd imagine that he's got himself his own Mark IV MX-5, and then Scott Ferguson, the heavily modified Mark I MX-5, up alongside him. So the Nissan then on pole. Don't know whether it's David May or Mark Skeets at the wheel, but they're both regulars in the BMW Compact Cup, and they've got a BMW Compact alongside them. Admittedly, not one running quite to Compact Cup specification. There's Luke Souch, not last on the grid. He'll be keen for me to remind you all, but 4th from the back in the grey and yellow Mazda MX-5. He's got a couple of other Mark I MX-5s to play with at the back of the field. At the front, though, it's the Nissan versus the BMWs. As the lights go out, away they go. It's a terrible start from the pole-sitting car, and actually a really good one from the Jamie Going Ford Fiesta, which goes 3 wide for the race lead. It's already going to clear the Sheed and Eadson BMW. He's got Tom Stanaway coming around the outside in his BMW, though. Bit of contact there in the midfield I spotted. One of the Mark III MX-5s was getting into, I think, the Toyota Celica. They've just about all managed to get through without too much of an incident, though. Yeah, cleanly through and off down the Craner curve for the first time. Everyone trying to settle in. Dominic Bush there on the grass as he goes up the inside of the Sheed and Eadson BMW. So that front row starting BMW really struggling. Jay Shepherd gets a hip and shoulder. He's on the grass in his Mark I MX-5. Wherever you look, there are people having close calls, but it's really exciting stuff as everyone tries to just find their space in the pack, find where they should be running on natural pace, and then start picking their way forward from there. But 45-minute race, it sounds like quite a lot when you consider that most of the races this weekend have been 12 or 15 minutes, but it will fly by, and any ground you lose now on the first lap is very likely to have been lost again by the time you get to the end. So out through Coppice we go, down the back straight. There is Brian Chandler in that Mark IV MX-5, still ahead of the Scott Ferguson car, and then behind the Honda Civic there, that's the Crook and Livesley car, diving up the inside of the Toyota Celica of Ashley Parsons that started 6th, but has dropped back a little bit from the start. There is the May and Skeets Nissan, so they got an absolutely awful start, but have somehow come through all of that, still with the race lead from the Going Fiesta in 2nd, Tom Stanaway is 3rd, the Sheed and Eadson BMW settles into 4th now, back ahead of Dominic Bush, then it's Brian Chandler and Ashley Parsons, and then everybody else coming through. George Grant there, back out in his Mark III MX-5. He's got one of the other Civics there to play with. I think that was the 14 of James Butcher looking round the outside. He's got the Seat in front of him as well of Andy Thompson. The leaders come through then at the end of the first lap of the race. The pit stops won't come until the middle portion of the race. So for now, everyone's staying out, trying to settle into a rhythm and make their way around onto the second lap of the race. Further back, let's try and check in with how the BRSCC staff member battle is going on. Well, Greg Graham has lost 2 positions on the first lap. One of them, though, was to the very, very rapid Nick Rutter in his number 99 Mazda MX-5 Mark III, which is running in the same class. They're running in Class D, Greg Graham and Paul McCurlian, whereas Luke Souch in his Mark I MX-5 runs in Class E. And the 24th for them, and it's 32nd at the moment for Souch, but within their classes, Graham and McCurlian are 7th in class, Luke is 5th. So, although he's behind them on the road, he can actually claim that he's doing better within his class in the early stages, but I'm sure that Greg and Paul will try and do something about that as the race wears on. Through Coppice go the midfield runners then, turning through that blind right-hander. Tom Stanaway there, right on the tail of Jamie Going. That's for second place then, the BMW against the Ford Fiesta. And just as they disappeared from shot there, the BMW was pulling out of line to try and maybe snatch that second place away into the chicane. I'm saying it's Jamie Going in the car. I don't know for sure who started in that Jam Sport car, the number 46. Because it was a late entry as well into the entry list, so we don't have any indication of who the second driver is, other than it's another Going. But did the BMW get through? We'll find out at the end of the lap, I guess. At the moment, we're following Ferguson, who's ahead of the Crook and Livesley Honda Civic. Towards Goddard. Stanaway did not get through. I just caught a glimpse of him there. He's still stuck behind the Going Fiesta. Good battle coming through here. The Celica just about staying ahead. That's Parsons. The Caterham then of Carlton and Butler behind. Sayat coming through in the background as well. The Wright and Plowman MX-5 did get out there, by the way, the number 11 car, even though I'd heard a rumour that it wasn't going to be starting, but it is out there. So number 11 running in 19th place. No major changes that time, though. The Celica, though, and the Caterham both getting ahead of Alex Tate's Renault Clio there. That's the blue car in shot, so that's 9th for Parsons, 10th for the Caterham, and down to 11th place overall for the Renault Clio, which is in the same class as the Caterham, would you believe? Oh, that's a shame. That's number 22 off the road. Number 22 is Chris Fantana, who only got one representative lap in qualifying anyway, and qualified at the back, so I suspect that that is a mechanical issue that's been there all day, really. Side by side, nice move there. That's for 7th place. The Crook and Livesley Civic moving ahead of the Scott Ferguson MX-5, and that is for class position. Both of those cars running in Class B. That was for 3rd place in the class, a class that's being led by Tom Stanaway and the Sheeda Needson BMW. Marshall's very bravely moving the MX-5 out of the way under waved yellow, so no need for a safety car. That's excellent news. May and Skeets, by the way, 1.6 seconds clear now of everybody else at the front of the field. The Going Fiesta is then second, 1 second clear of Tom Stanaway, who's got a little bit of attention now from the Sheed and Eidson BMW, and then another one of those Fiestas in the shape of Hugo Bush right behind. So down into the Melbourne hairpin then, lap number 3 about to be completed, and let's see what's happening elsewhere in the field. The Celica coming up behind, the leader comes out of the final corner. They're all pretty equidistant at the moment, aren't they, those top 3? The Sheeda Needson BMW fading, which tells me that whichever driver is in the car now is perhaps not the one that set the lap time in qualifying. Brian Chandler there really running out wide through the final hairpin. And as we scan further back in the order, let's check back in, shall we, with our friends and colleagues at the BRSCC. The number 10 MX-5 of Greg Graham is running 24th, apparently, at the start of the last lap, so he'd lost another position or so. That is George Grant going through, so he's not going to be in this next group. There are a couple of MX-5s in this group. Nick Rutter going through. I think it's the blue car, is it? No, it's not. That's Humphrey. So it's another one of the Mark III MX-5s then about to come through. There goes the Adcock car. So actually, no, I beg your pardon, it was the number 10 car. Greg Graham confusing me there because he gained a couple of places. So I think it was the blue MX-5 that went through Redgate Corner. So Greg Graham then in that number 10 machine picking up a place at the expense of the number 33 ahead of him. Down the hill they go then. See how close the competition can be between some of these MX-5s. So that's the Wright and Plowman car. It should be about 3 or 4 cars behind that one, where the number 10 is. Got the Ford Fiesta, Nick Rutter, the orange MX-5, all of these Mark III MX-5s running in Class D. And there comes, I reckon, round the outside of the Clio, yes, that is Greg Graham making, hold your breath, another overtake. And that now puts him into 22nd place. A very fetching livery on that. Oh no, but that is not, that is the 191 of Humphrey, so I'll get this right in a moment or two. There are too many Renault Clios battling with Mazda MX-5s. It's the red one then. We'll change from the blue to the red, shall we? Oh, never mind, there's a shunt at the chicane. That's the number 4 of Andy Thompson, and the 59 of, that's the New Bolden Court Honda Integra, and they have tangled pretty spectacularly down at the chicane. So, a lot of damage done there to the front of the Seat, and they were running pretty well, weren't they? Thompson was 13th, and the Integra was ahead of them in 12th. So that was, that's going to be, unfortunately, a safety car, I would imagine. Yellow flags for now, but I would think there will need to be a safety car period here to get that. Yeah, safety car is coming out, so safety car coming out, that will lose the May and Skeets car its 2.5 second cushion at the front of the field that it had built up over the going Fiesta in second. Tom Stanway in third. Now the safety car's not out yet though, it's going to wait another lap I think to head out on track, but the boards were out. Interestingly, the timing screen isn't showing it just yet. So the safety car, now it's shown on the timing screen. There, better late than never, is the number 10 of Greg Graham. So he is in 22nd place at the moment. And he's had a nice little tussle now actually with the Peugeot just behind him, which is the number 33 of Kilroy, who started, according to the qualifying results, in 21st. So Greg Graham now running ahead of some of the cars that did out-qualify them. There he goes, through the old hairpin. It's fantastic to see Greg and Paul out there on track. The BRSCC is pretty proud, actually, of the fact that most of the people that are sort of holding high-end positions within the club have either racing experience in the past or are still racing today. And both Paul and Greg have absolutely loved getting back out on the circuit. And they both said they've been taken aback, actually, by how many people have sort of collared them to ask how they're getting on, or sort of show their surprise maybe that they're out there on track. But, you know, they said at our heart we are racers. The club is a club for racers, run by racers. And, yeah, really, really exciting to see how they get on here, and whether or not they're going to get back out for another Club Sport Trophy race maybe later on this season. Paul McCurlian, who'll be in that car later, he's been out already this year racing in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship at Donington Park. He did the Mark 1 Clubman Championship this weekend, alongside, it must be stressed, alongside his BRSCC duties. He's not taken a weekend off, he is still very much here working, but if you can get in a bit of racing as well, then why on earth not? So the safety car then coming out as we are just over 10 minutes in. So let's run down the order for you. It's the May and Skeets Nissan 370Z that leads. The going Ford Fiesta in second. Stanaway is third in his BMW. The BMW Compact then, the red number 13 one, the Sheed and Eidson example, is fourth. Dominic Bush is fifth in his Ford Fiesta ST180 Turbo. Brian Chandler sixth in the Mark IV MX-5. Then it's the Crook and Livesley Honda Civic in seventh. Eighth place is Scott Ferguson. Ninth place is number 83, which is Ashley Parsons in his Toyota Celica. And rounding out the top 10, Alex Tate in the number 63 Renault Clio. There are, as I said, 6 different classes out there at the moment, though. So the class leaders, well, the top 3 in the race overall are all leading their classes, actually. The Nissan that leads of May and Skeets is leading in Class A. The Invitational class being led by the Goings in second place. Tom Stanaway, number 95, in third place, leads in Class B. Then you've got Class C being led by the Mark IV MX-5 of Brian Chandler. Class D by George Grant in 13th position, number 69 in his Mark III MX-5. And then Class E is being led by the number 77, which is the J. Shepherd's, the J. Shepherd Mark I MX-5, and right behind is actually the Adcock and Waters BMW Compact. So Phil Adcock, who will tell anyone that will listen that he has won his class once before in the Club Sport Trophy, might actually be able to do it again, because he and Andy Waters have made quite a strong combo actually in Class E, and they are right on the tail of Jay Shepherd, who himself is a pretty handy peddler. Those Mark I MX-5s and the BMW Compacts, very, very comparable on performance, so we expect some good racing towards the back of the field within the Class E ranks. There is the recovery process, drivers helping out to remove bits of their cars there to further speed this up. The New Bolden Court Honda Integra has either lost its front bumper in the shunt, or they've taken it off to try and make it easier to hook the recovery rope onto the front of the car. But because there are 2 of them in the same area and only 1 live snatch vehicle down there, it's just going to take a little bit longer. There's the Seat being dragged out. The steering lock on that car tells me there's been some steering or suspension damage, because the driver wouldn't have left it like that otherwise. So handy that there is this tarmac runoff area there just on the edge of the gravel. Now, pit stop for the MR2. I don't think the pit window is open yet, though. So this is an unscheduled stop for the 28 car, that will be. which is the Mark 1 Toyota MR2 of David Thomas, who was running within Class C, so the same sort of class as the likes of the Mark 4 MX5, for example, of Brian Chandler and the Crook and Livesley Honda Civic, which are just coming through your shot there. So that car, unfortunately, is going to lose a lap as a result of that. Now, of course, there is a very strong chance here that this safety car is going to bleed over into the pit window, in which case that pit lane is going to become a very, very busy place, because pitting behind the safety car is a much quicker way of making your pit stop happen, although there is a minimum time. I think it's 2 minutes from pit entry to pit exit, so that is designed to partly promote safety within the pit lane, because when there is no pit limit or minimum pit stop time, drivers tend to get thrown rather roughly out of the cars, sometimes into a live pit lane, which is not really a good idea. So partly for safety, but also partly because it's a lot easier to change drivers in some of these cars than it is others. Some cars, like a Caterham for example, you have to climb in and out of through the roll cage, whereas other cars like some of the Saloons and sports cars, you just have to sort of open the door, get in, do your belts up, and then off you go. So it's to try and equalise things in the pit lane as much as anything else, and that means that there's therefore not quite as much time to be gained from pitting behind the safety car. But it's still very much true that spending 2 minutes in the pit lane behind the safety car will lose you less time than spending 2 minutes in the pit lane under green flag conditions, because a safety car lap is 3 minutes and 20 seconds. A flying lap under green flag conditions for the leaders is a 1 minute 47. So if you pit under green, you'll lose a lap, whereas if you pit behind the safety car, you won't. The point I'm making here is that when the pit window opens very shortly, I think most people are going to dive into the pits. Certainly those that have driver changes to do, I think it makes perfect sense to do it now. And when you've got, well, how many cars have we still got running? We've got 36 of them still going. If they all pit at the same time, it's going to be very, very busy, and there's a good chance that people will get blocked in. There's a good chance that people's pit stops could be interrupted completely, and it's you've got to have your wits about you as a driver, especially a driver jumping straight into the car, and the first thing you have to do is navigate a traffic jam in the pit lane. We are definitely going to get one more lap behind the safety car. The pit window is now open, so we are 15 minutes in. The middle 15 minutes of the race is when the pit window opens. How many of them are going to bail for the pit lane? Most of them, if they're sensible. But of course, there is also this train of thought that maybe it's safer to stay out and not get delayed in the pit lane. Certainly, if the safety car were coming in this time, I think that might be an interesting tactic. But it's not. It's staying out another lap. So I think the way to do this without losing too much time is to pit straight away. Let's see if they do, as they come out of the hairpin. Are they coming in? Yeah, there we go. Oh, not everyone, interestingly. The leaders have stayed out, but the Sheeda Needson BMW is in. Brian Chandler is in. The Civic is in. Everybody else is coming in. The Golf stays out. That's interesting. That's David Cox choosing not to pit. One of the MX-5s as well. And in comes Greg Graham. So Greg Graham in the red MX-5 about to hand over to Paul McCurlian. Jay Shepherd and the Adcock and Waters BMW are pitting as well. The yellow BMW. Right then, hold your breath everybody, because all but about 4 cars are pitting at the same time here. There's Brian Chandler making his way in. You can see the problem, there just isn't the room. There aren't enough garages for everybody to find their own space to make the pit stop. Here comes Greg Graham in the red Mazda, and he is going to pull in vaguely where he should be, but he's going to block the... Oh, that's not great. That's not great parking, Greg, because he's blocking the 37 car, and that pit stop for Scott Ferguson is going to be done a lot quicker than the Greg Graham Paul McCurlian one. Quick debrief there. He gives Paul some vital words of wisdom to send him on his way into his stint, and so the head of Formula Development, Greg Graham, hands over to the slightly taller Chief Operating Officer Paul McCurlian to get into the car and head out onto the track. Greg helping out with the driver change then, making sure the belts are nice and tight, and once the minimum pit stop time has elapsed, they'll send him on his way. But of course, it's quite interesting that the pit stop time is not the stationary time, it's the time from pit entry to pit exit. And they were having a debrief last night over dinner about how best to measure that and trying to anticipate the amount of time that you should have left on the clock when you leave your pit box, if that makes sense. The lights, by the way, I'm being told, are out on the safety car, so we're going to get a restart these time. Those that stayed out might maybe have played this well. Last handshake there between Greg and Paul, who now sits and waits. They've moved out of the way of the Scott Ferguson MX-5. That's good to see. Paul Sheard himself there, helping them out with the pit stop timer. And Paul McCurley in. Wait, not yet. Now he's sent out, and he's actually lost a bit of ground there. Look, because, oh dear, Jay Shepherd in the Mark 1 MX-5 is ahead of him. Greg Graham enjoying that. I think that was quite a close moment there with one of the other cars. Right, we've got two races now. We've got the race between those that are pitted. They're heading out on track. And look, in the background, the safety car is in, and the David May and Mark Skeets Nissan is going to come across a bunch of cars that are fresh out of the pit lane. Some of them look at being held in the pit lane. You've got the two Fiestas that are pitted. This is about to get too confusing for words now, because the majority of the field pitted there behind the safety car. There were a handful of them that didn't. And of that handful, a couple of them are pitted now, and the rest of them have stayed out for a few more laps. So I guess if you've not pitted yet, you may as well stay out until the end of the window. The trouble is that you're in traffic, so the leading Nissan, which is just behind this group, about to come into shot there, around the outside of the red Peugeot, is really getting delayed. So this might not be the best strategy here for the car that's leading the way. Tom Stanaway is second in the BMW, the white and yellow BMW. 3 wide, Adam McLean's. This is getting dicey. And through Coppice Corner, you can see just how difficult this is getting in the lapped traffic, essentially. But they're only lapped because they've made a pit stop and the leaders haven't. So down the back straight then into the chicane at the S's. There goes the May and Skeets car, which they've been racing in pretty much all of the Club Sport Trophy races this year. There goes the group that have pitted, and what order they've got themselves into, I don't know. And then there were these cars that were also then held in the pit lane whilst everybody else went through. And according to the timing screen, they're all still being held there almost a lap later. So they're really going to lose out if that is the case. That is the 291 car in. That's Luke Souch, who is waiting patiently to head back out onto the circuit. Luke Souch, the competitions coordinator for the BRSCC, and he is serving this pit stop. He must have come in just as the safety car came in, although I thought I'd seen him going in the lap before. I may have been wrong on that. 115 goes back out. That's the Mark 3 MX-5. Luke looking bewildered as to what's going on. Universal racing drivers' sign language for I don't know what's happening is the sort of shrug of the shoulders and raising their arms. Greg Graham there having a chat now that his stint is done. And in behind, look, is the race leader. The Nissan is in. So David May and Mark Skeets are executing their driver change. And trying to see in the distance who it is that's just got out, whether it was May or Skeets that was in the car for the first part of the race. They have vanished though. I can't see the driver that's just jumped out of that car. Both of them are pretty rapid, so in a way it matters little. They should both be competitive once they get back out on track. That will all come down to the strategy. Was that the right strategy call, staying out an extra couple of laps to then bail for the pit lane anyway? The only car that hasn't stopped then now is Tom Stanaway in the BMW, who takes over the race lead. So we're going to wait for this to all shake out, I think, to really figure out what the order's going to be. I don't think it's going to be anything like what it was before the safety car, put it that way. There goes Alex Tate in the number 63 Renault Clio Cup car. Races this in a number of different series. Good to have him back out in the Club Sport Trophy here at Donington Park. 63 car rounds Goddard's, having made its pit stop a lap or two ago. And we are now 22.5 minutes or so away from the end of the race, so pit stop window still will stay open for a good few minutes yet, although everyone pretty much now has made their move into the pit lane. There goes the Jay Shepherd 77 car, the black and yellow MX-5. And as he comes down towards us, is he still leading in Class E? No, because I think some of the others maybe got a better deal in the pit stops. Now there goes the Nissan. The Nissan back in the race. Now, where are the likes of, for example, the Sheed and Eidson BMW Compact? Because they weren't far behind before the pit stop cycle. I can't see them there, so either they're way ahead or they're way behind the Nissan. Jay Shepherd there, diving up the inside of the Peugeot. That is for position, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Kilroy actually got past him at the start of the lap, and then Jay Shepherd gets him back again out of the old hairpin, and then points to the left because he's trying to let the car that was leading the race earlier on through. The Nissan powers by. Now, I think I just saw a Ford Fiesta in the background, which might be the going car. Wait, yes, there it is, ahead of Dominic Bush. So I think these two are the closest cars behind the Nissan. They're also about to put a lap here on Paul McCurlian in the red Mazda. So the Fiesta of the Goings goes through, hops over the curb as well. And they are chasing down the Nissan. Whether it's for the lead or not, I'm not entirely sure yet because of the weird and wacky timing of the pit stop window. But at the end of the lap, I'll be able to tell you exactly where that Nissan is. Well, the answer is they're a long way behind the likes of the BMW of Sheed and Eidson because they've just gone across the line now in second place, but the highest placed car that stopped. So it is the number 13 BMW that leads the way. It's the 199 Mark IV MX-5 that is second of Brian Chandler, some 10.7 seconds behind him. And into third, I think, is going to come the number 83, Ashley Parsons Toyota Celica. So those that pitted behind the safety car came out of this better, didn't they? This was one of those cars that pitted behind the safety car, Paul McCurlian. Oh, the Honda Integra's back out as well, which caused that safety car earlier on. George Grant here, slicing and dicing in front of the Nissan. So the Nissan is actually going to be in... where? Oh, they've dropped way down the order. They are in 16th place. The Nissan is in 16th place. So it's all changed. It has all completely changed. Tom Stanway hasn't actually pitted yet, but when he does, the number 13 BMW will take over the race lead. That's the red BMW Compact. And will lead Class B as well, because they're both in the same class. Brian Chandler will take over the lead of Class C. Class A will be led by Alex Tate's Renault Clio, the blue number 63 car. Class E will be led by Phil Adcock and Andy Waters. And their nearest rival will actually be Chris McGinley in the number 44 BMW Compact. So it's going to be a compact 1-2. And the Invitational class will be led by the Goings, but the Goings are down in 22nd place. So... yeah, that's how your pit stop timing can change everything. And by pitting behind the safety car, it has allowed some teams to really jump right up the order. That yellow compact there, the Adcock and Waters car, is running 11th place overall. It was well outside the top 20 earlier on. So there goes, I don't know whether it's Phil or Andy in the car now. Maybe Phil for this second stint. I say that only because that was an exemplary racing line through the chicane, so it can only be Phil in the car for this stint. There goes the May and Skeet's Nissan. Right, race leader is in the pit lane. Tom Stanway's BMW, the last car to pit, has just made its way in. So we're looking then for the red BMW, the Sheed and Eidson car, to come through and inherit the race lead. Caterham off the road there through the final corner, rejoins. That's the 270R bouncing its way back onto the road. The Carlton and Butler car rejoins not far ahead of Jay Shepherd and Paul McCurlian there. So as the field heads across the start-finish line, you can see just to the left of shot the Tom Stanway BMW win, but we do think that he's going to lose the race lead to the Sheed and Eidson car, which is getting away from Brian Chandler at the same time. But where they are on track at the moment is a bit of a mystery. We're waiting for them to come across the start-finish line. There goes the Stanway BMW. And no driver change to be done there, of course, so they're just... checking everything over, and they'll send him back on his way when the time has elapsed. There in the background goes the red BMW, so that's for the lead. The red BMW heading down the pit straight. There is the car that now moves in to the race lead. So that is the Sheed and Eidson BMW Compact. It will be your race leader. So he puts a lap on Luke Souch there and negotiates the Mazda, one of the Mazdas, through the first corner. Now, they are 14.6 seconds ahead of Brian Chandler, who is second. Parsons has gone through third. Stanway's back underway down the pit lane. There goes Sheed down into the old hairpin then. and making his way up through Starkey's corner. Up through Schwantz, then negotiating more of this traffic. This is a big old lead now for the Sheed and Eadson car, which qualified on the front row, fell back at the start. Bided its time though, played the strategy perfectly, and now this highly modified Class B BMW Compact is leading the race. There's been a car off at Coppice. Who's that? There are marshals wandering over. Green flags on the exit, but to the left of that shot there was a car in the gravel, I think. So, not sure who's gone missing, but we'll see who doesn't come through, I guess, at the end of this lap to figure that one out. We've lost only the 2 cars officially from this race. That was the Thompson... Oh, it's the Mark 1 MR2 of David Thomas again, who had that extra pit stop. And now, unfortunately, they're out of the race anyway. Mark 1 Marshall, they're trying to push him out of the gravel, but that ain't going to be an easy job. Into the final hairpin then goes the BMW. It is still showing second on the timing screen, but it should be now properly reinstated as the race leader as the timing screen updates this time. So let's establish the gaps then. It's a big gap between the top 2, but then there are some interesting battles further back. There goes the race leader. That is the Sheed and Eadson car that leads the way. Now, Tom Stanway is not second. That will BMW will drop down the order momentarily. The Mark 4 MX-5, the red car coming towards us now. That car is in second place, and the Celica, I think, behind it there, the white car with the green wing mirrors, is in third. That's the Parsons Celica, and it's lapping fractionally quicker than the MX-5 ahead. Then you've got the black MX-5, that's Scott Ferguson. He is in fourth place. The Honda Civic of Crook and Livesley is in fifth. Sixth place there, the blue Renault Clio, is Alex Tate. And seventh place is going to be the number 14 Honda Civic going through next of James Butcher. Then you get Tom Stanway. So Tom Stanway's BMW there with the yellow bonnet just ahead of the car that led the race earlier on, David May and Mark Skeets. They're 45 seconds off the race lead. So that's how much time they lost. The race leader's long gone. He's halfway around the next lap. And just through pitting a couple of laps too late, they've unfortunately, unless we get another safety car, thrown away their chances of winning the race. So that shows you the sort of gaps at the front of the field and the effect that the mistimed pit stop can have on you. So Sheed and Eadson then continuing to lead the way. Now, where do we have some close class battles, maybe? There's usually one of them at this stage of the race that is reasonably tight. Class E, maybe. No, Adcock and Waters have a big margin, actually, in Class E. McGinley is probably about 6 or 7 seconds back, although that is a good group of cars to try and pick out, actually. The Adcock and Waters yellow BMW Compact, which has a big group of Class D cars behind it, but then in amongst it... Oh, that's Scott Ferguson. Never mind. Scott Ferguson off from 4th position, and that is up at McLean's corner. Scott Ferguson has binned it, and he's in the gravel. The marshal there having a chat with him. He's absolutely okay, but he's just negotiating how best to get the car out of the way. It's clearly stuck, though. It's not going to move on its own accord. Marshall there pulling the towing eye out so that it's ready for the live snatch, which should be able to happen in the next few minutes. We shouldn't need a safety car for this. Should be able to cover that under double waved yellows. There goes Nick Rutter through, number 99. He's lost out a bit out of all of this as well. Nick Rutter was running pretty well. There comes the yellow compact then, so that is leading in Class E. Second in Class E is another one of the BMW compacts, which I don't think is too far behind, looking for the number 44 of Chris McGinley. So Phil Adcock and Andy Waters then hopping over the curbs. They're losing places here, but it doesn't matter. It's not for class position. They don't really care where they finish overall. I know Phil's going to tease me for saying that, but you know what I mean. It's all about the class position that matters. And the Peugeot that goes through there, that is not for class position. It's the next to the compacts then that is chasing them down. Paul McCurlian actually is one of the cars in the group just behind as well, in 24th at the start of the lap. I know that Phil and Andy don't need to be racing these cars, but they're really not racing them, are they? Pulling well out of the way of the 191 Mazda MX-5 of Stuart Humphrey. So there is the Class E leader, the yellow BMW. Now, how far back is the next compact? Is the white compact in the background? So is that gap coming down? Andy Walters and Phil Adcock do a 2 minutes 2.8. McGinley, a 1:59.7, he is catching them. So Chris McGinley, over the next few laps in that white BMW, just being overtaken by Nick Rutter in the Class D Mazda MX-5, is lapping quite a bit quicker than the class leader. and we could have a bit of a resumption of the Compact Cup action that we've enjoyed this weekend for a class victory here within the Club Sport Trophy. So there is the Adcock Waters car, hammering its way down through the old hairpin, and running in 22nd place overall. The Mazda MX-5 behind is Paul McCurlian, the red car. And this is going to be a fight for position overall, albeit not within the class. Paul sweeping through there. And he should be able to pick off the BMW before much longer. Oh, that's Scott Ferguson back underway and almost spins back into the track. That would have been embarrassing. He's got a lot of dirt on the tyres. There may even be damage. He's off into the gravel again, actually, through Coppice Corner. So Scott Ferguson in strife. Paul McCurlian alongside the BMW, which doesn't really appear to know that he's there. And Paul might be having words with him in the paddock afterwards for that one. Fires the MX-5 through the chicane, tries to carry the speed down to the hairpin. And we'll look to move through on the inside line here. And yes, this time Paul is going to go through. Oh, and the Ford KA there that they catch at the worst moment of Andrew Barron almost became a part of this battle as well. So McCurlian picks another one up then. 22nd place now for him. What progress is the May and Skeets car making? Well, they just picked up another 2 places. They're importantly ahead of Tom Stanway now. So of those that pitted after the safety car, the Nissan is now ahead of the BMW into 5th place overall. 3.8 seconds behind the Crook and Livesley Honda Civic for 4th. So they're comfortably the fastest car on the track, May and Skeets. 148.1, a full second quicker than the leader. Some 3 or 4 seconds quicker than some of the cars ahead of them. In the background is the race leader. In fact, the red BMW coming towards us. The Class E second place BMW Compact makes its way through. We'll get a good idea here of the comparison between the sort of Compact Cup spec BMW Compact and this Club Sport Trophy special for Sheed and Eidson. That Class E battle, by the way, is the gap still coming down. Adcock and Waters with a 2 minute 0.2. And McGinley 2 minutes 0.2 actually. They set almost identical lap times. Sheed and Eidson car up the inside of the Ford KA. Over the grass someone went, just in front of the race leader. Now, actually, Jay Shepherd there, I've just spotted in the black Mazda MX-5, has passed Chris McGinley for 2nd place in Class E. So actually, it's no longer the white BMW that's chasing down the yellow BMW. It's the black and yellow MX-5, and Jay Shepherd has been probably the quickest in that class. He chops across the nose of the overall race leader there. But that is going to be interesting then. The yellow BMW, the black and yellow MX-5. There's another yellow flag there on the exit of Coppice. Now, what's that for? Nothing evident down the back straight. Oh, yeah, it's Scott Ferguson. He's pulled over again just behind the barriers. So he's just getting himself out of the way. That yellow flag shouldn't stay out for long. But in this battle for Class E, it's going to hot up fairly shortly, I think, isn't it? As Jay Shepherd gets himself closer and closer to the class leader. Into the pit lane, meanwhile, has come the Mark IV MX-5 of Brian Chandler. So Brian Chandler, who was running inside the top 5 or so, is in the pits with a problem, unfortunately. Not sure what that is, but that's a shame for the Mark IV Mazda. Great to have it on the grid. I wish we had a few more of them out there racing in this country. Paul McCurlian's got himself a bit of an MX-5 Superkart battle to have there. He's got Nick Rutter in the orange car, and in between them is the 191 of 191 Stuart Humphrey. Brian Chandler's run out of fuel, Scott Woodwist tells me. We're not even close to the end. There are 8.5 minutes to go. Okay, that's. I would love to say that was a miscalculation on Brian's part, but you'd imagine there must be a problem there. Either a faulty fuel gauge or a fuel leak even could be an option. But yeah, that's unfortunate for them. So the Mark IV MX-5 out of the race. The Mark III's, though, still going strong. Nick Rutter here pulling up alongside the 101 car heading up the hill. Sorry, 191 of Stuart Humphrey. And allowing Paul McCurlian to get away slightly now. We are into the final 8 minutes of the race then. And the Sheed and Eidson, number 13 BMW, leads the way. David Sheed and Malcolm Eidson, they've won a number of these Club Sport Trophy races in the past. There's Brian Chandler. Shrug of the shoulders. We know what's happened. We just don't really know why it's happened. It's like Johnny Greensmith, isn't it, there? Who's helping run the car clearly, along with the Paul Sheard team. Now, here's this Class E battle then. Jay Shepherd and Chris McGinley. Are they still catching the Adcock and Waters car? They did a 2 minutes 2.3. Oh, yes is the answer. They're a few seconds a lap quicker than the yellow compact. So we're going to have a fight for the class lead here going into the final few minutes. Nail-biting stuff this. Oh, dear. That was sideways for one of our Mark III MX-5s. Dicing coming out of the final corner with a couple of Renault Clios of different generations there. That is the, it's the close racing car, isn't it, I think, of 115, Andrew Dyer, who I think has been racing in the City Car Cup this year. Looking to make the step up into the MX-5 Super Cup next season, I believe. So using this as a bit of a taster, getting stuck well in. He's running in the 115 car, a really strong 16th place actually, 4th in Class D. So they head down through the Craner curves. This is 4 position, I believe, for the most part. Yeah, the Clios, the MR2, he's fighting all of this lot for overall position, and actually in some cases for class position, because both of those Clios are within the same class as him. The MR2 catching them is not, the number 17 of Pete Seeley, but the Clio sandwich here that Dyer finds himself in is all for a podium place in Class D. Through the right-hander at Coppice, lots of curb. The Mazda are handling it a bit better than the Renault Clio, I noticed, which bobbles wide, and that opens the door nicely. So Andy Dyer goes through, and that should now put him 3rd in Class D and onto the podium, but he's going to have company now because the 57 of Joel Argeles is trying to also follow him past. Uses a lot of the curb there, does Dyer, and actually now he does get away from them pretty handsomely. Nick Rutter, by the way, got himself ahead of Paul McCurlian on the last lap. In fact, he got past McCurlian and Humphrey and somebody else as well. Someone that's bailed for the pit. Oh, of course, it would have been Chandler that bailed for the pit lane. Class E battle is probably going to be pretty close by the end of this lap, actually. If Jay Shepherd keeps on catching the Adcock and Waters BMW as quickly as he has been, Shepherd and McGinley might well be on the tail of the yellow car by the end of this lap. Out of the hairpin. In the background, you can see the May and Skeets Nissan still dicing with Tom Stanway heading down the back straight. David Sheed and Malcolm Eadson come across the start-finish line, though, onto their 19th lap of the race, 20th lap of the race, excuse me. And they just nip up the inside there of the Toyota MR2. Plenty more traffic, though, to clear here, which includes this podium fight within Class D. Very wayward line there through the Craner curves. That battle for Class E is not quite alive yet. Actually, Jay Shepherd still 1.9 seconds behind Adcock and Waters, despite setting a personal best lap that time. The Clios are at play, and Sheed and Eadson's BMW needs to try and find a BMW compact-sized gap through here, and it does. Gets past one of them. This is something that people often forget about, particularly multi-class racing. Even if you're leading the way comfortably, you're still doing lots of overtaking. It still feels like you're racing some of these drivers sometimes. And when they're in their own battle, it can be difficult to get past them cleanly. And really, you've got to have your wits about you. Even if you've got a big lead, you've seen many a race unravel because of traffic not complying, or someone going for an over-ambitious move in the traffic towards the end of the race. And yeah, the BMW, it may be leading the race by 36 seconds now over Parsons, Salika in second, but it's not going to be all over for another 3.5 minutes or so. 2 more laps to go then. There goes the wounded Integra after it's off. It's got front and rear end damage, no rear wing, no front bumper. Still plodding along, though. Out of the final corner goes the BMW. Parsons second. May and Skeets, by the way, and their Nissan are back onto the podium now. And they're only 3.1 seconds behind the Salika of Parsons. So we could still get the Nissan into second place. And they've got Tom Stanway only 0.8 of a second behind them, too. So very close for second, third and fourth. Leader comes down into the Craner curves. And Luke Souch about to be negotiated once again. How's Luke getting on? He is in 31st place, so 10 places behind the Mark III MX-5, shared by his colleagues, but again running in different classes. Luke is running 7th in Class E. Greg Graham and Paul McCurlian 7th in Class D as well, so it looks like it's going to be honours even, actually, for the BRSCC guys as they look set to finish in a similar position within each of their respective classes. So leader comes down the exhibition straight, 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. So the next lap will be the last lap. And David Sheed and Malcolm Eadson well on their way to another one of these BRSCC Club Sport Trophy victories. They weren't necessarily the fastest team here this weekend, but they've used a bit of guile and a bit of strategy by pitting at the right time to wind out the race leaders. Wouldn't be at all surprised to hear that driver in the car at the moment doesn't even know that they are leading. And we're getting some pit stop infringement penalty. Oh, what was that? Smoke out of the bottom of, was it tyre smoke or was it fluid? It looks okay now. That was really strange. Unless my eyes were just... Oh, it might well have been the car in the background locking up, I suppose. Onto the final lap go Sheed and Eadson then. Just to quickly finish the point I was about to make. Cars 44, 72, 63, 115 and 129 all being given pit stop infringement penalties. I don't know what the penalty will be. At this late stage of the race, it's too late to serve a drive-through, so it may be time added on to their race, perhaps. Try and get you some more news on that as and when I find the information out. So out onto the last lap goes the David Sheed and Malcolm Eadson BMW. Negotiates George Grant's Mark III MX-5 there. As it slides and bounces its way down through those Carrera curves. That Class E battle, by the way, it looks increasingly likely that Adcock and Waters are going to hang on. They're still 1.25 seconds ahead of Jay Shepherd, who's 3.1 ahead of Chris McGinley now. So I don't think Shepherd's got quite the time, or the speed actually, to catch the Adcock and Waters car. Wait till they cross the line though before we confirm that for sure. Up towards Coppice. A couple more back markers here for the leading BMW to find a way past. May and Skeets, by the way, they're still third, but they're less than half a second behind Tom Stanway's BMW. They're about 40 seconds behind the race leaders, but that would be for second place. So we'll see if we can pick them out after the leader has crossed the line, maybe. We'll try and scan back for the second place battle, because that arguably should have been for the race win had Stanway and the May and Skeets Nissan, pitted at the right time. So one more back marker there to be passed, in fact probably two. They've got the Ford KA just up the road. And towards the final corner then goes David May and Malcolm Eadson's BMW Compact. Another win in the Club Sport Trophy about to be theirs. They come out of the final corner and head for the start-finish line. Checkered flag is waved in the final race of the weekend here at Donington Park. David Sheed and Malcolm Eadson are your final race winners, and they will win by nearly 40 seconds. Now, the question is, who will come home in second position? Who will win the various classes? There are still lots of questions to be answered. Here they are. They're together coming out of the Melbourne hairpin, then into the last corner. Tom Stanway just about staying ahead of the Nissan for second place overall. They're running in different classes, these two. So as they prepare to come into the final turn, we'll find out in a moment whether they are going to come across the line in that line. Yes, Stanway has held on. Stanway just holds on by a tenth and a half. In the end, the Celica coming through next is fourth place. That's Ashley Parsons in P4. And there, the Class E leaders are absolutely together out of the last corner. But I think just about in the most exciting finish of his career, probably, Phil Adcock is going to win the class from Jay Shepherd in second place. It is Phil Adcock then and Andy Waters that will win in Class E. Brilliant way to round the race off that for one of the most popular duos in the BRSCC paddock, and they do just hang on. The winning margin in the end, oh, hang on. Car 129 has been given a pit stop infringement. Forget everything I just said. Jay Shepherd wins in Class E, and Phil Adcock and Andy Waters threw it away in the pit stop. So they were on that list of cars. So was Chris McGinley, actually, in the other BMW Compact. Andy Dyer in the Mazda MX-5 was given a penalty. The Butterworths in their Renault Clio were given a penalty. And Alex Tate in 9th place overall also given a penalty. The penalty appears to be a 40-ish second penalty, because of course they finished just ahead of Jay Shepherd, Adcock and Waters, and they're officially being classified about 40 seconds behind him. So apologies, I missed the fact that they were on that list of pit stop infringement penalties. Don't know what the infringement was. It's usually too short a pit stop. Remember I mentioned that minimum pit stop time. If you come in and out of the pit lane too quickly, then you will be given a penalty. Right, so that was suitably dramatic. The Class Class B win and overall race win goes then to David Sheed and Malcolm Eadson. Second place goes to Tom Stanway. Third place goes to David May and Mark Skeets in the Nissan. They win in Class A. And fourth place goes to Ashley Parsons, who wins in Class C. The Invitational class then is won by the fifth place finisher, Dominic Bush, in his Ford Fiesta ST180 Turbo, ahead of the Crook and Livesley Honda Civic in 6th. 7th place then for the number 14 Honda Civic of James Butcher. 8th place went to the Goings in their invitational class Ford Fiesta. Alex Tate then is 9th after his penalty in the Renault Clio, and then the Carlton and Butler Caterham comes home in 10th. So the other class winners that I didn't mention there because they weren't in the top 10 overall, the number 11 Mazda MX-5, Scott Wright and Martin Plowman, they win in Class D, and Class E, as we've said, does go to Jay Shepherd, despite the fact that he didn't lead across the line. The post-race penalty for the 129 BMW means that they will finish eventually in second place in class. So cars heading down into the pit lane area then, and I'm sure that Scott will be eager to chat to some of those at the that came out on top. Some really fascinating battles, fascinating stories to tell at the end of that one. And, well, take your pick. Every single one of these cars coming past us now into the Parc Ferme area has a bit of a story to tell. The Honda certainly does. Look at the state of the back of it as well. That rear wing, non-existent. One of the rear wing supports is still there. The other one isn't. There goes Andy Dyer. I think he probably enjoyed his first taste of Mazda MX-5 Mark III racing. George Grant's had a few experiences of Mazda racing. He enjoyed himself a lot more there than he did when he DNF'd in one of the races yesterday. Rest of the field working their way through. There goes the 72 Renault Clio. That's the Craig and Gary Butterworth Renault Clio. Seen those two racing out in the Funko Endurance Championship in the past as well. Nick Rutter there, a Mark III MX-5 regular. The Peugeot behind, number 33. That's the Stuart Kilroy car. Peugeot 207 GTI. There's Luke Souch. Greg Graham there to give his colleague a thumbs up and a round of applause. And there, right behind him, Paul McCurlian, who does now get congratulated by Greg Graham. They came home, for reference, they came home in 19th place overall, 5th place in Class D. A really strong effort that in the end. They gained a couple of positions after other people got penalties. Luke Souch, by the way, finished 7th within Class E. So, yeah, unfortunately, having been beaten by Paul McCurlian in the MX-5 Clubman's races yesterday, Luke is now going to have to deal with Paul bragging about him beating him in the Club Sport Trophy as well. There are our Class E runners then. Jay Shepherd in the black and yellow number 77 wins in Class E after the post-race penalty for the yellow BMW. There is Chris McGinley, who works his way into the Parc Ferme area as well. Thumbs up from him. You can start to get a bit of an appreciation now for just how many cars there are in this race. And it was a extremely busy track, an extremely busy pit lane at times, and you can start to see why now, because it was such an enormous grid of cars. Whilst we wait for the post-race interviews then from Scott Woodwiss, a chance to say thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Hope you've enjoyed the racing here this weekend at Donington. It really has been a fabulous weekend of racing. The weather's been nice, the on-track action has been absolutely extraordinary at times. Thank you to everyone at the BRSCC. They've put on a heck of a show this weekend. Huge thanks as well to all of the marshals and the volunteer officials and all those that have helped to keep the meeting running. We've had a few incidents, especially yesterday, some pretty significant incidents to deal with that could have put us a long way behind time, but the marshals did a brilliant job as ever, and the recovery crews as well of keeping us on the straight and narrow. And yeah, we thank them for all of their assistance once again over the last 2 days. So we look forward to having you back for the live coverage of the Formula Ford Festival as well on the 30th and 31st of October. That will be our final live stream event of the 2021 campaign, and that is set to be an absolutely stunning event. Over 90 entries already for the main event, the Formula Ford Festival itself, and then a all of the Mazda MX-5 championships, the Super Cup, the Mark 1 championship and the Clubman championship are all going to be in attendance as well for their final rounds of the championship, all three of them going right down to the wire. So Saturday the 30th and Sunday the 31st of October for that, all live from the BRSCC. So I think we are almost ready then to head down into Parc Ferme. Scott Woodward's waiting to have a chat with some of the drivers from our BRSCC Club Sport Trophy race then. A brilliant way to round out the action, and Scott is down there now with all of the reaction from our final race of the weekend.
Well, as you can see behind me, there is a hive of activity with so many cars here in Parc Ferme after that incredible 45-minute Club Sport Trophy race. We have got all 5 of our class-winning teams and drivers, so we're going to have a chat to some of them as we go. I think we're going to start first of all because May and Skeets in Class B are being interviewed. We'll have a quick chat in Class C, which is Nick Parsons and the Toyota Celica. Nick. Ashley Parsons, forgive me. Long day. Not a bad result. Class win. Happy with that?
Yeah, really good. First time in the car today, so yeah, we're coming back next year for a full season. But yeah, it was a good day, enjoyable.
And you guys in the Celica's always seem to turn up and do pretty well, so you seem to be well suited to the circuit.
Yeah, the car it's not got the most power in the world, but the handling is absolutely spot on. So it drives lovely. It's really nice, really kind on its tyres as well. So it's lovely.
You like the format, Club Sport?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I like it. It's the first time I've ever done a pit stop today, so a bit different. Just making sure timings and everything are right. But yeah, fantastic atmosphere, and what a great bunch of cars and competition. Brilliant.
Looking forward to seeing you back. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Great stuff. Right, we'll do Class B next, which was that great battle we had between David May and Mark Skeets, and they are in fact Class B winners. So we'll have a chat with them. David and Mark as well. David, Class B winners. Congratulations. Great stuff.
Yeah, thank you very much. First half of the race, had it in the bag. Miles in front. Safety car came out, wrong pit stop lap, all gone to bit. Thank God Mark can drive and got it back to where we did. But yeah, good. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
And of course that great battle at the end with Tom when you're dicing back and forth. And they 2 different classes, but that was incredible stuff. It was Mark. Mark was at the wheel, so how was that?
No, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I literally just said to David then when I came out of the pits, I absolutely gave it everything because I don't want your work, and I just go for it, qualify every lap, and then I got past Tom, and then unfortunately the car started to have a little bit of an issue, which it's had before, but I think it's just because I was driving it absolutely wringing its neck, and it just got a bit hot and started to slow up a little bit, but clean, never have a problem, you know, and it was a good battle, and I hope to have a few more with them, to be honest.
Yeah. You guys can win that for Club Sport. You seem to turn up and do really consistent results. It's fantastic.
Yeah, we haven't won it yet though. So yeah, we ain't doing that.
You'll get there one day.
Yeah, we're not doing that well. We thought today was today, but it's not going to be. We'll be there. We'll get there.
Still a class win, so well done. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. I forgot they're also in Class A, not Class B. So even it says, but I got there because it's Pro B because they're in the Super Sport Endurance Cup. Right, let's do Class E winners. Who I've already spoken to yesterday, so we'll bring Jay over, of course. Jay. So a win yesterday in Clubman, and then a win in class today. Well done.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing really great. Yeah, little car's been excellent. Yeah. The boys have done a brilliant job all weekend. Absolutely flat chat, you know, cleaning, setting, and yeah, it was good. Just great. Yeah. Brilliant little race this is.
Yeah. That new suspension's working wonders.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we've got the right suspension on, or the right length, should I say? But yeah, car's been great. Got a few bullet holes on the windscreen. From the stones and a few going off, but that was a good little event. That was. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was you know, quite competitive.
Yeah, you gonna try again next year?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we'll have a go. Definitely.
Brilliant. Well, well done for this weekend. You've had a great couple of wins, so well done.
We've got some silverware and a bit of glass and what have you. So
that's what it's all about, isn't it?
We'll have a happy Monday. Let's put it that way.
Good stuff. Well done, Jay. You've driven superbly all weekend. Well done.
Cheers.
Right, 2 more to do, and we'll have a quick chat. We might have to bring them forward a little bit here because we've got our Class D winners. Let's bring them forward, which is Scott Wright and Martin Plam. And of course, Martin, very different race to Le Mans, isn't it? But still, a class win's a class win.
We'll take it, mate. And also to do a race with my best mate, Scott. It's just an unbelievable weekend, and a weekend where he got his first ever club podium in the club series. So we're really proud team owner and best mate. So
must be an experience alongside a guy like Martin in that car.
Yeah, he's my best friend for life. So I'm racing.
He told me just get used to this sort of trophy hunting. He's going down to IKEA to get a new shelf.
It's a good problem to have. Yeah. So I sort of got on the podium in the Superkart in the club class yesterday, which is a dream really, and then to like I say, win with Martin, it's icing on the cake. So we're chuffed.
Yeah, you two seem to enjoy the kind of two-drive race where you get to drive together. More the same next year?
Hope so, if he pays for it.
We'll leave you guys to work that one out. But so again, well done with the Class 1, excellent stuff. Now then, of all the teams I want to try and find our actual overall race winners, because their car is there in scrutineering. But where that, see if we can have a quick work round and see if we can find David Sheed and Malcolm Eaton. But I can't quite seem to find them. We've misplaced them a little bit. So if we do happen to come across them, then we'll definitely have a chat with them. But in that case, I think we'll wrap it up there. So congratulations to all our class winners, particularly congratulations to David Sheed and Malcolm Eaton for the victory. And that's it. That is it for today. This weekend's incredible two-day meeting here at Brands Hatch. Fantastic stuff from the Mazdas, from the Fiestas, from the BMW Compact Cup, from everyone else, from the Zeo Prototypes, from the Welsh Racing Driver Association, of course the Motorsport British Superkart Grand Prix. Congratulations to Lee Harpen for being the brand new GP plate winner as well. We have to give a shout out also to Norman Lackford, who was competing in the Prototype weekend racing. He sadly had to, due to health reasons, call it a down racing. But from all of us at the BRSCC on behalf of the club and everyone else, thank you ever so much to the great entertainment he's given us racing and sports prototypes, whether it's or Zeo or anything else, and we wish you a very happy racing retirement. Hopefully we'll still see you around the racetracks at Zeo races next year, and of course everyone in Club Sport Trophy that competed this weekend as well. So that is it from here down in scrutineering. If Andy's already signed off, then we'll catch up later. The next live action you'll be able to see for BRSCC is in a couple of weeks. That is going to be 9th and 10th of October at Stetterson. That's where we'll see Caterhams, Formula Fords, more Club Sport Trophy action, modified Fords there as well, and I think also we've got Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern Division as well. Lots of be sure to head to the website, brSCC.co.uk, subscribe on Facebook and on YouTube for all the action. And until then, at least for myself, Scott Woodwison, in case on behalf of Andy and everyone else, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in with us, and it's either back to Andy for the final sign-off or catch us next time with Stess in a couple of weeks. But until then, thanks for watching. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Thank you again to everyone who has tuned in here today and yesterday indeed at Donington Park. Hope you enjoyed the racing action. We will be back, as Scott said, later in the year. Still a couple more live stream events to go. Head over to the BRSCC website and social media pages for all the information on that. For now, though, from Donington Park, that is all we have time for. We'll see you again very soon.